And good morning, everybody. Duff TV SCA Grand Final here at Weily Park. It's a little breezy at the moment. My name is Aaron Peach Robertson. Joining me in the commentary today is John Anning. John, welcome, mate.
Thank you, Peach. Looking forward to a really fast-paced, cracking game of cricket today.
So the Rockers, should say the Kings, mate. I'm going to call them the Rockers too.
Yeah.
So Weily, they're into the grand final for the first time. They've been the dominant team throughout season 2024-25, up against the upstart Wellington team, which made grand finals regularly. But let's head first. John, you had some interviews. We're going to go to the toss and find out who's bowling and batting first.
There you go.
Congratulations, Jackie. You've won the toss today for the Weily Kings. What did you do? What did you decide to do?
We'll bat first. Yeah, so our conditions looking pretty good. So yeah, that's why we decided to bat first. It's obviously a final, and we just want to get a good total on the board, and hopefully we put big boys in the pressure. Yeah.
And you're playing for the first 10 or 15 overs, go hard, get a big score on the board?
Yeah, we'll go with the plan. I would say, I told my boys that get, take advantage of the power play, and then we'll take the game towards like to the end, because it's 44 over game now, 6 over shot. So we'll if we get like 250 or 260 on the board, we'll be pretty happy.
Yeah. And if you had one player you could call out, do we expect big things out of today? Who would that be?
I would say I've got a couple of players. I would say like opener Gopi and Yuvi. So yeah, they'll go hard, to be honest. Yeah.
Brilliant. Good luck today.
Cheers, man.
Hope you go well.
Thanks, bud.
So Kobe, you've lost the toss today and you're bowling first. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I obviously would have liked to bat first today, but yeah, you get what you're given. Coming in as the underdogs, we're keen to give it a go. So
yeah.
And
a 44 over match. What's the how do you feel about the target? What would you think is achievable?
I think anything over 250 in the final is a good score. So obviously a little bit of a smaller ground, but yeah, anything over 250.
Yeah. Ball should swing a bit. The conditions overhead are a bit cloudy. You can obviously early we could say the key. Who are you really gunning for early in their side?
Obviously you've got Kumar, who goes hard early, and then obviously Jaggy scored the most runs in competition, so he's obviously a big key wicket for us to get today.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. Go well.
No worries. Thank you, mate.
Thanks, man. Good on you.
There we have it, John. So Weily Park winning the toss. And we'll see, because there's a couple of challenge days we are delayed due to some dew on the ground. It was quite wet. The sun came out for a little while. They got ropes and all sorts of things going on the ground. And now the wind's picked up about 6-7 minutes ago. It's blowing quite strongly from the southern end of the ground here at Weily Park. But just maybe talk about a couple of players to look forward to with the bat in hand before we get started today, John.
I think we're really lucky today, Peach, in that the Weily Park Kings bat all the way down, but their power really all sits in their top 4 or 5 batsmen. Their coach, Jag Singh, made 700 odd runs this season, been the leading run scorer at a very, very healthy strike rate, and has been backed up really well by Juraj Singh and Kumar Sarwan, both averaging very well, both with very impressive strike rates over the 100 mark.
So they're the openers coming out to bat for Weily Park. Now, a lot of experience in this Wellington side. Downton will be a key figure early days. Darren Brown expected to open probably from this end of the ground. Here are the teams up at the moment. Weily Park have had a phenomenal season. I mean, they made a stack of runs. Yep. Everyone expects them to come out slapping from the start. What does Downton and Co need to do from Wellington just to keep things in control early?
Yeah, I think with the conditions at the moment, Downton just want to get that handy little bit of swing and just put the pressure on, try and restrict the boundaries, early, to really put the pressure on, Weily Park's 3, 4 and 5 batsmen. I think if they can restrict these runs early, they'll feel more and more confident as the match goes along.
So opening up is Kunal Bisht. He's going to take, what I love about community cricket is the chalk. I talk about it every time. The chalk out, the mark the line. The next batter comes in, does the same thing, even though the previous batter has marked it. But very experienced side here for Wellington up against a team which is really exciting to see. A bit of diversity into a grand final. I've seen probably 2 or 3 of the same sides for the last 6 years. So great to see the Kings into their first finals. Downton from, I'm going to call this the river end of the ground here at Weily Park. Martin Duffy is up on the camera. And you can hear the wind coming through. Now, Downton slowed down over the years, obviously. He's 47, so good on him. He's still playing cricket and effectively. The challenge will be, I reckon this breeze is very blustery at the moment, and he's only coming off, 7 or 8 steps maybe, John, these days?
I think his strength this year, Peach, has been that he hasn't gone for any runs. Opens the bowling every week and still only going at, under 4 and over.
Canal's got one that's got past the outside edge. A couple of slips in play. At the moment, lots of players with long sleeves. It was about 20 degrees, I reckon about 10 minutes ago. Sun was out. It's quite pleasant. And the front has come through, completely changed conditions. We've got Marquis nearly disappearing over the railway. We've got Martin Duffy, who's actually kept the scissor lift down. So we're a little bit lower as Downton comes in towards us, and that time Kunal just decides to raise his arms.
It's a really interesting selection decision this week, having Kunal to open the batting. Saji's not playing today. He's opened the batting all year, and Kunal's coming up from the bottom half of the order to take the new ball today.
What's the plan, do you think?
Well, I think they're both very similar type batsmen, so I think the plan really is to have the power in the bottom half of the order, whereas Kumar and Saji, very similar type players.
This is the grand final choice, surely, for Canal, because he's a player who will probably stay for a while, won't take too many risks.
Sure.
Are they actually playing a different style than what they've done? So often they'll come out aggressive. Is this a risk maybe changing up their strategy in a grand final?
I think it's a risk playing, having a new player open the batting that hasn't done it all year. However, I think that he bats very similar to Saji, who's not playing today, and the real fireworks will come from the other end from Sarwan.
Back of a length a little bit there from Doughton. So the slips are in play. There's a couple of them. They're actually going to get a run here from a sloppy overthrow. And that was a push to the off, and in the end, some sloppy cricket from Wellington. Doughton's not happy. He's standing at the other end staring at his teammates. And a run is on the board, and it brings Sarwan on strike.
That's what grand finals can bring, Peach. I think big red Matthew McConnell there, just getting a bit keen in the gully, trying to fire one into Nathan Muir, just missed the mark, giving away a free run. So
this is where straight away some change. So Doughton's looking at the gaps. This is a wonderful strategy that's required. So I heard a little bit earlier that they were really worried about going down the ground, Sarwan, and some of the other hitters from Weily Park, but they're actually trying to cover deep backward point at the moment. Might even call it a third man. So 2 slips. There's a gully in play. There's a point. And Darren Brown, who's currently a couple of metres actually behind the line. I'm actually not sure he'll let us start from there as you walk in. He's at third man, but a fairly square third man. So looking for maybe a slashed shot from Sarwan. His first ball. Exactly where it's gone.
The testament to Andrew Doughton's line here. I think that every shot the Weily Park Rockers have played today have been that inside-out line, trying to guide the ball down to that third man area. So
Weily Park, the Kings have won the toss and have gone into bat on a pitch which will have a bit of bounce today, specifically, and an outfit which was damp, and most of that's gone. The wind's picked up. We're not really expecting any rain. The wind's going to be the major focus as Darren Brown will open from the railway end of the ground here. A beautiful spot it was before. Still a lovely ground though. It's quite small though. I'm thinking under 45 metres for these sort of wider boundaries. Maybe it's a little bit longer at the other end of the ground. We'll have to have a little look. Jerry will definitely do some maths for us later. Jerry on the pots and pans today. The best man going around, and we fingers crossed Martin Duffy doesn't get shot into the air with this breeze. Currently on the scissor lift. He's got it at the lower rating.
Darren Brown is going to open the bowling from this end here, Peach. He's had a indifferent year, just averaging about 1 wicket a game, going at 4.5 runs and over, which is serviceable, but hasn't been as damaging as previous years, that's for sure.
Well, there's the intent, and there's exactly... In fact, Darren told me they're going to try and slap straight. Exactly where his first ball went. Now, Darren's never been a huge wicket taker. He can bowl quite sharp, certainly in his youth, but he'll look at just trying to pitch the ball up. There won't be too many short balls from Brown. And Sarwan already showing some intent.
Might have just learned from the first one there. Well, it's a wide delivery.
He's not happy. He's having a chat. Likes a conversation.
Just confirming where that 75 centimetre mark, or 74, whatever it is, outside the pegs there, exactly is.
Paul Doran and Jeff Jackson are the umpires for today's grand final. That's going to go, I think, into the gap. There's a player just dropping a little wide. And he was running around. That was there's Bromfield. He's trying to get some instruction. Should he have been closer, but that was a risky shot.
It is a risky shot, and clearly showing his intent here. He's got nowhere near the middle about twice Sarwan, but what's very obvious is he doesn't like to be held down. Well,
contrasting batters at the moment for Weily. The Kings have gone in with this attitude of someone's going to set and steady the ship, and Sarwan who'll dash.
It's probably a good thing, I think, for Sarwan just to be down the other end for a couple of deliveries here. When you miss hit 2 out of 3, you're clearly wanting to hit the boundary. I think sometimes to lean on your bat for a couple of balls can be the best thing.
Really unusual. There's a long off in play at the moment, which is an unusual position for an opening bowler to say, I want a long off.
And a cow corner.
The cow I can understand, although I'm not sure why they need either of these positions for the current batter on strike.
Probably lucky to get away with that one, Darren Brown. Short and wide outside off stump.
Actually looked wider than the last one, didn't it? So lots to look forward to today, John. We've got 44 over games, so 9 overs for most. One will bowl 8. So we lost around about, we lost an hour and 18 minutes. Exactly, they've given it. So first down, Brown has it. Muir takes the catch. And the Kings have lost their first. As Sarwan Kumar, little feather edge, I should say. That was an easy catch as well, and a disappointing end. Sorry to say it's Kanul Bisht is out. A little feather on that. Actually took a while for the umpire to pop his hand in the air, but Bisht on his way. He looked like the steady of the two, but an early wicket for Wellington.
And, you know, the experiment pushing Bisht up the order hasn't worked today for the Weily Park Kings. But, you know, what this early wicket does do is it brings in one of Weily Park's exciting batsmen to the crease. Made a lot of runs this year.
Yeah, so Jugaraj Singh coming into bat. Tall, can hit the ball extremely long, and his statistics are phenomenal.
6 half centuries this year, Peach. A couple of not outs. He's been really, really consistent without making, you know, some of the biggest scores that some of the batsmen around him have made.
Run a ball is probably what they need at the moment. That's his style, but you've got a Darren Brown who's a little confident after that early wicket catch. Just the one slip in play at the moment. So straight away they've actually gone a little defensive, haven't they? They had 2 slips the first 10 deliveries. Couple of aggressive shots from Sarwan. That's missed the mark. It's a nice way to get, isn't it? Full toss on your legs to get you away.
Big gap there on the leg side too now. We're just still with the 7-2 field here, but with the deep mid wicket or cow corner back and mid on, there's a lot of room there to turn the strike over.
So second overdone here in the SCA Grand Final, and Weily Park Kings, who won the toss, they've already lost their first wicket. Is Kanul Bisht nicking one behind off Darren Brown in the second over in the early stages. They've got a little bit of work to do as their change at the top of the order didn't work.
I think if they had one experiment today, Peach, and that was the only one that wasn't going to work, I think, you know, Weily Park would take that. Wellington will be feeling right on top of the world here, you know, with one quick wicket, only 5 runs on the board. If they can produce this for, you know, for another 6 or 7 overs, Weily Park will feel right behind the game very, very early.
Jugaraj Singh to face a short delivery outside off. They're going to go for a quick single. He would have been gone nearly. Maybe got his bat down in the end, but that was a risky single. It was nearly a tap and run.
Not quite sure that Sarwan Kumar was quite ready for that either. If we check the replay,
he was backing up, but straight to point. No, he would have been in. He was backing up a long way and just collected the keeper on the way through. But a nice apology.
He's not a big fella, Kumar, but he must pack a bit of power, that's for sure.
And there's that extra bounce we saw in the first over. Downs can still call it a heavy ball, whatever it is. He does get that extra bit of bounce.
And again, he's tried to play inside out to that. I'd like to see Sarwan here just play just a little bit straighter. He's trying to get everything down to that point third man area, and I think that's probably the left-handed, you know, across the batsman type angle that Andrew produces.
So there's a lot of room in the leg side, but there's not a lot of runs being put on offer there. It's predominantly an offside field. As Downton's got just the one gripper in play, a floating slip at the moment, a gully point, extra cover in the mid-off, so pretty standard after the early start, although there is a player deep mid-wicket on the rope. Well, that's the opposite. That ball's around the same length and that died.
That is either the dead spot on the Weily Park wicket out here at Bridgewater, or it's maybe a bit of Weily bowling from downstairs. Either way, it keeps the game interesting, doesn't it? When one gets up, one skids through.
Well, the first delivery really shot off for length. Can muck up your footwork as a batter. That one's standard.
Isn't he bowling a fantastic line here, Andrew Down? You know, he's bowled, what's he bowled? 10 deliveries, and not many of them would have been, erratically bowled. They're all in that sort of similar area, forcing the batsman to play into that stacked offside field.
I mean, it's great as a captain, isn't he? You know exactly where he's going to bowl, and to a certain degree, you know his length as well. So let's see Sarwan's prepared to take a risk with the wicket down already.
Inside out again from Sarwan there. Interesting the field here. There's no one behind mid-wicket. So clearly Kobe Phillips is very confident that Andrew Downton can keep that offside, off-stump line consistent right through his over.
So 3 overs down, a wicket lost with Connell back in the sheds. Darren Brown will continue at the railway end of the ground. Technically kind of the northern end here at Weily Park.
I'll tell you what's really interesting here, Peach, is that these players down here at deep mid-wicket are starting from well back behind the line. They don't want to get too close in. Says a bit, I think, about the size of the ground. I think they really are worried about these Weily Park big hitters clearing these boundary ropes.
There would not be one person who's playing SCA first grade cricket that's not worried about the Weily Park hitters. They've been so dynamic. Although in saying that, Wellington have got an excellent batting lineup as well. But both teams rely so much in their top 3 or 4 players. But in saying that, we've seen some runs come at the bottom of the order too from Weily Park, so they can bat very deep.
Sure. And that was proven in their semi-final win where, Clemmett would have been very confident at the halfway mark, and they just kept scoring runs down the back half of the innings.
So just the one game in the last month for Weily Park as opposed to every round for Wellington as they've come through each of the finals. Trying to squeeze that one through. There's not a lot of room and just a single.
It's a good shot there, but I think that Darren Brown might be I know he got the wicket in the first over, but I reckon he's just a little bit happy with his length in this over. He was just a little bit short, just a little bit wide in that first over. Brought along the court behind, but this one has just been attacking those pegs a little bit more and just a little bit fuller.
There you go. That was what he bowled in the first over, wasn't it? I reckon it's hard pushing into this breeze. I reckon it's a little breezier out there than what we can see. It literally was not a breath of wind 25 minutes ago, and the front came through, and it's, I'd say, blowing into the right shoulder of Darren Brown as he's trying to push his body through. Height ball should clear the infield. In fact, it may have been over the boundary line ripe, a very close one. Either way, it was a brilliant bit of fielding. I'm not 100% sure if he got his feet over, but should have been fine and well recovered.
I think you'll find that replay show that might be 4 there, Peach. And what it is, though, in terms of the bowling, is that the line is fuller, and he's bringing. Darren Brown is now bringing that deep cover they've got in place.
No, I reckon he was okay. It's hard to tell anyway. He probably wouldn't have known as a fielder. Now that's full, but as a fielder out there, tell you what, it's not the flattest ground. When I say flat, there's some bumps in it. There's a few balls that are jumping off a length through. Maybe not the smoothest ground is what I'm thinking of. And that was hit very firmly out to deep mid-wicket. And a second time Brown has gone full on the legs. He's just mixing it up a little bit. Not deliberately, I don't think. I think he's trying to get his line sorted. Brilliant.
Oh, it's well fielded.
Coming around to his left-hand side.
That's Isaac Manson there. And fair to say, he's probably saved his team, 5 runs in the last 3 deliveries there?
Yeah, 2 brilliant bits of fielding.
Yeah.
from Manson then, and that's the end of the over. A couple of prime supporters of the SCA, Kookaburra, Clennett, Cricket Tas, the hub, Pritchards Key Co. Not sure what they do, cut keys, do they? They must do shoes as well.
They do a fantastic job cutting the keys, Pritchards.
Yeah, and the major sponsor is KFC, as always. Now, we were looking forward to some KFC signs somewhere around the boundary line, maybe as a target for the batting team, but probably be scared they're going to blow away.
I think so. Well, imagine 4 overs in here. We wouldn't have too many games from the Weily Park Kings where they haven't crossed the boundary in the first 24 balls. So I reckon these lads will be itching.
Yep.
Tip one either over or through.
Well, Jugger's on strike. Just had a fish.
Just hanging out there. Bowling a fantastic line here, Andrew Downton. He just really is forcing the Weily Park Kings to not only play through the offside, but he's bowling that back of a length area, which is forcing them to try and just play back of point, you know. And you can see now that the gully's gone back onto the line to basically a second backward point, which is where all of the balls so far have been trying to be hit.
Yeah, well, he can't go straight with this bowling. That's fine. Brown coming around. Oh, there's that one, that awkward bounce. Just does not feel like it's a smooth surface just through that area in a couple of runs.
He's done really well there because that could have either, popped over the boundary or hit him fair in the teeth.
Yeah.
Done a mighty job.
So, yeah, it is a curious field to see. This second, so it's the second one. The ball before that was a normal bounce. You expect that not to kick up like that. Challenge for the fielding side as with tiniest of sprinkles just coming across. It won't be much. There's really no radar, no rain on the radar, and no major rain predicted today. There's that spot again. They're going to run. That's to the right of the field and just a single.
It's a well-timed run there. I'll tell you what has happened, though. It's just directly over the ground. The clouds are particularly grey. Another fine over here from down. 3 balls in. It's just the 3 runs. Just the 3 runs from it. Still maintaining the deep mid-wicket here, regardless of the quality of his line.
Ooh, he's not dying wondering.
No.
He's so on at the moment.
And he just tried to force that too.
And it wasn't a great shot. I mean, he's got better shots than that, but that was a pretty average cricket shot.
There is a big gap there over the top of cover, which I think, he's eyeing off due to the consistent line from Andrew Downton here. He's just not getting the length to really force it through that area. Best he can get there is a edge over the top of the slits.
Right, we're nearly in April, so it's a very late season, as per usual. Normal, we've got lots of cricket going on today. Premier League, Southern Tassie, the NTCA Grand Final today, Grand Final here. I think the Northwest has had theirs. But it does feel late, doesn't it? I mean, the dew's a problem. There's extra issues. There's a ground squeeze with AFL already about to kick off in a week. It's only not even a week's break if you've got to play footy next Saturday. That's in the air. Might have gone into the ground though. Yes, it did go bump ball. Jerry's on my left saying, "Yep, bump ball." I should say the slip fielder was right in the way for me then. Easily a bump ball, but literally the slip fielder. So that was in the end probably a good defensive shot.
Sure. You need any proof about the temperature at the moment? And the time of year, Pete, you can see that if you've been watching Jeff Hemming in the slips here, he looks absolutely freezing, and it's just called for the vest.
I want Jeff to have maybe those heat warmers in his pockets. He looks freezing.
He does. He's been tucking the palms up under his armpits for the entirety of the 5 overs. Long on back in place here. Thank you. Long on back in place, but they've done away. The deep mid wicket basically is standing in the car park there, so I just missed him. Yeah,
we're sitting in a van. There's a limited access out the windows. That's a wonderful shot, and bang, 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 we're away.
That is a great shot. He has cleared the boundary there by some 15, 20 metres, and I'll just about guarantee you that Weily Park have just breathed a sigh of relief there for the first ball to not only go past the boundary, but well and truly over it. It does, though, just go to show that long on position is an area that Jugraj does like to attack.
Definitely straight, and they've got a fielder there as well, but that was a long way from him. Now he nicks. Muir's dropped it. Hands up, and that's the risk you take because they had the slip quite tight at first. That was probably his catch. Muir was a very good keeper, and we'll see this on the replay. It was a decent edge. A little late to go. I mean, that's his catch, though, isn't it?
That's his catch.
It's one of those ones you sometimes stand a bit close. That looked like he was a fraction close, but you've also got to take into account the ones that don't always come through. And a let-off for Jugraj Singh then. After hitting the 6, the very next ball nicks, and he has a life.
Be interesting to see, whether that has any ramifications later on. He's a quality keeper, Nathan.
Muir.
Sorry, no, his name left me for a minute, and that did hit him square in the middle of the gloves, just a little bit hard-handed, unfortunately.
So pretty much keep the field for Sarwan, and he decides to leave alone the little outie from Brown. The slip's gone wider again. Having a chatter. Hemmings has got the black shoes on. He's got the floppy hat. He's got the multiple sleeves going. A few people have come into Weily Park today to watch this grand final.
The crowd is building here. I wonder if people were just, keeping an eye on the Duff TV coverage early, just to see when the game was going to be starting. And the cards have been pouring in, since the game started. Good crowd building.
Yeah, Brown lost his shape at his wrist then. Now and again his wrist. He won't get his wrist all the way behind the ball, and he pushes that one to the left. He's 3 extras. That's a better spot. Thumped very hard. They'll get a run off the misfield.
Was a nice shot that hit that very, very hard straight to Matthew McConnell there.
Yeah, I think McConnell's hands are a little sore because that was pumped towards his fingers.
There's an air of confidence, You watch one ball go over the boundary and there it just feels like there's an air of confidence around these Weily Park batsmen. Here, a couple more shots out of the middle of the bat. Be interesting to see what happens here over the next few overs.
But you're right, one boundary so far, the 6th in the last over, this over, which is a stunning shot through long off. But only the one boundary. I reckon a lot of people will be surprised by that. Well, that could be another one. And it is, straight down the ground. So both boundaries have been pretty straight, which we heard was something that Wellington would consider maybe having a long stop, if that's what it's called, literally behind the bowler's arm. And a couple of boundaries in the over and the drop catch. Plenty to like about this grand final. And did he not wind up with that one? Jugraj Singh, a lot of potential energy created with his swing of the bat. Wouldn't mind seeing him hit a golf ball.
It was a cracking shot. Feet didn't move too far, but he was only aiming for one area of the ground there. It was straight over the bowler's head. And all of a sudden, Darren Brown's going for 7 runs and over.
Yeah, and could have had 2 wickets and wouldn't have had at least that boundary at the end after that 6. There's some sponsors of the clubs. Once again, thanks to all those that have contributed to the SCA clubs and teams throughout 2024-25. The rain is pretty much that tiny sprinkle we had before. You did a really good job cleaning the windows before, but it's already got wet again. You're going to have to head out there again, John, just to give the windows a clean.
To be fair, I only clean mine.
And once again, a quick single onto the offside. They tap and run at the moment. Maybe an in and out field's required.
So it's a good run, that, and often the major difference between playing this top grade of cricket and the lower grades of cricket is that that's a run in the top grades, and in the lower grades that's just a stand and watch type situation
for both the fielders and the batters.
Yeah, true that.
So just to slip in place, the 2 gullies are a backward point, nearly in someone right on point. Third man in play, so it's going to be outside off stump only. If Downton bowls straight, it will be whipped away through a very vacant leg side. So he can't do that, but in saying that, he's very experienced, Andrew Downton. Wouldn't expect him to veer at all. It may just take out the LB, which he's got a lot of LBs in his career. Does take out the bowled, so for me it says they're worried about Weily Park's batters, particularly Jurag Singh hitting ability. They're just taking out the LB and the bold, and they're trying to get. Is that a loud appeal? I didn't hear a noise. They're clapping. They're celebrating, and there is no movement from the right arm of Jeff Jackson. And Daniel Muir can't believe it. He cannot believe it. Nathan Muir can't believe it. He's the one who took the catch. And the batters have come together. They'll have a chat.
Nathan Muir's in the ear of Jagrachi.
And Kobe's just keeping things pretty calm out there. And Jeff Jackson's just wandering away.
Not quite sure what he's consulting Paul for.
I don't know I mean, are they going to have a chat with someone here about, have they called a no ball? It's confusing. There's a lot of instructions, and Nathan's very upset, and he's going to have a conversation.
It's all happening here in the sixth over, the seventh over of the grand final. What is it about grand finals in the SCA first grade here?
Well, it only went Dub TV cover them. I think the players must know they're on camera.
What could they possibly be talking about?
Why would he be calling a no ball 45 seconds after the delivery's been bowled? So we've just got a little delay here. We're a wicket down. We're 1 for 30. Jugraj Singh's been dropped, and another big appeal. We don't know if it's the end of the over. The batters have come together. We've seen Paul Doran, who was at square leg, pop his right arm out to indicate Jugraj Singh a no ball. We'll see the big appeal. It's a decent swing, and I feel like Sarwan was shaking his head straight away. They had absolutely no issue then, did they, Wellington? That was a wicket, and that was a noise. I actually thought there was a gap, but I don't think we can tell that. It's too hard to tell. Downton just ran down, and he told him to toodle pip. And he said, well, you need to keep walking.
He swung that hard. If he'd got just a little bit of an edge on it, it's actually probably going a third man.
But the thing is, he's bowling another delivery. I don't
think it is a no ball. No ball hasn't been called here.
But that was the end of the over, wasn't it?
No,
it wasn't.
There's only three balls to go.
I'm getting too excited.
Yeah. I can't understand why we've had to have a 5-minute conversation between the umpires from a not out call behind decision.
Well, you want to de-escalate these things, don't you? Just get the next ball anyway. We're back into it again, and the ball was in exactly the same spot as the last time, but this time Sarwan decided to leave it alone. Tell you what, he's not leaving alone. It's Andrew Downton. I think he's a bit frustrated.
Andrew Downton is right in the game here, and I tell you what, if you can nick him off now, we might just see one of the biggest send-offs in grand final history here.
Well, people get elevated, don't they, their emotions in big games, and Downton's been very effective in big games of cricket. He's played bucket loads. And I reckon he's just lifted his pace a couple of kilometres as well. And he just decided to wander a little bit further down the pitch. It is very exciting stuff as Weily Park Kings into their first senior grand final in the SCA up against Wellington, who have been here before. And the experienced Downton up against Sarwan Kumar at the moment and Jugraj Singh. It is a battle.
This is fantastic cricket. This is 3 players and misses in a row with a not out decision on the first one. You can only imagine how Downs would have felt if that ball had gone for 6.
Do they throw in another slip? I mean, they had a mid-wicket in play just outside the rope. I mean, are they putting another slip down? That is now the end of the over. I couldn't count my dots there before. So, an eventful stuff. 1 for 30.
Not sure about the extra slip, in this situation here. It doesn't look like there's a whole heap of swing going on, and with a bit of rain falling, it looks like the bowlers are bowling length, as opposed, trying to nick someone off into that, second, third slip area with a bit of swing on the ball. Looks like we've got a bowling change here. Matthew Bromfield.
Bromfield coming on, who's been pretty effective throughout the year.
Has been this year. He's actually equal leading wicket taker for the first grade side.
I had a chat to Wellington. Had a chat to him before. He got dropped during the season, actually, after his dad got involved in his selection. I won't get involved in that. Anyway, he's going to come from the railway end of the ground. The wind just picking up again. Duff still hanging on for dear life on the scissor lift. Hope you're enjoying the action.
Can swing the ball, Matthew Bromfield. So if there's any swing to be had today, he'll find it.
Well, it's going to be difficult into this type of wind, though, isn't it?
Indeed. Can go for a run, though.
You could tell he's younger than the others, the other two openers, because he's at an... Doughton's off 7 paces. Brown used to come off 25s, now off about 9. And Bromfield's coming off about 15. So still got the exuberance of youth. Jugras waits, nudges, no run. So slightly different field, still got the slip in place. Gully, and then the coverage on the offside, as well as the straight hit, which, to be fair, there's been the miss hit that's gone left of that fielder there, McConnell. But Manson, I should say. But the other two have been straighter. So could he come a fraction straighter? Well, that's not gone straight. That's been flying and flying away down towards the line for the second 4, in fact, of this game.
And he was looking over that wide cover area there. Didn't go anywhere near actually where he wanted it to go. But, the long on is in the game here. Is right in the game. What we haven't seen today, they've been very good with their line and length today. We haven't seen the deep mid-wicket be in play really, really at all,
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure about deep mid-wicket. I know it's still there at play, but may not be required. Jugras is providing some problems. He's providing entertainment. He's nicking balls to the slips. He's nicking for 4. He's tonking the ball down the ground. And he's emotional. He's engaged in this match. It's early stage. SCA Grand Final here for the first time in Bridgewater at the home of the Kings. New name this year. John Anning as well, isn't it?
Indeed, it is. Formerly the Rockers.
That's an edge. That's out. Muir doesn't make a mistake second time round. Bromfield gets the wicket. And that is a big wicket of Jugras. He's on his way.
I'll tell you what, it's not a great shot. We just mentioned the deep mid-wicket hasn't been in play all day, and he's just tried to barrel it straight over his head there.
Looked frustrated, didn't he? Looked really frustrated, and that's maybe they feel like they deserve that wicket, Wellington, after the last over from Downton, where they thought they had the wicket, and that's not the best cricket shot, technically. He probably can still make up and hit the ball a long way. He's still got a smile on his face.
He's got a smile on his face. Good on him. Bit of hard-hitting cricket. Comes off or it doesn't. You can't take it too seriously, Peach.
Well, the captain's out now.
And what a season the captain coach for the Weily Park Kings has had this year. He's made a 300s, I think, couple of 50s. So if you don't get him out early, he really does go on with it. And just the lowly average of 75 for the year in the one-day competition.
Yeah. Jagjit Singh, or as Jag is preferred, is wandering out the bat, tall, 6'2"-ish, long levers and capable of destroying the opposition. But here's the wicket. Really similar. So he didn't die for that one because it's a fraction higher than the one he dropped.
Yep.
That's a good catch.
It's a really good catch. It's a really, if Sarwan... No, not Sarwan Kumar, sorry. If Jugras does look back on the replay of that in a couple of minutes on the Duff TV coverage, I dare say he won't be very happy. But that's the risk. That's the risk-reward game that Weily Park like to play.
And they've got to know this, though, Wellington. That it could come off. It could still come off. I mean, they could still win it with 10 overs of Jugrat. 10 overs from Jugrat, and they win the game. That's how damaging. However, they keep them down, keep the pressure. Wellington bowlers are all about trying to maintain pressure, keep the field in, be creative while the field needs to be up, with the odd different type of position that you might not usually have in the opening overs.
Interesting field change here. The deep mid wicket has come to a long on. So we have a long on and a long off in play for the captain Jag.
So just the one ball, he knocked it into the ground. That's the end of a wicket taking over from Bromfield. 1 for 6. Important breakthrough for the context of the game for Wellington, but it brings some excitement. But we've got, once again, two contrasting batters at the moment. Sarwan, who's really struggling. There's our rain radar coming up on the screen. Sounds like it's Duff going up. So the wind, so we'll be able to see a little bit more. So Duff's going up the scissor lift. And a tiny bit of a sprinkle, but that's about all we're going to get as the wind is gone. So the front's gone through. We expected the front to come through at about 11:45, which is exactly when it did. Hopefully that wind won't come again. We may not get a lot of sun today, but It's a little gloomy, but still the white ball. It's all fine at the moment. Sarwan on strike. Downton to continue.
Indeed. And thanks to the meteorologists we have on staff here at Duff TV for providing the insights into the weather patterns today.
To be fair, he's just cut and pasted something from Bomb, hasn't he? There's no Mike Pook. There we go. Look at that angle. We've been looking at the window for most of the day. I might actually be able to look at the screen now. And that one's... Is Duff got insurance for falling off a scissor lift? What's the... We think he has. Good luck, Duff. You're a legend, mate. And another game of sport being filmed.
Andrew Danton here playing a huge role, I think, for the Wellington Cricket Club. Peach, you know, bowled the 3 overs, just the 6 runs, all the pressure, you know, from this end here.
Well, they can actually build here and get some dot balls into Sarwan because they've got... There's a bit of protection still on the leg side, so they've still got Mason out deep. I'm confused by that, but maybe it's saying Downton can bowl a bit straighter. Yep. So if that's the case and that's a strategy, I like it a lot. Still similar offside field, one less fielder in the ring on the offside at the moment, so it does allow him to bowl a fraction straighter. Maybe he's even trying to get... And I actually think with this breeze at the moment, he may be able to get one to straighten. Duff's already coming down. The wind has picked up again. I think it's just a little burst, but we can feel the van rocking as well.
They're very circumspect here against Down. I just wonder if they've, you know, identified him as a bowler. They just need to just see out.
Oh, gee, that sounded like a little nibble, didn't it?
Because of the line, you know, the line that he consistently bowls.
But it's really curious. I mean, you look at the next bowler, he's got medium paces and then Phillips with his slingers. There's a few players you could target. Bromfield might be one they might want to take on. He will get wickets, but he might be able to take him.
Yep.
With a little bit of water on the ball, the swing is not going to be as present for the bowlers. So the advantage is here to the team that's batting at the moment.
If we look back now to, as Downton comes in, if we look back to the last game that Wellington and Weily Park did play against each other, Andrew Downton did bowl his 10 overs for a miserly 16 runs with a couple of wickets.
It's not bad for a final, is it?
And it wasn't a final.
Oh, sorry, it was
the game before, during the roster game, sorry. But every other bowler went over 5.5 runs and over. So I just do wonder if they just need to see him out and, you know, have an attack of everybody else. That was back in round 15.
So he's faced 26 deliveries, Sarwan, for his 7 runs. And he's not scoring anymore by flashing outside off, which has been a common sight. Downton versus Sarwan, and they're having a convo. They're going to have a chat.
He does look like the type of batsman who'll catch the strike rate up very, very quickly.
There was a bit of friendliness before the game. There was a bit of checkiness from the Wellington players. They ran straight through the training environment. They actually ran and patted the opposition on the back. There's a real friendliness between the two teams, but there's just a bit of sparkle, though, in a few of the Wellington players, you'd say, who like to get involved in the contest. As Downton now, he's got his 5 overs done, 6 runs for him, so he's on that miserly territory again.
Runs coming down, and Jeff Hemming is looking very cold yet again.
Does he want to borrow the bowler's jumper? That's just taken off, Bromfield's jumper.
He hit that hard again too. That's a cracking shot. That is just a really, really nice shot through the covers, all the way along the ground. Hasn't tried to hit it too hard. All the way with the top hand. Classy shot. And already, is the deep cover going out? It is.
But it was a full ball, wasn't it? I suppose that's relatively easy for a player of Jugruts.
You've still got to hit it. And interesting, they've got 3 out of the circle at the moment, which are... I wouldn't have thought it's possible in the 10th over.
Well, you don't need the 10th because the fielding restrictions are different, John. So we must have the fielding restrictions already finished.
But, well, quite by I mean, that must be because they haven't called it a no ball. But normally the fielding restrictions are 15 overs, and I wouldn't have thought they'd be brought back by 6 with a 6 over reduction. Something for clarification later.
Well, we'll just jump on that one. But anyway, Bromfield from the railway end of the ground. Oh. Second full tosser, and that was very close to a no ball.
That is a free hit.
We have got a no ball. I reckon that, I mean, it's not really raining out there, but there was this one little sprinklet. I've just got the ball a fraction wet. Also, I can't see many towels out there at the moment.
Big no ball, that.
Yeah, the offside being peppered at the moment. That's gone high, and that's gone long, and that's delicious.
Oh. Lovely shot again. Second six in that area of the ground. Looks like a real strength for the Weily Park cricket team there. We've had the long off, I should say, in all day, and we've had 2 sixes go over that area already.
It doesn't matter if he's out there, does it? I wouldn't even worry about the long off if they're hitting him that far, and that was a freebie for Jag. That was a genuine half volley. It's quite mad he can actually, with that style technique, hit the ball that far, throwing his hands at the cricket ball. And now some conversations between Muir and Bromfield just to try and work out, can I send the fielder 30 metres back? Wind has completely dropped and Duff's about midway level at the moment, just above the head of Doran with his camera angle, which hopefully makes it a little bit easier for the viewers to be watching.
Here we go.
The SCA Grand Final.
An unusual move. We have a deep cover, a deep long on, and a deep extra cover. Clearly, the offside is a real strength here for the captain coach of the Weily Park cricket side. Oh, interesting delivery there. Nothing on the leg side.
Well, I'm just wondering if that's his cup of tea. Bromfield to bowl bounces.
He's an aggressive cricketer. Likes to have a chat. Always likes to think he's in the game. Probably thinks he's a little bit quicker than he actually is.
Well, now he's bowling off about 8 steps.
He bowled wide. He's all over the place here. He doesn't look happy either, really. He's bowled the full toss. He's bowled a couple of wides. Probably just needs to get right back on his length here. Take a breath. Oh dear.
It's one of those overs he just wants to finish. You could see him as soon as he delivers the ball, and I've done this in the grand final. I have had a very average grand final over many years ago where nothing came out for some reason. We've got another free hit. That was a ball that was ducked. Now the other Muir comes up and chat. I mean, there's not really much to say, but you probably just want to slow him down, if anything, Bromfield, just to calm down. The other thing is, will he get an official warning here? That's a second. So I reckon there's a little note next to his name. And now he's bowling off a couple of staggered steps. And they're going to get a single. But that's a warning, isn't it? I mean, he's bowled 2 full tosses.
Well, I think they have to be considered dangerous. I'm not quite sure it's quick enough to be considered dangerous.
Well, I do agree
here.
with that, but at the same time, it's all relative to, I suppose, the capability.
Have a look at the score here, Peach. The Weily Park Cricket Club have just edged up to 5 runs and over here, really without even trying. They've lost the 2 wickets. They've lost a big wicket in Gudraj, but they are travelling at 5 and over here.
That's in the air and flat.
Great shot.
And it finds the line again.
Really nice shot. Aren't they playing fantastic cricket straight down the ground here?
Well, do they just have a fielder behind? Because it's just a third boundary, and that was catchable as well. So the one that's wide has been going a lot longer. And that was a very powerful hit, and that's probably his best shot so far from Sarwan Kumar, and that would give him a lot of confidence. He's been battling at Downton, and now he's got Bromfield, who's bowling a bit of a mixture at the moment, struggling to get his control. The risk here, I've watched a lot of this standard cricket. Bromfield will probably pick up a wicket, because this is what happens. You bowl a little bit of a mixture, and then you bowl the good ball. The batters, that's delicious! Smacked into the onside.
Straight into the car park.
And that has travelled a long, long way.
Bromfield is filthy here. He has, you were right, he started this over off 15 paces. He is now down to 5. He just wants to get out of this over.
He wants this done.
And he's still got, 1 ball to bowl.
And having been here in the grand final myself, you do know how it feels.
This is a big over for Weily Park. It's a huge over.
You've just given Sarwan, who was struggling, the confidence down the ground with the boundary, and then he got a short one. That was dispatched. That was a wonderful shot. And now he wants to be getting going so quickly, he's going to bowl it before the batter's even on strike. See, there's that one that actually swung in. That's a good delivery.
Oh, that's 4 runs.
But still found the fence. So his best delivery of the over has gone for 4, and not just the Kings up and about. Well, Sarwan's got moving. He's got rolling.
He does.
The fans have got rolling here at Weily Park as well.
Big question here, Peaches. Will he get another over?
Don't think so. Darren Brown's only bowled the 3 too, so they've left him for a few. Plenty of other options.
Plenty of options.
Plenty of other options here. But
They do have Matthew McConnell to bowl some medium paces, but all of the other options are slower spin type bowlers though. So
maybe that's okay, but
Yeah.
it just a bit of a risk.
the weather probably.
Just having a chat off air just about, I have to try and get clarification on what was the fielding restriction. It must have been right. I'm assuming they wouldn't have made mistakes, but in the 9th over, the 10th over, as we do have the change, Kobe Phillips coming on the captain, but in the 10th over, they actually had fielders outside the ring, more than 2 that were allowed. So for a game that's lost 6 overs, or an innings that's lost 6 overs, to have 5 overs taken away. Anyway, we've got some change with the sling of Phillips.
He's a wily bowler, Kobe Phillips. Taken on the captaincy the last couple of years in Wellington, has done a fantastic job too.
He's got some coverage on the offside, and it's going to need it. That first ball just getting up.
So you don't see in first grade cricket is too many bowlers with action like his. Like, he's super effective, but he does have an unusual type action. Nearly bowls off the wrong foot.
Well, Ash nearly bowls for his foot hits the ground, but it's very effective. There's a long on in place. There's a deep mid wicket is also in play, and a long off. So 4 outside the ring at the moment, which allows Kobe to have a bit of a mixture. That's into the gap. That's flying across the outfield.
Another close one.
Looks like Manson down there again, isn't it? And has restricted to a couple.
He's doing a lot of hard work today, Isaac Manson. He's going long off to long off to long off. And doing a fantastic job down there on the boundary.
Yeah, Jag is hitting through the offside. I'm interested if he's got an onside shot. I'm assuming he does, but most of his runs have been
Umpires coming together again here, Peach.
through that offside. Can't be for the weather.
I just wonder if they're...
There's a lot of conversation between the umpires. They had a long chat at the start of the game at the toss. Jeff Jackson and Paul Tora, and now they're having another chat again.
Maybe they should have the mobile phones in the pocket if they're trying to check the boundary decision there. They could have whipped out the Duff TV coverage,
Well,
had a look at the replay.
Potentially. I've got no idea how Paul Doran can see if that was a boundary on that side of the ground. You've really got to rely on some honesty from the fielder, which usually works out okay. That's very wide. That's punched straight out there again.
He does look very strong on that offside, doesn't he? The captain here, Jaggy?
Jagged it. Yeah, he certainly looks like he's setting up to hit through that offside area. Now Sawan on strike, who's had 3 very frantic overs and then went nuts literally in the last one against Bromfield with some swashbuckling cricket shots.
It is a defensive field here all of a sudden. You know, we've got the short third man, the point, a couple in the offside, a few on the boundary line. Bowling having a very, very defensive moment here, the Wellington Cricket Club.
So they were going at 3.5 and over, and after those 2 more expensive overs, they've finally got things going. So Salman Kumar on 21, he's hit 2 boundaries and a 6. And Jagjit Singh, the captain, on 14 with a 6 and a boundary to himself, already going a better than a runner ball. And at the moment, 2 for 67 after 11.
We've got another really interesting bowling change here, and probably in a key moment of the game, Peach. And we've got Matthew McConnell coming on, who's had a very good year with the ball, equal leading wicket taker at 23 wickets, and at a really good economy rate of 3.6 and over. I think he's been key here. He'll be key to stopping the rot.
Muir comes up. And first one is just whippy. He always bowls a bit quicker than you think, I reckon, McConnell.
I think he's taller than you think. So, especially with the wicketkeeper up to the stumps, you know, the ball feels like it gets onto you quicker than it actually does.
More of a conventional cricket shot. We haven't seen a stack of them today, have we, from Weily Park. But that pull shot was probably the best, wasn't it? And the shot down through long on as well that went 30 or 40 metres back. That's in the air, but that's pretty safe. Didn't quite get it. So 6 overs less than bowlers bowl 9, one bowls 8. They'll have to play around with that. 240 was the talk of the score. Still the case, John, 240 in a 44 over game.
Well, they're in a really good position. Oh, it's a great shot, cracking shot down the ground. Fieldsman hasn't moved a muscle to chase that. Really nice shot again from Salman Kumar. So I think that, running at 6 runs and over here, Weily Park, I think Wellington would take 240 and run with it, but they're probably now looking more like being satisfied with a 270, 280 type score, especially if they can't jag another wicket here or two in the next, 6 or 7 overs.
Well, the challenge at the moment is Sarwan's got his confidence. He's rolling and he's liking the look of these mediums from Wellington, and McConnell's been punched down the ground.
You can see the long on here have really got a squeeze, they've come much, much straighter.
Well, the problem though, also, John, they've missed Bromfield too, so he may come back on and bowl, but he's obviously not going to bowl for a little while. He would have lost a lot of confidence that exchange in that last over where he bowled a mixture of full tosses. There was a couple of wide ones. There was a bounce that was very wide over the bowler, over the batter. As Jagjit comes back on strike, stands still and punches ineffectively into the off.
I think that's the length there that he wants to bowl to Jagjit here. He just doesn't. Jagjit can't be allowed to drive down the ground by the look of it so far. So the fact that Matthew McConnell there does bowl back for length, it's going to force Jagjit to really push the ball, and make it happen through the offside, which will be a real test of his patience, to be fair.
So 12 overs gone here in the SCA Grand Final, 2 for 73. Is where Weily Park are at.
Fairly confident at the moment, Weily Park. This is the start they really wanted. They got bogged down a little bit early. Andrew Danton bowled a fantastic line, a fantastic length, but they've been able to really make it happen from the other end of the ground to make up, for that slower start from the other end.
I imagine Phillips will just sit in here, won't he, for at least 6 or 7 overs and maybe bowl 10. The question is, if Weily Park can manage to get hold of McConnell at the other end, what's the decision from Wellington? Do they take a risk and actually bring an over or two from Downton back at this end of the ground, try and get a wicket? Because you get a wicket here. If they get Jag here now, big change in this game. I
think it'll really depend on how Kobe Phillips goes here. If Kobe Phillips can pull back that run rate a bit and not go for too many, I expect they'll probably, roll the dice with another one of their spinners who have been reasonably effective. Isaac Manson, took 5 wickets a couple of weeks ago in a match-winning performance. So he seems to have got the golden touch at the moment.
So the challenge can be swapped here as well with Kobe Phillips bowling, because he bowls so flat and back of a length. It's very hard to hit him down the ground with a conventional cricket shot. You nearly need to cross-bat him. That's different. Onside wiggle and wriggle and a knock. That's the first time we've seen the ball go out towards the deep mid-wicket area.
You called it there, Pete. He just used his feet, got himself outside the line of the ball and did pull that to the leg side nicely.
He's hit that from well outside the leg stump, we see on the replay. And that's an angle through. Misfield. It won't get to the fence. Down will have to do the work. And a couple.
Nice couple of runs there, and Kobe's just bowling that wide outside off stump line, which is interesting because it does look a strength of Jagjit here, but he's persisting out there. Hasn't been punished too bad yet though.
Got a good field at the moment, Wellington. Not giving too many boundaries through that offside and saying you've got to go straight. As Phillips' first over gone, 9 runs off his first, and we're 13 done. In fact, it might have been 6 runs off his first.
They're looking a relaxed batting pair here, the two Weily Park batsmen, Kumar and Jagjit. They don't look too under pressure. They're playing some nice shots in between some reasonable defence.
Yeah, I'd imagine as a bowler, Jagjit's someone you'd be worried about. The ability to hit the ball various lengths down the ground. And McConnell, who's coming from the row end of the ground as the breeze is holding at the moment. Maybe a little bit of sun, thinking it's going to find its way through the clouds.
It's brightened up remarkably here just in the last few seconds. Nice change from Kumar there. Looked like he was winding up to hit that straight down the ground. It just adjusted nicely for the single down to backward point.
Great to see a couple of the sides with some Southern Asians playing. That's a beautiful shot. That's through the gap and that's away for four, and that's probably the most delicate shot we've seen today. We've seen some brute force, but that was wonderfully guided through backward point for a boundary.
Really nice shot. Just didn't try and hit it too hard, did he? Just knew exactly where he wanted to go. Bat through the line of the ball and four runs.
Yeah, we'll see Jag here. Just the quality of his hands. Just enough pace as well. And the outfield not being impacted by that dew and that tiny sprinkle we had. Just went wide on the crease there, McConnell. Not a bad idea. If he plays that same shot, he might bring the stumps into play. One thing that Wellington have not done, have tried to, I reckon they bowled 2% of their balls on stumps.
Yep.
Predominantly bowled outside off, which was their strategy.
And they've had the 7-2 field in most of the day. They've had the occasional period where they've had three people on the leg side, but for a vast majority of the day today, they've only had the two really, put their faith in the batsmen to bowl in the right areas. Sorry, the bowlers to bowl in the right areas.
So there's three on the ring in front of square on the offside and Downton just behind square. And then the fielder sweeping at a cover point, and then a long offer is in play, and then on the leg side is the one on the fence square, and then long on. So plenty of protection in the air, coming around, dropped.
Oh dear.
That's a big moment because Jug was trying to smack that one through cover, and the hands just did not work.
Young Harry Van Cranen there, just a little bit hard with the hands.
He covered it too, Van Cran, didn't he? He had it covered. He was trying to definitely hit that over. And then it just got caught up in his midriff, and Harry unable to take the catch, and disappointment in the hands for the youngster. And Muir probably thinks at the keeper, oh, that would have been a big wicket.
It's all about the length there for Matthew McConnell. He's bowling a fantastic length, just making it very difficult for Jagjit there to get inside out and play through the offside, which is clearly his strength. He's just getting a little tail into the batsman.
Bit of a risky shot from Jagjit. I mean, I think he was trying to find the six. It wasn't. He was going to try and elevate the ball over.
He's a six hitter. He's hit 36 sixes this year through his 16 games.
That's more than my career.
See now if he can just pull that bit of adrenaline back that he'll have rushing through his body.
Yeah, so it's the one outside on the offside, and then the straight, and that's where he's gone, straight to that.
Doing good job.
Cover.
Sorry, Paige. Doing great job here, Kobe Phillips. Only giving the Weily Park batsman one area of the ground to hit in. I think we've only seen one shot go to the leg side, and that was from well outside off stump. Bowling a really great line.
So a real critical moment already in this grand final. 2 for 86. The Kings, and he's gone to leg again, but didn't get it away.
Good adjustment, though. Really good adjustment.
It's a big adjustment. There's both batters are set into the 20s. The craft of Wellington of being able to stay in the game with so much experience, lots of finals experience for short form cricket throughout the last 7 or 8 years. Been good on the ground, haven't they, Wellington? They've stopped a lot of balls.
They have saved several. They would have saved 7 or 8 runs, I think, in the field so far.
Just those 2 drop catches. Muir was a tough one, but he got right hand to it. Then only a few moments ago, and Cran dropping one in the outfield. It's a big one. As Jagjit is dangerous. And he slaps into the off, straight down the ground for a single. I think this is the settling time at the moment, as Phillips and McConnell will take some time off here, get some overs in. 44 over game, reduced due to the dew on the ground, which is nearly unavoidable in late March, unfortunately. The game just started at 10:30. For many years, the grand final in every game I think would come to, and they'd be delayed due to the dew. And today, because it was no wind and no sun and a little cooler this morning, the dew wasn't able to dry up. They had ropes, they had vehicles on the ground, all sorts of stuff to try and dry it. And in the end, we got away an hour and 18 minutes after the scheduled start, which meant we've lost 12 overs all up across the 2 innings, so 6 per innings.
I think, Peach, we're at a key part of the game here for Sarwan Kumar. He's had a fantastic season. He's scored runs at a quick rate.
In the air. This should be out. It's gone. Oh. Well, as you were saying, Sarwan has smacked it down the ground and smacked it straight to the fielder. And a wonderful catch by Kobe Phillips, the captain. Dropped in the last over from McConnell, and Phillips makes up.
It's a huge moment, and I wish I'd started talking 10 seconds earlier, Pooch, because what I was about to say is that all year he's got 20 or 30 runs at a quick clip and then gotten caught. He gets caught every time he gets out.
Well, he got caught straight down the ground. They had the field right, and he probably wanted to hit it a bit straighter as well, and probably wanted to hit it a lot longer. That's a good catch by Phillips.
And it's only the last over that they really straightened up. Well, the over before, they straightened up that long on.
It, well, we get that long on much straighter. So an important wicket. The game's still tight. There's tension involved. And we're going to have a drinks break here in the SCA Grand Final. Right on a big moment. An important time frame as Sarwan Kumar trying to smack one down the ground. Gets caught by Kobe Phillips. Bowled by McConnell. Jagrat Singh still there, the captain, on 26. He's going at a runner ball. We'll have a break here in the SCA Grand Final. We'll be back in a few moments. So welcome back. I've had a drinks break and a wicket fell right just before we needed to take that at 3 for 89 here, Weily Park. I'll be very disappointed to see So and Kumar wander off. And at the moment, it's pretty close. It's hard to know. Antrapreet Singh now into the wicket.
Had a solid year, Antrapreet. Hasn't set the world on fire. Played most games. Just a high score of 40. And really what Weily Park need now is just someone to hang around with the captain, Jagjit. Just to ensure that, Wellington Park don't get their tail up.
So Antrapreet, first ball for him outside. The offs gives confidence, doesn't get a wicket, gives you confidence. Next batter comes in, takes a while to get started. The batter at the other end just thinks, oh, I've got to maybe settle down. The whole rhythm changes, doesn't it, John, with a wicket?
Sure does. Another good line, good length here from Matthew McConnell.
Yeah, he got hit in the chest there too, Muir, with that one. Standing up, he's on the screen. McConnell doesn't look that quick, but I can guarantee he's much quicker live and can be deceptive. We've got a deep mid wicket in play for Antrapreet. Bit of coverage still on the offside.
There's still no one behind square. Like they're good on the Wellington Cricket Club here, having confidence in their bowlers to bowl they want to be. They have not had one fieldsman, I think, behind mid wicket all day.
Ooh. There's that extra bounce, isn't it?
Yep.
He's getting a good wrist position at release. Able to just get the ball to jump a little bit. That's the end of a wicket taking over from McConnell. He's 3 gone. He's 1 for 13. Antrapreet Singh yet to score, and the captain Jagjit Singh on 26. He's gone for a runner ball, 2 boundaries to him, and the one long, lengthy blow over long off. And there are some of our sponsors up on the screen.
What a great job Matthew McConnell's done here, really. What more do you want to do than take a wicket and then bowl 4 balls right on the money, to a new batsman?
Well, just after, Matt Bromfield's first over got a wicket, bowled quite well, bowled some dangerous balls. Next, his last over went for runs, and the whole game changed, didn't it?
Absolutely.
McConnell's been able to drag things back.
It's why cricket's such a fantastic game. It can change with one delivery. And the whole tone, the whole feel of the game, momentum switches nearly immediately.
Now, do they attack here a little bit with the new batter in play? So Antrapreet taking his strike. So Down saying, in fact, Brown saying, do I go square or do I come up? No, he's not. He's staying on the circle. Same field as the last delivery.
It still is a very defensive field. I do think they are very concerned, Wellington, about the boundary ball.
I think that's
about protecting those areas.
I think Wellington's going, well, we want to restrict them for a score we can chase. I mean, that sounds simple, but it's the first ball that's been tossed up from Kobe Phillips. But I think they're saying, well, we've got a good batting lineup. We can grind this game out. We can chase 230, 240. Struggle to chase 300, which could easily be the score that Weily Park can get today.
Sure. That Weily Park, they are a boundary hitting side too, and they've proven it already. They've hit 6s straight over the fieldsman.
Yep.
They've been caught a couple of times where fields have been on the boundary, so they do back themselves to hit the long ball.
Well, that's getting close to the boundary. Bromfield's a good fielder. He'll get around and sort that out.
It is the slowest part of the ground there, that backward point area from this end. The ball's travelling really well on the other side of the ground, down long and down to the leg side, but it does slow up considerably there. And that was that wet patch I think the umpires were worried about early on in the morning. And another fieldsman over here into the offside, leaving no one in the ring on the leg side. Yeah,
so at the moment around about 55% of the runs close, just doing a calculation in my head, come from boundaries. So it's probably a little lower than normal, to be fair. So that's exactly the job that Wellington want to do. Restrict boundaries. That will most likely not just restrict scores, but put more pressure on and maybe create wickets. Ooh. That's just fallen short. I don't think it was a bump ball. It was an awkward cricket shot, and it stayed in the air for a very long time and just falling in front of the fingers of the fielder. Just throwing it up a little bit here and bowling a little straighter to the new batter at the moment, Phillips, and that's the end of his fourth over, 4 overs, none for 18 from Phillips, and Weily Park have moved to 3 for 95 after 17.
It is a classic double bluff, isn't it, from a spinner? Is you bring the, you remove everyone from the leg side, and then what do? You bowl at the stumps just to try and double bluff a batsman. I think your call here about the lack of boundaries to the Weily Park Rockers is a good call here, Peach. If you have a look at Jagjit stats through the year, he has scored nearly right on 500 of his 750 runs from boundaries. So they are just a bit below where they normally would be, I believe.
And this is the cunning nature of Wellington. Have been here before, and they would have come with a plan, and no doubt Weily Park would have come in at a plan as well. But they may have just backed themselves, Weily, to be able to find the boundary, which, to be fair, they have at times, but it's been a lot less than in previous games. So McConnell to continue. He's turned this game around along with Phillips. Phillips hasn't picked up a wicket. McConnell with just the one.
He's bowling fantastic area here, Matthew McConnell. Really difficult to score off. And has been all year, to be really fair, all year.
There's that one, he gets a bit of extra bounce. You can actually see he just released the ball a little different.
Yep. Just comes straight down the back of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And hard to tell from the batter's end, but we can tell here. We can actually see him change his wrist position on the one that gets that little bit of extra bounce, tries to maybe even hit the seam. The ball would be already starting to soften. That would have been a very good spell of 4 balls and no run, but unfortunately the single off the 4 from a misfield.
Just being very, very consistent here, McConnell. Balls hitting the same area every time. Just shoring up the offside field here. They've clearly got a feeling here, Wellington, that Antipreet does like that offside as opposed to the leg side plate.
Yep, they've straight away given an extra fielder over there, haven't they? As soon as he's come on strike.
And behind square, you can see the field here. We've got the we've got the wide third man. We've got the backward point. We've got the short third man. So there's 3 fields in a very, very narrow part of the ground there.
Yeah, he's struggling to get any timing, Antipreet. He's come out and with a little bit of momentum with his team, then the wicket happens. Jag's been trying to get strike. He's been a little bit maroon. No boundaries for him for around 15 deliveries. And things have just settled for Wellington, haven't they? We nearly got to 100. They would have got it in about this over, I reckon, or even the 17th over the way they were going. But now they've just settled things down.
Not doing a great job here at turning the strike over Wellington. They've hit a few boundaries, but especially their new batsmen. They've just gotten a little bit bogged down. And I think what they really need now is just a few overs of 4 to 5 runs. Not the 10, the 15. They're always handy, but 4 or 5 overs at 5 runs each, with no risk. He's probably what the doctor orders here.
Well, they were knocking and running, weren't they, in those early stages? They were happy to hit, and I don't mean too rude around some of the Wellington fielders, but they're right on the line on the offside behind square. Not necessarily the fastest coming in. They're actually protecting the boundaries. It's not really coming a long way in. There is a single if you push into that space.
It's dried up though. Those little knock and runs. Those the top order batsmen really were trying to play inside out. Jagjit seems to not do that so much.
I also think Jagjit's just slowed things down because he knows he can accelerate. He also knows he's got fielders, I should say, Patel and others to come, and Ismail. He knows he's got capacity.
It's a nice shot that out to deep cover.
It's a beautiful timing. That flew off the bat.
What Jagjit will know here is that they are all power from here, Weily Park. Antipreet is probably the last batsman that will dig in and shore up some balls. Where the remaining 5 or 6 or probably 6 or 7 batsmen here are all go. Could be some exciting cricket to come.
So Anta on strike. He's just looking at the field as the deep extra cover, or nearly a poly cover point now. Wanders back onto the line to provide some extra support for Kobe Phillips bowling outside off. Let's see if he's prepared to throw one up on the legs. No, he bowls it very wide, and in fact it's been called. It might be his first.
Yeah, he's bowled a couple out there, but like he can't be too upset. He really is pushing that 75 centimetre line there. You know, he really wants Antipreet hitting in the one area.
There's that fuller one on the legs, and Antipreet getting tangled up and squashing it into the ground. He's full of energy still. Kobe Phillips running around the field. That's the end of his fifth. He's none for 20.
He's done a fine job, Kobe. He really hasn't been overly threatening, but really, when he came on to bowl, the runs were flowing for a few overs, and he has pulled that right back, pardon me, along with Matthew McConnell at the other end. A great spell bowling.
So which team's going to break this game apart? At its level, you feel it's 3 for 98. We're into the 20th over, so we've got a sample size which is not too bad from Wellington's point of view. Maybe a fraction slower than they would have liked, but with lots of power to come. Fireworks still.
Another great delivery there. And I think you're right here, Peach. The game has evened right up. You know, it was only probably 5 overs ago that they were travelling Wiley Park at over 6 runs and over. It's only just 5 now.
Tell you what, he's a beautiful time of the ball, isn't he, Jack? I think it just leans into it.
I think if Wellington can get Jagjit here, they'll feel on top of the game, regardless of the run rate at 5 runs and over. Wellington will feel on top if they can get him out in the next 10 or 20 runs.
He's also got no stickers on the front of his bat, and it's rocketing off at the moment. Wouldn't mind seeing him on some turf wicket with a maybe slightly quicker bowlers. I'm sure he's probably played a high level at somewhere, but I'd imagine he'd cause some real damage with a faster bowler. The ball would fly off his bat with a 4-piece ball.
He hasn't laid into one yet, has he, really? He's just played good cricket shots so far.
Yeah, early doors he had a couple. He took it on, and that was good. It was risk versus reward. The field was slightly up, but he kind of took a couple, but now he's settled in and probably knows 3 or 4 overs of this. And Antipreet can just settle himself in as well as he nudges it behind the offside for a single.
I think that's probably what Wiley Park need to see a bit more from him, is to be able to just pop that ball into the gap there and get off strike without soaking up too many dot balls. He doesn't look like he's going to be a massive boundary hitter. Oh, hello.
Wow. Out of nowhere. Oh, smacks it long and luscious. And smacking to the roof and nearly missed the light.
What a fantastic shot. And it's the one thing that Matthew McConnell hasn't done in his 4.5 overs yet. He's strayed too close to those stumps. You know, he just got too close to off stump there, and Jag is just taking him straight over mid-wicket for a really impressive 6 runs.
That's brutal. McConnell, back of a length, and that one, as you said, a fraction fuller and a fraction straighter than the previous, nearly sample size.
Yep.
And Jag it. He absolutely creamed it over squarish mid-on for a wonderful 6. So does that show some intent and some thoughtfulness around his choice of ball that he's going to attack? And there's nearly exactly the same ball again, but he's decided to hit it straight down the ground. It's cat and mouse stuff here in the SCA Grand Final. We're 20 done, 3 for 106 Wiley Park.
What a great game here. Like, we're positioned really nicely for a fantastic 24 overs here. I think Wellington would be reasonably happy. They're probably one wicket behind where they'd rather be, but Kobe, you know, in the pre-game interview did say 240, 250 they'd be happy, and we're nearing the halfway mark. And, you know, Wiley Park are only just on track to score that. If you don't consider the power, you know, and aggression they've got in the bottom half of their order. Wiley Park will feel like here they've, you know, just got a really nice platform from which to propel themselves. And I think we'll still be looking 270, 280 runs, which would be a very, very competitive score.
So Antipreet back on strike. Gets a fuller one.
You bowl a little full toss there. It's pretty much a free run in the leg side there, especially when you've got nobody inside the ring.
So runner ball gets them just to about 145, 146. That seems very gettable.
145.
Oh, sorry, 245. So that we'll get them to that mark that's been spoken about, that they would feel that's about par Wellington to chase down. those that haven't been at Weily Park before, quite short boundaries long, particularly coming towards the railway end, so where the van is, where we're set up and the cameras are. There's enough cover on the leg and the offside, but still it does roll a little bit away towards the change rooms to the right, as we can pan out there. It's a ground and a reasonably quick boundary, or I should say reasonably quick outfield. I reckon you can score quite rapidly here, particularly the idea that Weily Park like to hit the ball straight. They're going to get an extra run here. That's the second time. Well, the opening run of the game was a misfield, and it's happened again. Sloppy stuff from Wellington.
Just not quite aware enough there, Wellington, and I think it's an absolute symptom of not having that mid-wicket or square leg in place. You've really got to
you've got to be
on
on
the
your
ball.
don't you?
Yep.
Yeah, it's the one backing up or the someone coming into the stumps. Got to be all on it. Jagrick back on strike.
Good off his own bowling, Kobe Phillips. Good fieldsman, actually.
He's a super fielder. Sure, he signed for this year in the local footy comp.
Glenorchy lad last year, wasn't
he? Yeah, I think he's there again.
Yep.
He might even be in the leadership group this year with Glenorchy. Good year coming up for them. They're looking like a half-decent side.
Well, to be fair, Peach, couldn't get any worse than the last few years. So,
well, they picked up last year, and they've got, it's got some good leaders at the club.
They're a proud club, Glenorchy. We might have an interesting bowling change here. Matthew McConnell's bowled 5 quality overs. Is this Isaac Manson coming on?
Yeah, it is Manson.
Yep. He'll bowl some right arm nudes. Had a really good last few weeks with the ball, Manson.
So we'll just go through what's happened with the bowling lineup while Manson gets his right arm warmed up. Downton 4 overs, 1 made, none for 6. Once again, Misley. Brown with the wicket, 3 overs, 1 for 22. Matty Bromfield got a wicket in his first over, but his third over did go the journey, 1 for 36 for him, but really only 1 bad over in that. But it was one where he lost his confidence. Kobe Phillips has been good, 6 overs, none for 24. And Matty McConnell has now been replaced, 1 for 22 off his 5 overs. So only most of the bowlers are going 4.5 and under, bar Brown's first few. And that's knocked into this off. That's better. You're calling out for that, weren't you, John? Just rotate the strike. And you could see both Sarwan and Antropine and Jajik just having a little chat. No, we've got to be ready, got to be backing up.
And still no one behind square here. If there was one of the bowlers through the Wellington bowling lineup who might be, that little less consistent, I should say, with their line, it would be Isaac Manson. But, Kobe said, mate, put it outside off and we'll save a fieldsman.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's their style.
Fantastic.
They're going, well, you're not going to bowl there. We're telling you not to. One thing about Manson, he'll get through his overs quick.
Yep.
There's no problem about making up time here. We're a little slow. So the weather is looking a little grey still, but much brighter and nicer than what it was 40 minutes ago. Right before the game started, we had a really nasty front come through from the southwest, which may have hit the city a bit worse. It was winds at around 60 kilometres an hour in the city. Duff went up the scissor lift, came down the scissor lift. We were shaking and rocking here in the van. And now things have settled down.
Yeah, I think he's back up. He's back up.
Well, he's back. He's midway up at the moment. That's hit firmly. Should be cut off. No, it won't.
Great shot.
A wonderful cricket shot, punching the ball off the bat foot. And we're seeing the full range of shots over the last couple of overs and the patience from Jag.
He does seem a patient batsman. You could see a level of anxiety around the couple of the top order batsmen who did play some rash shots before they played a rash shot to get out. But Jaggy does seem a very, very patient batsman, and when the ball's there to be put away, today he's put it away.
Unfairly to use an Australian colloquialism, which is a bit more modern, it was a lot going on.
Yeah.
And you've got to say going on too. It was a multitude of swings of the bat. There was appeals. There was, at one stage, Wellington thought they had a wicket off Downton. The umpires came together. There was conversation, and it was a very busy time, those first 10 overs, and things have settled. only the 1 wicket in the last little while. Antropete's been good. He's settled things down, and Jag is starting to look dominant out there, and his decision-making has been outstanding. So
Absolutely.
as soon as he gets a straight one, he went over mid-wicket. When he gets one a bit shorter, he's trying to get it through backward point. But as soon as he gets one full, that cover drive is just majestic.
And more importantly for the Weily Park Kings, he's staring down another half-century. And this year, more often than not, when he's made that 50 mark, he has gone on to make a bigger score.
They've got the offside field packed again for Antropete. So they've got we'll call it a third man inside. Then they've got a gully, more of a true gully. That's actually in a catching position. And he just taps it on the on, gets a run. And then there was 3 other fielders just in front of point, also inside the ring. And now we've got the change. We've got the fielders spread, if you like, as soon as Jagdrick comes back on strike. The mid-on goes back. The long-on goes back. The long-off was already back. And he leaves it alone.
I have a feeling you might know he's close to his half-century here, Peach. And
yeah, what they don't have is a deep backward point, so they're trying to cover that in the ring at the moment, but he bowls full and he just gives it a bit of a tap down the ground for a single.
clever batting. Probably upset with himself there that let the full toss go away. He's doing a bit of arm shaking there, but still got a smile on his face, which is good to see.
So another over gone. The KFC Kookaburra, the KFC SCA Grand Final. Thanks to all those that have been involved in the competition this year, to the board of the SCA. To that guy there, what's he up to? He's having a little look. Having a break. Working on a Saturday. Got some wood to get rid of as well by the look of it.
Why wouldn't you want to have a look? We've got a fantastic game of cricket here.
Tell you what, there's a little wet area here just to the right of us. It's not very big. Duff may pan to it at some stage. You probably can't see it. There's like 7 or 8 people huddled in and around the rubbish bin. I'm not sure they're trying to be protected from the rain, but more so the wind. It doesn't feel like a summer's day or a cricketing day, but it's certainly entertaining. And we are set up for a ripper of a finish to this innings from Weily Park at 3 down. Bang! Is that going to be gone? Oh, Bromfield flew to his left and nearly took an absolute spectacular catch, which would have made up for his 3rd over. I can tell you what an effort. He's probably saved 6. That was going.
Fantastic effort.
Look at this in the replay. Oh, got both hands to it as well. Fairly heavy landing from Bromfield. And I think it's a big wide. Here it is again. Bromfield aerial. That's tough because it was so flat and fast, wasn't it? He didn't have much time to react to a fantastic effort. Now that's punched firmly down the ground. Phillips was in play. There's that ball just skipping up again. It's an awkward outfield here at Weily Park. Not necessarily the easiest. Got to be on your game. And Bromfield, I reckon that was a decent hit. And he hit the ground. Lost a bit of oxygen, I reckon, out of his stomach.
Huge moment.
Out of his lungs, I should say.
Huge moment.
Yeah, those moments in the grand final, those special things that fielders do can often keep you in it or change the momentum. And Jags had a couple of opportunities, hasn't they, to get him out today.
Yeah, they've had a couple of, but they've also saved some runs on the boundary, because you're right, that saved, 2 or 4 runs, just stopping the ball from going over the boundary there. And they've done that 3 or 4 times around the ground. So if the game does get close later on,
yeah, there's probably, I reckon there's
at
least 14 or 15 runs been saved in the outfield. There's some runs, and the infield, he should be out. He is. He's run out at the keeper's end. He turned, he hit it straight to the right-hand side of the fielder, who was a backward point. And Antropete turned as he took off. He then heard a big no from Jag, who sent him back. There was never there shouldn't have been a run because the fielder dived to the ground. A brilliant piece of fielding through him backward point. And unfortunately, he's just off the side of the pitch as he tried to turn, and he was a long way out of his ground. And there's the fielding moment.
It was actually a fantastic piece of field. I'm not quite sure who it was there, but he's managed to dive and save the ball, turn on his bum, and then throw a great throw, to be fair, to Nathan Muir.
Yeah, he's lying prone on the ground when he threw it.
Was it Darren Brown? It was Darren Brown.
It must have been Brown,
Yep.
yeah. So Brown with the run out, with a little bit of help from Muir at the end. Antabreed Singh is on his way for 7. A big wicket, still. Jagrat Singh is there on 49, just shy of another half century. And there's the scoreboard as Ravi Patel comes out.
I'm really looking forward today to seeing Ravi Patel. He's an excitement machine, boundary hitting machine. He has dug Weily Park out of the doldrums twice this year by making 70, 80 runs off very, very few deliveries. So it's interesting to see how Ravi will take the game on here, because there still is 20 odd overs to go, or 20 overs to go, and Weily Park needs some runs out of him.
Yeah, there's exactly 20 overs left.
Yep.
You can see the disappointment in Antabreed, as he was equal disappointed at the other end was Jagrat too. But full of life again, Weily. I should say Wellington, as they pick up a big wicket. At a time when things were steady, but the runs were just coming. The odd boundary from Jagrat Singh was keeping the momentum going.
You can feel a bit of energy from the Wellington lads. Interesting, the field. Ravi Patel's first ball, and the field is spread.
No, I think they get an idea of what he's going to bring to the party. Will it be a party today, or will someone ruin his? There's Isaac Manson. It's bowled a bit of a mixture in this over. No, a lot of predictability, and that was nearly identical to the type of shot and fielding then from Pom Brown in his last dismissal.
Clearly practices the throw off the backside, Darren Brown.
Yeah, too lazy to get up. So wicket in that over. Antabreed on his way, run out as he tried to turn and being sent back by Jagrat. And 4 down at 123 after 24 overs. The game is very much level pegging.
In need here again, Weily Park, just a period of consolidation. We've got Ravi Patel, the excitement machine, out in the middle. There is some power to come, so it's not all do or die here. There is some power to come in the batting lineup for the Weily Park Kings, but they don't want to be losing too many wickets in a row here and let Wellington get on top.
Right, so Kobe Phillips to continue. I feel like he'll bowl out Kobe, but is there some question for doubt? Does he come back and get that one extra wicket? Does he find his way back in and have a bowl in the next couple of overs? Does then you can nearly say have one. The challenge I have though for a 47-year-old is to come back and go, you're going to come back and zip it on straight away. But he's got such skill. That was skill, but didn't beat the field.
Has they to do right on the field though, Downton, so far. He's really wandered there from short third man to short third man. I'm not sure he's had to chase one down yet, so he should be reasonably fresh.
Yeah, no, he hasn't run a lot. Doesn't need to. He's too smart for that. It's a leg side delivery, a bit of work.
That's 50 for Jagjit there.
Jahanapath had to go out there and get it. That's a fine half century from the captain in a grand final, as Jagjit Singh reaches 51 with that knock to the leg. Now that's forceful. That's through. Probably won't get to the fence, or is it going to be tight? Yes.
Lovely stroke.
I don't reckon the crowd knew he hit a 50 either, because there wasn't many claps from over the scorers. But it is a half century to Jagrat, and then follows it up with a wonderful punch. However, Downton was a misfield then.
Sure where the crowd is, Peach. If you look over there to the right, there's a few people floating around, but it looks like there's a ton of cars in the car park.
Yeah, there's a lot. Everyone's brought their own car, I think, from the players.
A bit of pressure on Jagjit here, I think you'll find. He's captain coach of the club. He'll know he's been the leading run getter all year. Pushes one down to a deep long off. But he'll know he can't get out now. If he gets out now, Weily Park are at risk
getting dumped
of a subpar 200 score.
Yeah, agree. Yep. And suddenly it becomes a whole different ball game. But I mean, this is what you live for, don't you? As a batter, a middle order batter, or middle order overs, should say. The field's been spread.
Yep. Small
ground, grand final. You know you're in good form. You know you're capable. You've got mostly medium pace. It's nothing too worrying. Downton's still having a bit of a breather. You kind of go, well, I'll pick my way through these moments. I'll wait for the type of ball. I know that I can hit through pretty much any ball for 6 or 4 through the offside if it's in the right spot. They're not bowling straight, so I don't have to worry too much about the leg side.
Yeah.
I've got my game plan. It's all offside or maybe straight down the ground. It's going to be a little bit about what else is going to be done by the other batters. Patel on strike.
Probably make a good point there, is that the Wellington haven't attacked the stumps today, and Wiley Park have continued to play a bit of a high-risk game. Apart from Jagjit, Wiley Park have played a high-risk game, which they've probably done with massive success all year.
Well, that's been dispatched just shy of the line and a boundary. And that was his first forceful shot from Ravi Patel. His fourth ball in, and he's found the fence.
Oh, that was Jagjit. Probably not the best ball.
Sorry,
he's probably not the best shot he's played all day, but still only, half a metre away from being 6 runs. I think that's the inconsistency that we might see from Isaac Manson. He'll just give Jagjit the odd ball to score off.
But I also think Jagjit can nearly hit any ball for 4 if he wants, and that one's smacked into the fielder's hands. But I nearly think he can pick and choose when he wants to hit a boundary, particularly against mediums.
Absolutely.
Maybe harder against Phillips. And now he just uses a little bit more control and goes behind point.
Dan Brown with the throw off the backside again. He's specialising in that today. It's fantastic. He hasn't missed one yet. Straight to Nathan Mills' gloves every time.
So now it's Patel on strike.
Well, that's well played. I'm feeling he'll like the look of Isaac Manson here, and be interesting to see if he lets himself get in for a few deliveries first, or if he just can't quite contain himself and he tries to put one right over the back there of the change rooms.
He's had 3 ducks this year too, Patel. So, I mean, that's not a lot, I suppose. But, I mean, 3 over 12 innings. That's when you break it down to that. So he has got out cheaply on a few occasions. Maybe a nervous starter, who knows. But striking at nearly 133, he's a dangerous player.
I think the important thing here is that, he's had to come in a lot behind Jagjit and Jugraj, who have made big scores, So he's had to come in and go from ball 1. He has performed well a couple of times when Wiley Park have been in trouble, scored very quickly, and today's one of those days. They're not flying.
Yep.
They're not necessarily on top of the game. It's real 50-50 stuff. So it'll be interesting to see how he responds.
Yeah, Juggerizer was that big wicket, wasn't it? That was
huge.
Bloomfield getting that one. It was a nice ball outside off. But they're still finding a way. Punch down the ground, in the air. It's gone over his head. Well, he came in searching for the ball, but Harry Van Cran has missed another.
Gee, he's just well and truly misread that, Harry Van Cran. He's run in straight under that, and it's only gone for 4. It's bounced inside the boundary line.
Well, he's come, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then he knows he's done. He knows he's done, Harry Van Cran. He was probably a few metres inside the fence already. Another missed opportunity for Wellington. As much as their fielding's been good on the ground, in the air, on the outfield, it's been, well, Harry twice. We won't say Broomfield. We'll say that was a phenomenal effort.
Phenomenal, yeah.
But there's been a couple of others that have been very gettable.
Reality is there. 4 steps to his left and he takes the catch.
Well, he stays where he was.
Yeah.
He would have taken the catch. It is dark. I'm not sure what it's. There's actually, and I don't know this is an excuse for Harry, but there's a massive white shed behind us. And I just wonder if that's mucked up his vision. He's a long way behind us, but now that's in the air. That's out. Brilliantly taken. Yagapath takes the catch at deep mid-wicket. And Patel has found the fielder.
Quite sure what he was thinking there, Patel. He just hasn't tried to hit that. He's just basically guided the ball to deep mid-wicket. Not quite sure he was. Have a look at this here. He just hasn't he hasn't hit it.
This is a good catch by Vishwar. Like, he's been waiting out there. He hasn't actually fielded the ball that much today. That's
just mark
in an awkward spot as well, and that is a massive wicket, and he's absolutely cock-a-hoot. Ravi Patel gone for a duck, and all the pressure now on Jagjit Singh, the captain coach, on 66.
Another huge moment. There's been some big moments in the game today. Wellington have capitalised on a couple. They've let a couple slip. But it's been a real 50-50 contest now, and the scoreboard suggests that no one team is on top. Jagjit really feels like he's got the game in his hands here.
Yeah, and
if he can bat through to the end, Weily Park put a good score on the board. If he gets out now, my word, they'll feel in massive amounts of trouble.
Norgan now. He's coming at a time when Wellington have just worked their way on top.
They played the 5 games this year. Unhuge.
Thanug Shah on strike. There's a bit of noise out there as well, isn't there?
Well, they're up and about Wellington, and so they should be. This is a grand final. You know, they've played in several. They know exactly what it takes to win finals at Wellington Cricket Club. Been a dominant team in the Southern Cricket Association since they came over.
I actually got his pronunciation down as Anuj, but I might have that wrong. Maybe less a J or a G. You did actually go and double check a couple of the pronunciations of some of the names that we may be not so familiar with.
I did.
But I did have him down as Anorg, but it could be Anuj. We'll try and get that one for us. We want to make sure we get it right. And there's the wicket of Patel. Ravi found Vishwa in the deep. Spot a few wide, hasn't he, McConnell?
Isaac Manson.
Isaac Manson.
I think I mentioned it earlier. He just will be a little bit more erratic than the form previous 4 bowlers. But sometimes that's not such a bad thing either.
Well, that little bit of less predictability, isn't it?
Yep.
Still, is there a Downton time? Is it the Weily veteran's left arm's time? Oh, straight back at his legs. Manson did a good job to collect it. Phillips is buzzing at the moment, the captain of Wellington.
As Jag gets another easy single out there to deep point, I reckon that Wellington will stick with Isaac Manson here for probably just another couple of overs before they look to bring their quicks back, especially with Jagjit not getting a real hold of him at the moment. 5 runs and over here is acceptable, I think, as far as Wellington are concerned.
Yeah, can Jagjit keep taking the approach of knocking it around and the odd 6? Probably every 5 or 6 deliveries he was hitting a boundary. But now at 5 down to 142 in the 28th over. So 16 overs left. And the pressure is right on the team that's been so dominant. And that one's outside the off stump. Bit of extra bounce.
Some good bounce, didn't it?
Little off spinner.
Just a little bit of turn too.
Yeah. Yeah, I reckon he told someone, I'm going to bowl a little offie here. And there's another one. I think it literally completely different deliveries. The previous one, he actually got his fingers to go over the top of the ball, and that one just slid on. And that's the end of the over. Manson's kept things pretty quiet as we've gone 28 at 5 for 142. I don't think people realise, John, but when the people that get, the professional commentators do their thing, they get an ad break, don't they, between every over, for the most part. Obviously, they also have people coming in and out and swap in and out, but that's okay. We can cop a day of cricket, your company, but probably a good thing we're not watching ads in between the deliveries or between the overs.
Well, indeed. Just trying to decide if I'm offended by your attack on my lack of professionalism.
My first ever cricket game I covered for Duff TV was a Premier League grand final. It was 9 or 10 years ago. And Duff said, do you want to commentate? You seem to know a bit about cricket. I said, yeah, sure. I did 2 days non-stop by myself.
Yeah, right.
It was great. It was a South Hobart Sandy Bay 1, George Bailey. Yeah, it was Jero's first time coming along as well. I invited him along. And literally, it's made Duff TV, Jerry.
New bowl here in your hand path. Another Weily spinner.
Yeah, Hampath probably won't bowl out here. Can't bowl out, I shouldn't say, but
Interesting, Kobe Phillips come off with the reduction. He's decided to keep the 10th.
He's done.
Yeah.
He can't bowl that last one as he knocks down the ground. Yeah, so Downton with potentially, he's got the 4, so he's got 4 or 5 left. Brown, 5 or 6 left. Phillips done. McConnell still got maybe 3 left for him. And Manson, I'd imagine he's going to keep going, won't he? At 4 overs done for 18. You look at this, you take out Bromfield, they've all gone for 4, 4.5.
Yep.
Yeah, Brown went for a few extra, but that was in the early doors when they were taking some risks. They're going to go for a run here. Now, the ball should have been thrown to the keeper's, I should say to the bowler's end. Brown again involved, square of the wicket. He's got a very good arm still.
That run rate you're talking about, I think, is just a reflection, Peach, on the lines that Wellington are bowled as Anuj gets one off to the leg side there. They really have bowled a very, very consistent outside off-stump line, which gives them the ability to really pack up that side of the field and remove a lot of boundary hitting power away from the Weily Park Kings.
Been good from Hampath. He's right on the money. His first over, only taking the 4 runs off at Weily Park, 146 after 29. We're at the back end of this innings. 2/3 of the way through there are some of the sponsors. KFC SCA Grand Final, thanks to the Kookaburra at Clennett Hire. The Cricket Hub, Pritchards Key Co. And just a reminder, probably people don't know, FrogBox isn't streaming live today. There's a few issues with the Frog. But why would you go to the FrogBox when you got Duff TV stream? So if you listen to this, you're already on the Duff TV stream anyway.
Isaac Manson, as expected, back into the attack. That was a good over from Hampath there. He just seemed to attack the stumps just a little bit more than the other bowlers from Wellington. So if his length was fantastic. If he does drop it back a little bit, he might go the distance. Good again from
I think the guy
Isaac Manson.
I don't even know if I could hear the effects much, but the chainsaw's going. Is someone up? He's got a lot of timber, a lot of wood to cut, that guy up there. We saw the before. That's outside off stump and outside the off stump of the bat. Wide, punched, single. Jared just handed me a note. First time he handed it to me, I couldn't read it. Now, this is what happens is us modern day people, we work on computers, we rarely handwrite anything. Second time, that was better, Jerry. Nearly at the drinks break. And there's certainly a rising of noise from the Wellington fielders as they think they're on top. Jag's still there. He's on strike and he gets a wide one. Now that was called generous. Wide. That was called wide. I mean, it wasn't wide. What are you doing? The umpire's been good so far. Just that one controversial appeal, which still didn't hear a noise.
This is good from Isaac Manson. That's fantastic over. Only the 1 run off it. Just probably reflective of the fact that a drinks break is imminent and that Jagjit here might just be feeling a little bit of pressure.
No, Jagjit's fine. I haven't seen it today. I've got no issue with how he's feeling. I think look how relaxed he's been, leaning in the bat. He takes his gloves off in between deliveries. He knows he has the potential to whack boundaries at will. He's at the non-striker's end, though. I know John, there he is. Is that him up there? It's making a lot of noise, isn't
Making a racket, that's for sure.
So Norg about to face, he's on 3 off 9. And he's whipping it to leg. Noog's probably the first batter we've seen work the ball to leg today. Most have been content to play inside the line.
He looks a busy batsman at the crease. He looks a bit toey. Just wondered if he's nervous or if he's just not quite getting the line that he wants.
There's a whole range of styles and rhythms of batters, isn't there? Some are like Jag at the other end, he leans on it, looks relaxed, may not be inside. I know now on this end, lots of movements. Fidgety.
It's what makes cricket one of the greatest games on earth.
We can't, there's no time to do what
Yep.
a lot of the Australian batters, Labuschagne and Steve Smith do. It's they fiddle with their pads and arms and legs and eyebrows before the next delivery. We are flying through the overs here. And Yamapath is doing a good job. He's coming in these middle times when potentially runs with the option for the opposition, and he's been able to keep it very quiet. Well, there was a call to go to the keeper's end of the ground, but Jagjit was closely tracking that one and had no risk with his long legs and getting home.
It's been a good 11 deliveries from your Hampath here. Hasn't given the batsman really anything to, swing their arms at. Kept it very, very tight. Right when they need to keep it tight. Lovely finish. Bit more of that from Wellington. Is exactly what Kobe Phillips would be wanting out of his bowlers. Full length, no room.
Yeah, certainly Hampath's numbers for the year. He hasn't bowled a heap of overs every game, but he's been consistently getting less than a wicket a game. But his strike rate's pretty, I should say the run rate's pretty good, so he does keep the runs down. So 13 overs left in the first innings, reduced due to a late start of an hour and 18 minutes due to some dew on the ground. Anil going to strike in the air and out. Straight to the man in a cover. And Hemming has the catch. And they've got their 6, and Manson gets a snog from Muir.
Just looked like that could happen any time. Anuj there just looked nervous. His feet were all over the place. He was jumping around at the crease, and that is just a very, very soft dismissal.
Do you know what? He took a bit of pace off there, Manson, too. Just a little bit more flight than some of his previous deliveries. And what a celebration. The slap of the knee. What's that, some sort of cowboy thing? Can we get that again, Jerry? Can we get Manson's celebration there after the wicket? Maybe he's starting something. I'm not on TikTok, so I wouldn't have a clue what's cool. I've got records. I got no idea. Here it is. What's that?
Ooh, that might be. Is that the Nikhil Chowdhury celebration from the Big Bash?
Yeah, maybe. Yes, it might have been. Big wicket. Awkward shot, to say the least. A big celebration. There we go.
It's a very, very well-timed wicket yet again from the Wellington Cricket Club. All day so far through the 30 overs, they've taken a wicket right when they've needed one. That Weily Park just haven't been able to get away from Wellington, apart from probably just a 4-over spell right at the very end of Matthew Bromfield's spell.
We're going to have a break here on Duff TV. It's 6 for 148. It's a drinks break. And a wicket fell right on drinks again, just the same as the first ones. We'll be back soon. Back here soon. We're going to go and chat to that chap with the chainsaw and get him to be a bit more quiet. right, last stanza of this first innings in the SCA Grand Final. At 5 or 6 down for 148. A wicket fell right on the break again. And Yadamar, the vice captain's come into place. So the slow bowlers of Wellington have got them right on top. They've picked up wickets reasonably regularly. They've kept the runs down. Well, mostly the fielding's been pretty good. We've seen a couple of drop catches, and Cranham was tangled up a few overs ago. But from here, John Annie, 240, is that a bit of a stretch?
Well, here with 13 overs to go, Peach, I think that 240 is, if my maths is right, is runnable. And Weily Park are going to be wanting at least that, I think, in an ideal scenario. And with Jagjit, still at the crease, I think it's very achievable.
Well, he's absolutely smacked that down the ground.
What they are going to have to contend with is another 4 or 5 overs from a miserly Andrew Downton today.
Yep.
Another 4 overs from a quality Matthew McConnell. So they're going to have some real solid line and length, to have to manipulate around the ground.
I'm interested to know that Bolt Brown is can be a bit quicker than the others. Just the 3 overs to him. So they actually, can they change stuff up here a little bit, the Wellington bowling line? So,
not sure they need to.
Well, they've got 7, so Bromfield's not going to play. Emapath has been pretty good with these couple of overs. I feel like he's going to get another couple here. McConnell's could come back, or maybe he's done for the day. Brown and Downton, the 2 openers, have got oodles of overs still to come, so they've got some options.
I expect while the spinners aren't being taken down, I expect they'll stay on, and what we'll see is Wellington finish off with Andrew Downton, Matthew McConnell from over the last 8 overs, whatever they've got left. They're playing very, very low risk game here, Weily Park, and Wellington are still bowling in some quality areas.
Emapath is bowling the odd quicker one. There it is. That slash through the offside. Great cricket shot. And it just breaks a little bit of tension for the Kings.
And hasn't he scored beautifully through that area all day so far, Jagjit? I'm actually really surprised that they've got the deep cover in.
Well, I'm staggered that
and not the deep point in.
Well, they've hardly had a deep point there all day, and it's been going there all day, and they've kept the field up, but they've kept that deep extra cover, which is, it's also gone out there again. You can nearly say that it's the deep mid wicket. It's just there just in case, isn't it? Just to prevent him trying to smack it across the line, which you have seen a couple. We saw one 3 or 4 overs ago. We went at the other end of the ground. So he has got the skills to do it, but it's that offside has been peppered throughout today.
I think the simple fact also is that with the deep mid wicket in play, it takes that shot out of the equation for some batsmen.
Yep.
So you just leave it there as a bit of a mind, just keep front of mind for the batsman.
I'm not necessarily controversial, but I don't think they're trying to get Jagjit out. I think they're just trying to restrict his boundaries and pick up wickets at the other end, which is exactly what's happened as Yadamar's come in. Will also throw the batter out.
Yadamar's a good player. He's a clever player. Quality all-round cricketer. And we'll understand the situation, and hopefully, for Weily Park's sake, understands that what he needs to do is get Jagjit on strike as much as he possibly can.
So another over completed. 33 done here. It's 155 on the board. 6 wickets are down.
Wellington look up and about here. Peach, they are looking confident. No heads are down.
Here we go. We've got a young lad on the bike. First time maybe. He's got some help from maybe an older sibling and potentially mum.
Isn't it great to see the kids around the ground?
There's plenty of kids here.
There are.
Always a good day to the SCA Grand Final. Predominantly in northern suburbs dominated sport. We haven't seen it on the Eastern Shore. There's less Eastern Shore teams now in the first grade. Years ago, there was a few more. That's been powerfully struck. And that kid isn't far away. Mum protected him, the bike and the block lot. And that's a big 6 into the wet area.
Into the wet area. That's what Jagjit can do here is get the ball over the boundary when the ball is right. You know, it doesn't look like he's trying to force it. He's just waiting for his delivery.
Oh, look at that.
Yep.
He's gone again through the off. And just as successful. Didn't reach the line, but still got 4 runs.
Another great shot there. And I just wonder if Jackie here he just flicked the switch here. He said, righto, Isaac, you bowled some great overs. I'm just going to take your last one down for a couple.
Well, there's a bit of predictability about Mance. I know you said he can bowl a few different ones, but with a skill set here, and there's the more defensive nudge. So he's amping up towards his 4th century for the year. 85 at just under run a ball. That's clever. Good choice just to knock it down the ground.
That's quality cricket, isn't it? Like, you know, you've hit the 6, you've hit the 4, dot ball, bang down the ground, you've got 11 runs, you've done your job this over.
There's a little offie, the one that he does tweak a bit more down the outside edge. There's Yadama and stays on strike. That's just probably the key, isn't it? Just to keep the player at the other end, keep Jag off strike, keep him away from the bowlers as much as they possibly can.
Oh, you like the look of that.
At least more than like the look of it. It was only about knee high, and he slapped it square of the wicket for a boundary.
I half wonder if he thought that was going to the boundary regardless of where it was pitching somehow, Pooch, because that wasn't very short at all, and he swiped that straight across the line, all the way along the ground, to be fair.
So Manson was, I think it was 1 for 20 after 6 overs. I think it was 16 runs off that over. And suddenly his figures have changed, and as that change, Muir and Phillips, as they come together to have a conversation about, and this is your comment, wasn't it? Like 1 or 2 overs, things change. Yep. Well, I said at the start, 10 overs from like a 10 over block of, or maybe even a combination of all up of 10 really high overs from Weily Park, and they win this game, or they get a score which is very competitive.
The run a ball here for Weily Park gets them just to 230, and you guarantee that they are looking more at 240, 250, even 260.
So on a knife edge here in the SCA Grand Final, Jamapath continuing from the river end of the ground, bowling. Well, he's bowled quite well so far. None for 10 off his first 3. There's a flatter one.
Oh,
it's not flat, it's high, long and luscious. Onto the road.
It's straight onto the road, and that is very clearly Yadama's strong spot there. It's the last 2 deliveries, last 2 boundaries he's hit, have gone straight over that, you know, square mid-wicket area from balls that weren't that short.
Wow. Game's changed, and the ball's got to be fetched. There's no gate there, and they've got to go all the way around and fetch that ball. And it's gone into the ditch.
Might have a fair gash on it too, I reckon.
It did clop the road, didn't it? And it's not just that, I think it's going to be found here because there's quite a long fence or big fence over that side. So nicely retrieved. Good job there. One of the Wellington reserve players. If I was an umpire, I'd have a sticky beak at this. Well, if I was a captain, I'd be going, we want it to change. This is no good. They don't tend to change them, though, do they, in community cricket? You might be able to whinge a little bit more on the higher level stuff, and they get the little circular tool out, don't they? They pop it through it and they turn it around. They faff around. It's all some little pantomime game. He's having a look at it now, Jeff Jackson.
I think at this stage, Wellington are probably happy with the softer balls somehow. I'm not sure they want a harder ball with these 2 hard-hitting batsmen at the crease.
I'd say in this, it's been it's fairly softish outfield. I don't reckon the ball's too bad a nick either.
Yeah.
Oh man, the chainsaw's up and about again. We're in the 35th over. We're creeping up towards the Jag century. Yanama's come in and played 2 wonderful shots on the leg side.
Looks like he's a bit boundary or nothing though, Anoop here.
That's okay.
Oh, I love it.
You don't mind that?
No, I love it. It's a great way to play cricket, especially for the crowd.
Well, he's nibbled one around. I'm not sure if I've got the wagon wheel of the entire innings here from the Kings, but I don't reckon there's been one shot on the leg side behind square that's actually got runs.
No. And there hasn't been a field in there all day.
No, true. So both teams have worked each other out, and they've pretty much said, we're not going to worry about that part. We're not going to hit it there. You don't put a fielder there.
I mean, it could be telling at the end of the day. It'll be interesting to see when Weily Park bowl if they can maintain the same consistency that Wellington have offered up today, because it's been exceptional. We've had 35 overs of sensational line and length bowling for the most part.
But not just that, though, which just goes to show how good Jakerit's innings is, because the bowling's been excellent. This game is still level pegging, but it could also go either way. So 2 wickets, Wellington bowled them out for under 100. Or Jakerit bats to the 44th over, they get 270.
Sure.
That's the difference that's in play at the moment. For those that are enjoying here on Duff TV, Martin Duffy is up on the scissor lift, and for whatever reason, Jerry Martindale, he's offside. There's Duff's fingers. G'day, Duff. Hope you're okay up there. We'll need to get you a hot drink, don't we? He's okay. Jerry Martindale, who's our great mate, one of my Duff and my great mates, one of the great men of Duff TV, we'll say, is pinging around at the moment, which always stresses me out. Is it okay, Jerry? We all right? He's under the table. He's under the desk. He's playing with things. He's got intensity in his eyes, as do these Weily Park batters at the moment. And we've got a change as we've gone back to McConnell.
Important change too.
So still no Downton. So he's generally going to bowl out Downton. No Brown. So both have overs to come.
I expect here, especially coming on now, McConnell will bowl out from this end. And we'll see Downton on very, very shortly.
Oh, that's a big appeal. Oh. He's out. Well, the batter I don't think he was walking, but he's already starting to go. He's not happy. Not happy at all, and that's a massive wicket.
Well, Paul Doran there gave that a long, long think before he gave it out.
I mean, it was high, but it was straight, so it got him adjacent, no doubt. But was it a fraction high was the only question. I always think the umpires have got a much, much better vision than we do. I mean, it's right in front, isn't it?
It's right in front. He's on that pad. He's a very short man.
I don't reckon it's going over the top. I don't think that's a bad decision. Jakerit wasn't happy with it as well. He's questioned the umpire. Looked down on ground level. It might have felt a fraction high, and that's probably the only thing that could have been the case as we see the replay once again on this LB decision. Unless we get that side on, it's hit him in line. His knee roll is well below the top of the stumps. He's not getting a lot of bounce either. I reckon that's hitting the bails at worst.
I'm suggesting that's probably going over. I'll play the devil's advocate here, and I think with the angle of the camera,
you could be right. You could be dead right.
He's very tall, Big Red McConnell there, and does sort of get a lot of wickets from getting that little bit of extra bounce. So I think that Anoop there might consider himself just a little bit unlucky.
What we'll probably say, it wasn't a terrible decision.
No, true.
Certainly in the ballpark, and if you're playing back, it was still a poor cricket shot. I know he hit a boundary in the last over at this end against Manson, which rocketed away, but
yeah, he only had one part of the ground in target, that's for sure. Will we swing there still for
Tinder Singh
Matthew McConnell
to play, and at the moment it's 7 down. It's suddenly back in Wellington's favour.
Do we have a bit of sun breaking through?
It's certainly brighter, but the Canoni's been disappeared. Well, we can't see it from here for the last sort of 3 hours. So my partner says it's drizzling at Kingston Beach, which she and the kids aren't happy about. But it's nice and fine here, as it often is the case in the northern suburbs. There's a lot more pineapples out this way. You'd have pineapples at your place, wouldn't you, in Goodwood, John?
Oh, yes, we have a plantation in the backyard.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, much warmer. Although you hear those Muppets who live on the eastern shore, don't you, talk about how good the weather is over there. But it's staying nice and calm. Most importantly, the wind is down at the moment.
So really good over there.
So the McConnell change was good, yeah. So Manson with a couple overs still left. Vishwas, well, he's got some overs left too, but potentially he might be taken off now. McConnell could come back as well, but then we've got Downton and Brown. Phillips is the only bowler that's bowled out. I reckon Downton's coming back on now. The mass for me says Downton. As we see once again that replay, it is a tough one from our position, and once again the umpire isn't by far the best position to judge if that one was going on to hit the stumps. So it's 7 for 178. We've got 8 wonderful overs in store. Will the Kings not get bowled out? That's the question, isn't it, John? Can they hang on? And will we see the captain coach get a ton?
I think you're right. The big question is, how does he play the game? We've got Pratinder Singh at the crease now. He's only had to bat 4 times this year.
This is grand final zone. You played
Yep.
in a few. Doesn't matter what level you do. This is a grand final. This is what happens in grand final. Someone grafts something at the bottom with a player who bats well. You get under par and you win. That happens so often in grand finals. So it's going to be up. There's such a dominant batting side, though. And they've won with the bat. They have to won with a bit of graft and a bit of magic. Janjajit and Downton. The crafty veteran is back into the attack. None for 6 for him off his 4 overs.
It'll be a challenge for them, that's for sure, the Weily Park Kings here. They're going to want to push towards that 240 mark. And they're going to have to do it against probably Wellington's 2 best bowlers for the day.
The only thing I'd say is Downton's a fraction quicker than the medium, so that might suit Jagrit. He might like a little bit more pace coming onto the bat.
I totally agree. What I'd love to see from Jagjit here is for him to really have a go at Downton, get a 15 or 16 run over and really give Kobe Phillips something to think about in these last 8 overs. It'd be really easy for him just to ease his way to the last 3 overs and then have a go.
Yep. He needs to go now, surely. I think he takes the risk now.
Yep.
If you want 250, you want a above par score, he needs to attack now. Yeah, that creates some risk and it may even lose the game, but it gives them a chance to get into a winning position. At the moment, though, he's keeping things calm. The offside's a stacked field, so it's back to a similar field. So we do have the deep point in place on the fence. We've got third man, we've got deep extra cover, a long off and a long on. And no one on the leg side out at all.
Yeah,
no, just the long on, only the long on, but no one square of the wicket, and only one player inside the ring on the leg side. So we got a pretty good indication exactly where Downton's going to be bowling, and probably an indication where Jag's going to hit it.
It's brave captains, it's quality captains here, this stage of the game.
Will he go across the stumps and try and hit it to the leg? The thing is, he can still hit boundaries at will, can't he, through the offside or even straight. But at the moment, he's been cramped up as the ball's outside off, back of a length, and the only thing he can do is nudge it into the off. And there's a call from the opposition. Time for a slog. I don't think there's many slogs in this man's game, to be fair. They're all great cricket shots.
Hasn't needed to yet. Will be interesting to see towards the end of the game if he does try and use his feet, just hit to the different areas of the ground.
Yeah, has he got a leg side shot? Well, he hasn't really had too many short balls, but even that could have been cross bat if he was feeling more comfortable.
Hasn't seemed to be in the Wellington game plan, the short ball. They've had no one on the leg side really all day. When they have had, it's been deep mid-wicket, so it hasn't been that deeper square leg, for the short ball. And the one Matthew Bromfield did bowl hit the car park.
So the drop and run is a strategy at the moment, just to rotate things and get him potentially back on strike.
It's good batting if they had 25 overs left in the game, but I'm not sure that 4 dot balls and then the single at this stage of the game.
Right. Yeah, there could be a little bit of, they're worried about Downton and they might try and take on the bowl at the other end. So
it doesn't get that much easier, unfortunately. Big Red McConnell bowling with this end. He's bowling a lovely area.
Yeah, I think McConnell's hittable though. I think this is the one. I think they're taking a pun against Matty McConnell and saying we're going to try and take you on down the ground. The mid-off and mid-on are back. Mid-on is a little wider. Mid-off is a little straighter, which is probably could come back this way again, Kobe Phillips. I reckon he could be another 10 metres towards me or towards us. Deep mid-wicket in place. So it allows McConnell to bowl a fraction straighter. Pratinder gets himself on strike.
He's definitely getting a bit of swing still here, Matthew McConnell. Just a nice bit of
that one did angle back in, didn't it? Is that Pom Brown on the ground again? It was. Like he's not wearing white trousers. They need a serious clean after this. He spent most of the day on his backside. Catchable. Oh. Straight down the proverbial throat.
Big wicket.
What a moment.
Kobe Phillips.
Phillips takes a catch. That's his second in the exact same spot. And Jagrat Singh, the captain, on his way to a ton, can't get there. A fine innings comes to an end. And is that the defining moment in the grand final?
It's a great. He couldn't have possibly picked him out any better here. And
I don't reckon he moved his feet at all. He's obviously tried to hit a sixer, hasn't he?
Well, this is what they've done it all day, the Weily Park Kings. When they go to hit a six, they don't worry about where the field's going. They worry about going straight over the top of them. And he's only just mishit that, just marginally.
Yeah. Straight
into Kobe Phillips' waiting hands.
The moments in the game that will be remembered. You said McConnell was the man. He knew straight away, turned around. That was a big wicket, and Nathan Muir's the one that's particularly excited.
He's up and about, Nathan Muir, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been involved. And there's Pommy Brown just saying, well done, good knock. And the captain gone, and a big moment in an attempt to get some type of score on the board, and now the risk is 200 won't be there. 240's now gone, you'd think, unless there's some real party and fireworks at the end of these last three batters.
They're in a tough position now, the Weily Park Kings. You know, do they try and eke out the next 6.5 overs for, 25, 30 runs, or do they really try and put the foot down and risk being bowled out for, under 200?
Well, he's coming run out the bowlers at the striker's end. Is he, or did he get his bat back? He's gone.
Oh.
That looked very close.
Very close.
And I think he's more disappointed with the batter at the other end because he made it nearly halfway down, turned around, and suddenly he's still not happy. Unfortunate way to get out in the grand final. See this again on the replay. Did not even react.
The underarm throw. Oh.
Close.
That's very close.
Yeah, very, very close in the end, but the umpires were pretty comfortable that he was just shy. Not sure what he was doing.
Wow.
The bat was in the air.
Yeah, she's line ball type stuff.
Yeah.
Like that is,
I reckon the bat was in the air. I don't think we need to worry too much about going, because we don't have the angle that the umpire has. But for me, Kang's bat.
Well, I think probably more interesting decision, because we can't change that, is that the batsman, the non-strikers there, didn't back up an inch.
Well, it just stood there, but he told him no straight away. Like that, we've gone to the angle. We're back into the action again. So the wicket is down. 9 down for 181. There's Ramajot Kang on his way. First ball without getting involved in the action.
Oh, that's what I like to see at this stage of the game.
That's hit Muir's fingers too. They've scrambled through for a bye.
Ismail's come in here and has tried to put his first ball over mid-wicket for 6, and I like it. I like the intent.
Well, they've got to do something, don't they?
Yes,
to try and resurrect.
Not going to go down.
Isn't this amazing? We talked about it was a knife edge at drinks. So the wicket just fell at the drinks break. That went from 5 down to 6 down. After drinks, a couple of boundaries. You thought that they were just waiting to launch again, and we were going to see Jag just go big. Suddenly, the run out happens. Jag gets out. Another run out happens. And it's been a sloppy 15 minutes here from the Kings and their chase for a premiership after finishing miles on top. And the upstart Wellington boys have come from the elimination, or the elimination semi, I should say, and now probably favourites.
Just go to show grand finals are a different game, aren't they? How many times do you see a team dominate all season, hit the grand final, and then just don't, go on with it? Having said that, the game's not over. But
no. This is, they've still got a very good total. 44 over game, anything around 200 is competitive.
Yep. couple of early wickets.
Yep, and they've been inconsistent a little bit with the bat this year. I mean, they've got a couple of top-enders that have made a lot of runs over the years, Wellington. And the fear of those top-enders batters from Weily Park hasn't come to fruition other than Jagjit Singh's 89 off 99 deliveries. That's in the air. That's going to go wide, and that's found the line, and that's 6. What a shot.
I like his intent here.
That's unbelievable. That has been slapped and has found the line.
I think this is good cricket from Ismail. You know, he can sit there and play the defensive game, which doesn't look to be in his nature somehow, you know. So he's saying to Wellington, I'm either going to get 25 off 10 here or you can send me back.
Well, he's played the shot 3 times and the others haven't timed it at all, and that one was timed. That's a credible cricket shot. A couple of those. And that'll help them get past the 200.
Still wonder if he's trying to get... Who's going around the wicket?
So Downton always does this some stage of a game when things aren't... He wants to change things up, get a batter hitting maybe towards a different spot in the ground. He's aiming for the stumps is what he's aiming for. He's looking for the button. This is probably the first time in the whole game that a Wellington bowler's actually aimed for the stumps.
It's brave decision too. Like, we still to come around the wicket. We're still only the 2 fieldsmen on the leg side.
No, he's going back.
Yep.
Over again, Pritchards Singh on strike.
Ooh. There is a little bit of swing out there now. Probably more swing now than there was.
Didn't swing much at the start, did it? And it's obviously the weather's been the challenge, but there's looking at the trees, there's a little bit of breeze too, but it's not too bad. I think that impacted the breeze, did impact early doors.
I'll tell you what Weily Park will have in their corner now is they're going to get very good bowling conditions this afternoon.
True.
The clouds overhead, the ground's dried out.
Maybe the style here is Ismail just tries to whack him at one end and Pritchards Singh just keeps things settled at the other. Not the odd single, and they can still reach maybe 215. That's kind of okay. It feels better than 195.
They'll take, with 1 wicket down, they'll take 215 any day of the week near the Weily Park Kings.
So 3 players outside on the offside, and then 1 at long off as well. And Downton over ends the 1-6 off it. First time he's been hit for a boundary. He went for 6 runs against the top order batsman off his first allotment of 4, and he goes for 1 slap from the number 11 and goes for 6.
And then finishes the over off and has a go at the number 10, 11 batsman. You've got to love the opening bowler come back and having a crack at the bottom batsman. He's in the game.
Yeah, he's engaged. Now they're all coming together and have a chat. We'll just see who's going to continue bowling. I think it's Manson's got 2 overs left. So that's not going to be enough. So they'll need someone else to cover those last couple. Maybe it's Brown.
Ismail on strike, is it?
Yep, it is. You can see the wind up as he slaps it to the off.
He has got a magnificent, near baseball style.
It is incredible. And we've seen him get hold of 1 already, and in fact that last one he hit it cleanly as well. Oh, I thought he might have got an inside edge on that one as a big waft outside off stump.
Crowd are itching for Singh here just to get that single and get Ismail back on strike, because if he's nothing else,
I want him to get a single on now. I want Ismail on strike as well. This might be hit to... he was shaping up to potentially look to the leg side. Did Pretender. Inside edge, might get 2, no, just the 1.
That would be the first ball all day that's gone to that area of the ground. It's gone just in front of.
Yeah, it still went in front
of square. It's only just in front of square, but it would be the first ball that's nearly gone in, nearly in front of mid wicket all day. They bowled that good a line and length.
Yeah, it's been outstanding. Great discipline from Wellington and courageous captaincy from Phillips. That's been dispatched.
Bang,
bang, bang, bang.
This is incredible batting. You have a look at his stance. His stance is getting more and more open the more and more runs he gets. This is great.
His left leg is nearly in the change room and the ball's rocketed right over the offside. Jerry, I know you'll show us a replay of that one, but that was fantastic and some vigorous work with the scoreboard. Look at his left leg. How do you hit it there with that technique? Extraordinary shot.
This is what number 11 batsmen should be doing out here, Pete, because Weily Park have got a subpar score on the ground.
Do you know Jerry's a number 11? He's never done this.
Quality number 11.
Oh, sorry, you mean quality number 11 should do this. Shouldn't do this. I'm confused. Right, we'll go back to the action. We nearly got 200 on the board. 9 for 198 with 4 overs left.
This is, as I was saying, this is exactly what number 11 batsmen should do because they've got a subpar score here, Weily Park. But Ismail comes out. If he can get a couple more boundaries, all of a sudden they walk off the ground with a subpar score but with some momentum. They'll have some energy.
Well, it's given us some entertainment. 15 runs with 2 sixes off 8 deliveries. Both sixes have been over deep extra cover. And that's probably one of the longer boundaries, that last one too. And he's on strike again. The left leg moves out further. Doughton is there. He goes down the ground. Still timed it pretty well. Probably only a couple.
I think that's what we're looking for. That's what the crowd are looking for. 2, 4, 6.
Well, he's not going to get one outside wide. Doughton's going to bowl full. He's going round the wicket with the left armour. He's going to bowl full, and maybe even at the legs, potentially, of Ismail.
I have a feeling Ismail feels like the type of batsman that might try and lap him over fine leg here.
Oh, wouldn't that be mad? I don't reckon he can physically do it in that position.
Oh, geez, he's at risk of getting bowled here.
I reckon he's got a really good eye because that was right on the money. And at the last minute, he's anchored the ball out to Harry Van Cranen for a single.
And that does bring, the more circumspect Pretender back onto strike.
No, that's fine. Pretender just needs to knock a single, get down the other end. I'll tell you what Pretender's doing. I don't know if he's ever played any. I'm sure he's played maybe the tape ball cricket, but I don't know if he's played indoor cricket before, but he's backing up a mile, Pretender.
Well, that's good because he didn't win. The other bloke got run out, that's for sure.
No, that's right. Yeah, there was not much happening then. Yeah, 2 run-outs today. Never liked them in a grand final. Look, they're going to happen. You'll get run-outs now and again, but the 2 run-outs were both
unnecessary.
Well, they probably generally are necessary, but they were bad decisions by the person who was run out. Like they predominantly made the wrong mistake and got themselves in all sorts of trouble. So still decent conditions in Bridgewater for the grand final. 201 is got to get them into some territory. We're in the 41st over. It's in the air. It's going to just drop. Sure, there's another chance. A run out. He's going to be gone, and that's how it's going to finish. So the Kings are done with some pretty average running, and they've been all done for 201 in the 41st over with 1 ball. In fact, that was the last ball, the 41st, so 3 overs short, and Wellington will be very happy with that effort. It was lobbed up to the leg, and in the end, a pretty comfortable one, and Muir's been involved in a few of those.
Another unnecessary run out there, Peach. Like, with the state of the game as it is, Weily Park wanted Ismail on strike, and that would have been a very easy dot ball. And
the thing is, Ismail's ball watching. To be fair, he's ball watching and not watching the batter, and that's sometimes can be the problem when you're a little inexperienced batting down the order. You can't be watching the ball. The batter probably should be watching the ball. Once they hit it, they call it, then you get going. So a sloppy bit of cricket, and Wellington will be very happy. At one stage, Jagrat Singh was away, but never quite got enough, as you can see the scoreboard. Some starts from Sarwan Kumar, and Jagrat Singh got going as well. He looked in good nick until Bromfield bowled a ripper to him that went through to the keeper. Never really got going, did they? Yes, Jag looked good, but never had anyone backing up, and probably never that continuity going. On the other hand, Wellington were fantastic with the ball. Doughton at the start. Yeah, there was that one over from Bromfield probably lost his way a little bit, but they finally got their way back. The change, I think, was definitely when McConnell came on with Kobe Phillips in his middle overs.
Yep.
They stemmed things and they created some wickets, some effort. A couple of lusty bows from Ismail. We wanted to see him bat a little bit more, but he wasn't unable to. We'll just quickly go through the scoreboard major ones. So Jagrat Singh, the captain coach, with 99 balls, 8 boundaries and 3 sixes. Next best was Sarwan Kumar with 30. He hit the 3 boundaries and 1 6. Jugwag Singh, 23 for him with 2 boundaries and 1 6. And Muhammad Ismail at the bottom with his 2 sixes for 18. He was run out, unfortunately, at the very end, and Pretender Singh was not out. And with the ball, Downton Magnificent didn't pick up a wicket, but 7 overs, none for 17. Darren Brown got the early breakthrough, 1 for 22 of 3. Matty Bromfield, that 1 bad over, but still picked up the very important early wicket, 1 for 36. Kobe Phillips, the captain, 9 overs, 1 for 38. Matty McConnell was brilliant through the middle with his 3 wickets, and he cost the 33 runs from his 8 overs. Isaac Manson, 1 for 36 off 7. And Vishwat Yamapath did a really good job from the river end of the ground. His 4 overs cost 18 runs. But run-outs with a story, John Anning. Quick snapshot from you before we have a break. And we're going to have some presentations coming up. The SCA awards ceremonies and some presentations for those that have got some trophies this year.
I think they can summarise up that innings there. Wellington Cricket Club just bowled a fantastic line and length all day and had a fantastic knack of just getting a wicket right when they needed it. Right when the game might have been looking to tilt towards the Weily Park Kings, Wellington took a wicket, and it's exactly what I think the Weily Park Kings will be looking to do against Wellington is bowl in a really consistent area, stack their field where they need to place it, and keep wickets coming consistently. It's the only way they'll win this game today.
So some work still to be done to win a grand final, chasing over 200, 44 overs. 202 is a chase. Plenty of batters at the top. A couple of mules will be involved at different stages as they have been in the field so far. 202 is a chase. We're going to have some awards and presentations in the SCA. Peach and John will be back soon here for round 2 and second innings time. 18 minutes exact. Four over games, so 9 overs for most. One will bowl 8. So we lost around about. Well, we lost an hour and 18 minutes exactly. They've given it. So first down, Brown has it. Muir takes the catch, and the Kings have lost their first.
Formerly the Rockers.
That's an edge. That's out. Muir doesn't make a mistake second time round. Bromfield gets the wicket.
Part of the game here for Sarwan Kumar. He's had a fantastic season. He's scored runs at a quick rate.
In the air. This should be out. It's gone. Oh. Well, as you were saying, Sarwan has smacked it down the ground and smacked it straight to the fielder. And a wonderful catch by Kobe Phillips, the captain. Runs been saved in the outfield. There's some runs in the infield. He should be out. He is. He's run out at the keeper's end. He turned. He hit it straight to the right-hand side of the fielder, who was a backward point. And Anthropete turned as he took off. He then heard a big no from Jag, who sent him back. There was never well, there shouldn't have been a right shed behind us. And I just wonder if that's mucked up his vision. He's a long way behind us, but now that's in the air. That's out. Brilliantly taken. Yagapar takes the catch at deep mid-wicket. And Patel has found the fielder.
Quite sure what he was thinking there, Patel. He just hasn't tried to hit that. He's just basically got.
Stu do some chew on the ground. And all going to strike in the air and out. Straight to the man in a cover. And Hemming has the catch.
Especially coming on now, McConnell will bowl out from this end. And we'll see Danton on very, very shortly.
Oh, that's a big appeal. Oh. He's out. Well, the batter was, I don't think he was walking, but he's already starting to go. He's not happy. Not happy at all, and that's a massive wicket.
Paul Dora in there gave that a long.
Catchable. Straight down the proverbial throat.
Big wicket.
What a moment.
Kobe Phillips.
Phillips takes a catch. That's his second into that exact same spot. Well, he's coming run out the bowlers at the striker's end. Is he, or did he get his bat back? He's gone.
Oh.
That looked very close.
Very close.
And I think he's more disappointed with the batter at the other end because he made it nearly halfway down, turned around, and suddenly he's still not happy. It's in the air. It's going to just drop. Sure, there's no chance. A run out. He's going to be gone, and that's how it's going to finish. So the Kings are done with some pretty average running, and they've been all done for 201. It's in the air. It's going to just drop. Sure, there's no chance. A run out. He's going to be gone, and that's how it's going to finish. So the Kings are done with some pretty average running. And welcome back, everyone. Chase is on. 202 is a chase for Wellington. And a quick recap. We kicked off with a little bit of dew on the ground, which required some inventive work to be able to distribute it across the ground. The sun then came out, and we got underway an hour and 18 minutes late. So reduced to 44 overs. And we saw a wonderful innings from the captain, Coach Jagrat Singh, with 89. But not a lot from the rest. A couple of starts, a fine bowling display from Wellington. 3 wickets to Matty McConnell was the leader, but lots of runs saved on the boundary. A couple of jump catches, yes, but we're in for a chase. 202 in 44 overs with a very experienced Wellington lineup. John Anning, Aaron Roberts in the commentary position in the Duff TV van, and we're away already with 2 slips in play. John, welcome back, mate. We've had our light. You had a pie. I think it was a bit hot. I had a couple of it's lost me. Samosas. Sorry, they were quite nice too. Very nice samosas. Duff TV's heading up to his Canberra position. We've got Jerry Martindale, 202. We've already got 1 run on the board. Thoughts, John?
Well, it's good to be back, and in a game where, I think it's really 50-50 right now. Weily Park Kings do have a strong bowling lineup. They've got some really good bowling conditions at the moment, and Wellington would be really happy, I think, to be chasing 200. They can approach this innings without a whole heap of aggression early. They can really build, towards that target, and would be highly confident, I think.
Yeah, I think they'll be confident. So Jagjit, who did so much work with the bat, will have to continue his odyssey with the ball. And there's some swing.
Bit of swing. He's had a good year with the ball, Jagjit. Jagjit Singh taking a solid 18 wickets in the 16 games, but only goes 3 runs and over. So, clearly started this innings here with just a little bit of a way swing, which will be just what he wants. And the keeper up to the stumps, mind you.
Yeah, he started there, didn't he? That one was in the air for a little while. No run. So 202, they'll be disappointed. They would have wanted a lot bigger total. Weily Park, for those that came in a little later, have just joined us. So Weily Park winning the toss, and they came in, as we said, delayed start to the game. And wickets just fell throughout the day. There were some big moments, some great catches, but run-outs, 3 run-outs in the day was what really hurt Weily Park Kings and probably restricted and got them behind the 8 ball in this game.
Well, and if Wellington, want nothing else out of this innings, they'll want to just run a little bit better between the wickets than the Weily Park Kings did today.
Inside edge. Get through for a single. Early wickets is the key to any innings, obviously, but it's going to be even more key today in the grand final. Who are we thinking we're going to be doing the damage for Weily Park?
Wellington have for Weily Park, I think we're looking towards their top scoring batsmen, Jagjit Singh and also Sarwan Kumar, who has taken a very good 27 wickets this year. So if Wellington can see those two off without delivering them too many wickets, I think they'll also be very happy.
Good start here from Jag. He's been able to keep the ball just outside off stump. The field at the moment, they did start with a couple of slips. They've already removed one of those. Just the one in play. And there's a fairly short cover, or I should say cover point, or extra cover. And that one's left alone. 3 fielders inside the ring on the leg side. And the rest are all covering some space on the off, as that's where most of those deliveries in the first over is gone. None for 3.
Wellington here have a really interesting batting lineup. I think, Peach, the Muir brothers have dominated the season, to be fair, from the Wellington perspective, scoring over 700 runs, each averaging 55 bang on for the both of them. But then no one other than that has really dominated the competition. On paper they looked at the bat quite deep. Jeff Hemmings opening the batting here has had a reasonable year, averaging 39. Isaac Manson has had a couple of innings where he's been able to slap a couple.
Yep.
But really, there's only guys averaging 16 or 17 after that.
Yeah, so they do rely. I mean, this is. I mean, it's still every time you come to this occasion where it's a change of innings in a grand final for a 50-over game, although it's 44. Today, it's game on. It's enough runs are on the board for Weily Park to win this. But Singh moving with the floppy cap into. Well, I don't know what you call that. It's not really a slip, is it? I mean, technically it's a slip, but we've got the keeper up to the stumps again.
I'll tell you, he's very straight there. He might struggle to see the ball come off the edge of the bat.
Not just looks straight, he looks a little deep for a genuine outside edge. So we've got a strong offside field. 5 fielders inside on the off, including a gully, and then a player just inside in front of leg on the leg side, in front of square, I should say, and a mid-on. And that's where it goes. And they'll work their way for a single.
Funny enough, we're 45.2 overs into the game, and that's the first run behind square leg for the whole day.
Yeah. Did it even go behind square? I think it just got behind square, maybe.
Just behind square, but behind square nonetheless.
Yeah. I'm curious around Ravi Patel's number, 0806. Is that? I wonder if it's his birthday. Maybe it's his PIN number. It's a big number, isn't it?
It is a big number. He's got broad shoulders, though, by the look of him, too.
Yeah,
so.
Urog's coming from the river end of the ground. And we continue with deliveries outside off stump. Been very disciplined. First over from the captain, Coach Judrick. And now Jurok with his third ball outside off as well.
They'll want a solid start here, Weily Park. They'll just want to try and turn the screws a little bit on Wellington. Try and build that run rate pressure up, away from that, 4.5 type period to get it up well over 5.
Actually hit the non-striker. So Muir's actually copped that on his shoulder as he was turning.
Jeff Hemmings, the batsman, usually likes to take his time to get in. Only strikes at 65 for the year. He tries to be that that anchor in the innings. That the other Wellington batsmen can bat around. Had a strong start to the season in the first couple of rounds. Made an 80, made 100, then disappeared for 7 or 8 weeks.
Lean week in the middle. Yeah.
Yep.
But picked up at the back end.
Came back when he returned to the side, and I batted very well last week for a 60 odd, I think, to get them into the grand final.
Jagger as well. Yuvi's in mode already off those 5 or 6 steps, and there's one that just held up a little bit and tried to get a little bit of swing. That's the end of his first over. So steady start from both openers. We're away in innings number 2, a chase of 202 for Wellington to win another grand final for their club and to upset, not raging favourites, but the team that's dominated the season in first grade this year, the Weily Park Kings.
A lot of options in this Weily Park bowling lineup. That often have that 6, 7, 8 bowlers, bowling every week, so they're not short of an option. Not overly quick. Jag Singh here,
No.
for a tall, lean fella, he just lopes into the crease, doesn't he? Just looks like he bowls in a good area, a little bit of swing.
There's a certain amount of laconicness with his batting, and we're seeing some of his bowling as well.
Solid 7 paces in his run-up. Just goes to show, it doesn't matter what grade you play.
Yeah.
You put the ball in the right area.
Yeah, let the young lads bowl fast. No need to bowl super quick. Actually, I feel like on these since they're wickets, it's a disadvantage sometimes to bowl quick, isn't it?
Sure.
The bounce is so true.
Oh!
Now that's just hit the gloves. I actually thought that for a second
So
hit the
did
bat,
I.
but into the gloves. There's that extra bounce. That's actually been taken. I mean, it's been stopped well by the keeper, but that was quite up near towards the chest in the end from a ball that was back of a length.
He's tall. He's got lovely action too. Like, he might just lope to the crease, but he gets through the crease nicely. Nice straight arm.
So there's the inducker. I'll get one off the legs. So the wind might have picked up. We had some gusts around 50 kilometres an hour just over the drinks break. I should say between the innings. I walked out, it said it was 8 degrees currently in the city. And I think Duff's on the way down too. I don't think that's a bad decision at all. So the health and safety officer, Duff's on the way down, and so I don't know if you hear it in it. Is that in the effects, Mike? That's Duff coming down the scissor lift because the wind's just picked up again.
He has done a fantastic impression of a yo-yo today, Duff, on the cherry picker. Up and down all day he's been.
We have filmed a few grand finals and plenty of footy matches with him just standing on top of the man, but that's actually got a nice coverage around it. It's outside off again. There's just a little bit of nibble back in through the air. That's the end of the third over. And a good start here, but not too many dramas for Wellington.
No fireworks so far. There's been no real intent to score a run. Just been tucking the ball into the infield. Lots of leaves. Wellington guys really feel like they're just trying to get the feel of the day.
Yeah, 4.6 and over is the required run rate, which is nothing to be sniffed at. It doesn't sound like a lot in more modern day cricket on a ground which has got a quick outfield, smallish boundaries. And there's a little bit of excitement from the Kings as that was on the outside edge of Muir's bat.
Lovely line. Just looking like a little bit of that swing there from Jugraj Singh.
Yeah, both players. So we've got Jajis looks like he's maybe nibbling it back in. And Jurav looks like he's getting it away. And there's the push and run.
Oh, dear.
Gee, that was some good backing up.
It's just, that was Anup Yadama there at point showing some real enthusiasm.
Yeah. Yeah, as Kunaj Bish is coming around, and if he wasn't there, that was flying away. What do you reckon of black shoes? In cricketers wearing black shoes. Used to be a rule many years ago. You couldn't.
They did. It was one of the more ridiculous rules.
I mean, it was a silly rule, to be fair, particularly as more colourful shoes started to come on board. But you had to have a certain amount of white on your shoes, but completely black shoes.
Well, I mean, looking at Jeff here with his blue uniform and his black shoes, I'm not sure it's a great look, but
it's not the end of the world, is it?
It's not the end of the world, no.
It's a long day of commentary. We've got to try and find things to amuse us. It does feel like his pads are quite a light blue as well. We'll leave him alone for now, because that's knocked to the off and no run.
Jeff really is just trying to get the feel of the wicket, getting the feel of the swing here. Now I wonder if he's just a little bit intimidated, by the wicketkeeper coming up to the stumps from the very first.
Well, have a look at the keeper's stance. How wide he is. Now, he's a fairly tall lad, but he gets in a good position. That's in a good position, and the ball rockets away backward a square for the first boundary of Wellington's innings.
That was a great shot. He got back very, very quickly there and just swung through the ball nicely, and that ball went crashing into the fence at a rapid rate all the way along the ground.
Yeah, he was in position well, wasn't he? And he pretty much played it on the crease, but he lifted that front foot up and gave him the space to be able to hit the ball. That's a good confidence booster for Hemming.
If Wellington proved nothing today, what they proved is that, short is not the length to bowl. The one short ball they bowled got put away.
Yeah.
It's more the full of length ball you want.
He's kind of gone there again, but this was maybe a little bit more in the body. Just a little bit quicker as well. That's the end of the fourth. And steady stuff from both sides. I might say, and it's hard to know. We're in a pretty quiet spot in the van, but it feels a little quiet out there at the moment for Weily Park. And maybe that's the way that they go about their cricket.
We're only 4 overs in here, but no one's really sort of stamped their ascendancy on the game just yet. Both sides just look like they're feeling each other out a bit. Gerard last over, tried the short ball, didn't work.
All outside edge, it's the slippers in place, but the ball bounced well in front. He was having a little bit of trouble just getting any fluency going in his innings. He's only been there for the 12. He's got 3 runs, but
he's a batsman that likes to score, so it'll be interesting to see if he gets held down for too much longer, whether he tries something rash.
I'm just getting Frankie something.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of balls outside the off. He's wanting to get on his front foot, which I think he's having no trouble with at the moment with this pace, but I think he wants to whack a boundary. He's having a chat to the keeper.
All right, Demi, keep a close eye on Maggie and Noah.
All right, Maggie and Noah, keep an eye on them. She was actually giving those instructions to a 5-year-old. I'm sure it's fine.
Good delivery, that. Good bounce there from Jagjit Singh and a really good take from the wicketkeeper Patel. Always challenging as a wicketkeeper when you're up the stumps when the bowler does get that extra bounce.
Yep. I know he dropped one early, but even that was a good take. But that's actually... So he's actually swinging the ball slightly in. I don't know if he's predominant delivery, but that one's moved away off the seam. It's been a pretty impressive opening spell from Jag, who's having a cracking match so far.
You can see actually what he does, the captain here for Weily Park. Because, there's no real bite so far in the wicket. Nobody's looking really dangerous.
There's a bit of bite in that shot, but it hasn't got past the field.
And they do have some fine bowlers to follow them up in Sarwan Kumar and Preet Singh. Be interesting to see when they get those two in the game. The wind has picked right up here.
Yeah, that's actually proper nasty out there. So the wet area had some bunting around it, and that's all fallen over. There's a few other things that are on the ground as well. It's rather chilly out there. I think it needs a fire pot, personally.
It might be a hazard with the logging
true.
going over the back.
True, yeah. That stayed down a little bit. A mild, polite inquiry and outside, and that's the end of a very intriguing over from Jag, creating some problems for Muir, and his 3 overs of 4 runs. He needs a wicket.
He is just getting the ball just to nip back a little bit here. I think with the wicketkeeper up to the stumps, it's just tightening some of the batsmen up. They're back on the crease, probably don't have the room, the fluency they're used to by getting out, in front of the popping crease. I think it's a good move from the wicketkeeper Tell here to be up to the stumps so early.
Good observation, John. It's changed his strategy, particularly both ends too. Medium paces bowling, and the keeper is sniffing behind the batter, Ravi Patel. In the air, and that'll be another boundary, and a second short one that's found the fence on the leg side.
Well, if Girard didn't realise the bowling short here to Jeff Hemming is not the way to go, he probably does now. Like he's had a crack at 2 now. They've both been put away.
Yeah, that was a little shorter than the last one. That was a more comprehensive shot as well.
We've got the man back there now. Deep square leg.
So the adjustment made by Jag.
Still a 7-2 field here for the Weily Park Kings. Deep square leg, mid on, and the rest of the field's on the offside.
Well, the appeal got louder as the moment left, but at the body, not bad with that player at deep mid wicket. It allows the bowler to straighten up a little bit, bring those stumps and pads into play.
Good delivery though. That's where he wants to be bowling. Just reduces the options for Jeff Hemming there. If he can maintain that outside off stump line with just that little bit of zip away, it just gives Hemming far less options than the ball short of a length.
So Hemming with the 2 boundaries. Muir's been becalmed. He's on 3.
Definitely getting some swing away here, Girard.
Yeah, both bowlers are on the money at the moment. The length's been good. Yeah, a couple short, but they were good cricket shot from Hemming. As the score is all rugged up. Good zip off the wicket. A fine over. I know there was a boundary, but the other 5 deliveries were on the money from Girard. And the pressure is on Wellington at the moment to get the scoring going. Just the 2 boundaries in the opening stanza. However, they've still got both their openers intact.
Still only 1 slip in for Weily Park here. We haven't seen many slips fieldsmen in for the day. I think Wellington dropped theirs very early in the day, regardless of the supreme line they were bowling, and Weily Park just sticking with the 1 here, regardless of the fact that Girard down the other end there is getting some significant away swing.
Yeah, and it's probably more of a floating sort of 1.5 slips as well. And that's nearly where it went. Yeah, I was having a battle and a half.
That's a great take. He's taking that up under his armpit there.
Well, that's definitely nearly, yeah, it's right
Nice
on shoulder
straight,
height, isn't
yeah.
it? It's magnificent keeping. Zip, pace, movement. It's been an outstanding opening spell here. That's a little tempter.
Being very patient here, Daniel Muir. He's a player that does like to score, does like hit boundaries.
And they've covered the deep extra cover too with a fielder on the fence. And then there's also a fielder at deep mid wicket as well. It's relatively straight. That's it. It's just probably one that he's probably, I think that's for the one that he floats back in. Oh, out! Muir's gone.
Wow.
Captain coach takes it. And the breakthrough occurs as Muir's frustration created a false shot. And Jagrat Singh gets the breakthrough.
I think it's surprised Jag Singh there. The ball just floated back to him and all before he realised that it was, wedged between his hands and his tummy. That's a big wicket. And a result of some really good bowling, I think you'll find. Bowled some fantastic areas. He really put the pressure on Daniel Muir there. He hasn't been able to free his arms and hit the boundary. And all of a sudden he's walking off the field.
So one of the players in this Wellington side that's an aggregate over 700 runs is on his way. And now comes the other. A Muir for a Muir. And at one down, tension just drifts back to Wellington. We're in a grand final. SCA brought to you by the Chicken Place. And it is red hot, even though the temperature's quite chilly here at Weily Park.
He's a fantastic batsman here, Nathan Muir. This game is tailor-made for someone like him. He loves finals. He's performed well so far this year in the finals.
Well, we might just talk about the setup though. I'm not sure, Jerry, you can show the delivery before the wicket. You might not get a chance, but outside off, back of a length, a little bit of a way movement. And then the one that was fuller, not as much pace, maybe trying to get a little bit of swing back in. Muir saw it. He tried to drive it, but it didn't get it in the right spot. May have dipped a bit on him as well, and he hit it straight back to Jagged, who took it. It was in the end a pretty good catch.
Yep. Always tough to take a catch off your own bowling, regardless of how quick or slow they come back at you.
Spell here. So here's the build-up. Wide outside off. Tempter.
Being very patient.
And that was predominantly where he's bowling most deliveries. As it goes again here. That's short. And that's gone for 4. Well, that was a surprise short one, John.
I'm not sure it's a great decision from Jagrat Singh there. Like he's bowling a fantastic line, a fantastic length, really challenging the batsman there. And what he's given Nathan Muir, who is Wellington's biggest wicket, I should say, he's giving him a gift with nobody down that corner of the ground.
He certainly swiveled on it very quickly, picked it up a treat, and at that pace, it's not going to be a major problem with no fielder providing any sort of angst for Nathan Muir on that pull shot. That's the spot to be. There's his more traditional delivery outside off, moving away. Hey, Jerry, can we get the build up, the previous 2 deliveries before the wicket, to try and just share the picture to those at home, just how this wicket occurred?
Getting some significant away spin.
Yeah, that's probably more of a floating sort of 1.5 slips as well. And that's
nearly
where it went. This is where Muir was cramped up.
Frustrated
He was
there
having
too.
a battle
Yeah,
and a
he was
half. Caught up. And
that's a great take. He's taking that up under his armpit there.
well, that's definitely nearly, yeah. And there was several in the last over too where he was staying on his crease and trying to find it. But then the one that did get the wicket was the full ball and hit it straight back to the bowler. It's
actually a really good watch. The start of that sequence there, you can see Daniel Muir, who was really bogged down, have a sneaky look over at his teammates over in the dugout there. Then you could see the absolute frustration when he missed the short one, and then he just leant into that fuller one, straight back to the bowler, played it with no real conviction.
Yep.
And out.
Well, I've got change of bowler.
I think this is a good move here from the Weily Park Kings. Girard was just struggling with his length. Whenever he dropped short, it went to the boundary. And Salman Kumar has been the Weily Park Kings' premier batsman Not batsman, bowler, sorry.
Not a bad, well, he's not a bad batter as well.
He's not a bad bat, but he's been their premier bowler for the year with 27 really impressive wickets.
He will bring the stumps into play. And now they've got not a lot of protection still, so one on the leg. And Hemmings will probably like the line at the moment. Still, he'll need to get it a little wider outside off. There was an appeal for caught down the leg side. And the keeper straight away going back, which maybe just shows he's got a little bit more pace. That's a lot more pace. That is swift.
They do. They love a short ball, the Weily Park Kings, don't they?
Well, he was well through that shot, Hemmings, before I reckon. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say well. He was. The ball was past him as he was starting to move into the hook shot. He's played two comfortable pulled shots at sort of mid-rift, and then that one was over the top of his head. We've got a gully in play. We've got two square of the wicket on the off and a extra cover coming in a bit tighter, and that's leg side again.
Really does look like he's trying to bring the stumps into play. He doesn't. He.
But he hasn't got the field for it. He hasn't got the field for that. But I mean, maybe they're saying Hemmings isn't going to play a lot of the full balls on middle out towards that leg side. They're banking he's going to hit them straight. Otherwise, there's quite a few runs, even if there's ones and twos, to turn the strike over.
That's a better line there from Sarwin. Much better line. The kind of length, that delivery there, that nearly brings the pull shot in, but not quite, you know. And with Jeff Hemming clearly liking the pull shot, just gets him hopefully in that two-minded mindset.
There we go. He has got one on the leg side, but it's a comfortable single.
Nathan Muir getting the chalk out to mark the line. It's been marked by about 14 batsmen before him there.
It's all part of the ritual, though, isn't it? I've seen people try and mark with their shoe. You know, like they're on a turf wicket.
Turf wicket, that's just too much TV.
As long as they don't start to tap it down with their bat.
Yeah, that's right.
Good soup gardening. I mean, it's fair enough getting a bit of grit off the wicket. That's okay.
Big wicket here for the Weily Park Kings, Nathan Muir. They want him early.
Yeah, it's a key battle. Right now, right here, and another towards the leg side. It's a few extras, but still no major issue because he's bowling wicket-taking deliveries, Sarwan. And he's bowling a bit of extra pace.
Struggling with his line. There doesn't seem to be a whole heap of swing there for Kumar. He's just struggling to get his line right. Length looks okay. If he can fix that line, he'll be very, very dangerous. Another delay for a car driving past. It really poorly positioned, that driveway down there.
You wouldn't have stopped for a car, would you? You wouldn't have even known it was there.
Never. If people are watching the ball, it shouldn't matter, in my opinion, but,
Maybe they're actually concentrating far more than you maybe did, John, when you batted.
That's probably right.
You're probably too worried about your next sledge.
Maybe.
Some young kids around at the moment. Maddie Blomfield's twins are in front of us, cruising around. They've got the matching jumpers on. They look like trouble.
And you think she'll ask you a question and she'll go yes or not? Or not? Zoe?
Interesting over from Kumar there. Just struggled a bit for his to find his line. Easing himself into the day.
He's got a bit in him, though, doesn't he? He's got some pace behind him. So just a recap of this innings so far, Jeff Hemming on 10, 2 boundaries for him, and that's pretty much it. A couple of singles either side of those 2 boundaries. He's faced the 23 deliveries. Danny Muir was a big wicket. He was caught. Jagat Singh got him driving at one and caught in his midriff. And Nathan Muir, the big key, with 1 boundary. The very first ball, or it's actually might have been the second ball he faced. In fact, he hooked a very short delivery away from Jag, and it went backward a square for a boundary. But it's been controlled stuff from both sides as they've trying to navigate themselves into a comfortable position, but there's so much time in this game. 44 over match, 202 is the chase. Hemmings look comfortable. I mean, he's got a couple of shots that I feel like his probably job is to bat 20 overs, maybe 20, 30 overs, get himself in 30, 40 runs, and maybe runs come from the other end.
Yeah, what he's done is put the bad ball away. You know, he's had 2 short balls. He's belted to the boundary and then hasn't had to do much else really. What they'd be looking to do with Hemming here is to just keep the ball right on that off peg or just outside of it, you know, to really make him try and make the running, try and make it happen.
There's that ball he likes, doesn't he? As soon as he sees it short, and that's only just short. And we saw it LB in the first innings, and the ball didn't get up from a pull shot. Some danger in that shot, although there's plenty of space on the leg side.
Just wasn't quite in the zone, that one. Just a little bit fuller than what he would ideally have wanted. And we've had a few of them. A couple of these today. Several, in fact. We would have had, I don't know, 85% dot balls I would expect so far in this innings.
Yeah, yep. That definitely. He out of the 27 balls he's faced so far, he has had 23 dot balls, 24 dot balls.
Just means he might be building a bit of pressure on himself. You know, instead of looking to knock the ball behind point, which is what Weily Park would have done with that delivery, just try and knock it behind point for a single. And sometimes it was effective for them, and sometimes they couldn't quite get it. But when you let the ball go consistently like that, it allows the bowler to get into a bit of a rhythm, and before you know it, you know, you've had 3 overs bowled for not many runs.
The Bales is coming off there. I'm not sure it was in the wind. It was knocked by Navi Patel, the keeper, and that's the end of another good over from Jag Singh. 1 for 8 off 5. The wicket's the key. There it goes. This fell out the wind. Yeah, the heavy bales. I don't think they have them for community cricket, do they? But they used to have the heavy bales down at Belleroy. They've got 2 different sets. They get heavy and heavier.
They've got the Balsawood set and the Tas Oak set, do they?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Here's the sun again.
That hasn't poked through for a while. In fact, it came just before, about half an hour before the game, and hasn't really been back other than for a couple of minutes. And not many people have got anything other than a jumper and jacket and a rugged up around the ground.
Deep square leg in play here, so I think we'll see a short ball from Kumar again. He did seem to like the flavour of it in his first over.
Well, he's still predominantly offside though, isn't it? Is that just, as I say, just one inside on the leg now. It's maybe stopping a single and he's into the action straight away.
Just reach for that little bit, Nathan Muir. He might have expected that to come on just a little bit quicker than what it actually did. Played it out in front of his body.
He wants to get on his front foot, Muir. That's his predominant movement initially.
And already this over, Simon Kumar has found a far better line than in his first over.
I'm intrigued how they're thinking Muir's going to be dismissed. So are they going to try and get him on the drive maybe? Are they going to maybe bring the stumps into play with that fielder on the leg side, giving an option for Sarwan to bowl a little straighter? It's not a lot of movement already. The first few overs there was, but I think it's... We're in the 10th over. I'm not sure the ball's still doing too much in the air. They need to keep picking up wickets. There's a chance at the bowler's end. And in the end, it carried over the stumps. Maybe also home viewer. Good tap and run maybe in the end. Hesitation just for a second. And I reckon he was gone. Yes, he would have been gone. And what was interesting, I know you can do it on Syntho wickets, but he actually He actually went across the stumps. So he actually made it longer. He did have to get around the bowler. And now they're going again for another quick single. So intent from Wellington. Nudge and run.
It's a good couple of runs, and that's probably just a result of being tied down for a few overs before this. As we were talking about, a high number of dot balls so far in this innings. A few boundaries which have picked the scoring rate up, but not many singles have we seen.
Yeah, it's the pace of both bowlers not always coming on to the bat, and that's the end of Sohan Kumo's second over. He's gone for 7 runs. Hemming on 11 off his 30 balls, and Nathan Muir 7 off 10 balls.
Bowling change, I think, coming up here, Peach. Jajic seems decided to have a spell.
I will say, John, it's an absolute treat doing the commentary. I have to do the scoring as well, which has been historically my job. And before they had My Cricket Live, My Cricket, they used to do the My Cricket update every over, didn't they, Jerry? At the end of every over, a couple of years ago.
In the beginning.
Yeah, when they. So I remember, we used to. I think of one grand final, maybe T20. We actually a couple of times I'm going over the scores to double check because I'm doing the scoring commentary. I'm not sure I'm good at any of it, but we'll see what they can do with the bowling change.
But Andarpreet Singh coming into the attack.
Andarpreet's been good. He'll bowl nibbles again. He'll swing it. And the first one punched into a very busy offside field to the extent that deep mid wicket's still out, John. So once again, it does maybe give him a short one. He can bowl a short one. He'll be okay. And both players will play the pull shot. So that's not bad. I think that's okay. And they've just got to play it back or a square on the leg side and the mid on. The rest are all on the off, including a slip. That's where it goes. I don't think that's going to be stopped because it's been hit extremely well. And a boundary.
It's an interesting fielding position out there at deep mid wicket, and Wellington had the deep mid wicket in for a lot of the day as well. But what's clear here is that I can't see Jeff Hemming hoiking the ball to cow corner, you know. So I would probably suggest that Weily Park would be better moving that field zone around to a deep square leg, right where those couple of boundaries are
what
gone.
does he? He's maybe straightened himself a little bit.
Little bit.
The adjustment's too late, as always the case. A good shot from Hemming. 3 boundaries for him, and they've all been in that region.
He's clearly very happy, Jeff Hemming, to wait until he gets the ball that he wants to have a real dive at it.
It's only hit some crispy. That was rocketed off the bat, that last one. Oh, that was nearly through the gap. Well fielded at backward point. They're good in the field so far. They haven't had a lot of work to do at this stage. It's just hard to know if you give them a pass mark in the field because of the drop catches for Wellington, but on the ground they were magnificent, and run outs are obviously ideal. That the Darren Brown one was a great bit of fielding at point. That one's just angling in. It's been a good change. He's right on the money straight away, other than that first one. Tightening the batsman up.
It's just giving the batsman, bowling this length and at that pace is only giving the batsman one area to score in, and that's that point to backward point type of area, you know. And it's exactly where the ball's going every time, and they haven't yet been able to pierce the field.
Oh, they nearly did again. Right hand was used, now the left hand. And a pat on the back for the backward point.
Nice start there for Andarpreet Singh.
That was good over, wasn't it?
Yep. Just bowling solid areas. Probably do really, if he keeps the ball, you know, in that zone, they could do with another one in backward point. Pardon me, backward point there, the Kings.
We still didn't get confirmation on what was a fielding restriction overs, did we? To get the clarification for this innings, because at the moment they're still in the fielding restrictions, we think, and maybe they're out of them now.
I think Wellington were out of them in the 10th over. Unless there was just a mistake made, they were out of them in the 10th over in their last inning. So I expect now that they're well and truly out of it.
Duff's getting bored. He's just shown a chap on a truck who was probably going a little too quick. And now some tyres in a big pile. He's a long day. You got to imagine that dust by himself, which isn't a good thing. Up on top of the scissor lift. All he can hear is Jerry and my voice and John's voice. Is he okay?
He is.
He okay, Duff?
It's 5 minutes of fame.
See, he does feel like he's high up because that tree, I'm just looking out. It's blowing again. No, we need him strapped in.
He's up the
Hey,
scissor lift,
Jerry, we've
mate.
got gaffer tape. Do we need to gaffer tape Duff down? Not just actually in the scissor lift, probably just long term. Muir on strike. Oh, it's nibbled in, but too high. He appealed after the fact. Jeff Jackson and Paul Doran, the umpires today, they've had a couple of close calls, haven't they? You know, and they don't usually have cameras and slow-mos and ultra slow-mos, do they? So they're being analysed today. One run out was super close, and there was an LB. And there was also the call behind that. They thought Wellington had their man, but not given out.
He nipped back him quite a way, that last delivery, back in Nathan Muir. Well, so did that one. Well, on a good length here now.
Or someone at a stack. Sorry, on their bike.
You're not laughing, the kids falling off their bike.
No,
eh,
it
Pete?
generally looked like a bad stack. Considering I came on my bike about 3 months ago and dislocated my elbow, I've got some sympathy when they come off. My son came off the other day and just face planted.
He bounced back up.
Cried for about 3 seconds, said, nah, I'm going again.
Good on him. Made us some stuff here.
Oh, he's certainly not like his dad.
Anyway, Sam and Kumar bowling a really good area this over, really making it very, very difficult for Nathan Muir to score.
You know, you got to say, there's a run to the leg. There's a similar strategy here. They're going to get two. They're going to hurry. No, they've decided the one's okay. A really similar strategy from the Kings, isn't it? Just to bowl really consistently, set the field, say to the bowlers, this is a field. We're going to try and tie things down, restrict boundaries, put some pressure on the batters, and see what their decision's going to be. Exactly the same as how Wellington approached it.
Yep.
And it's a really curious time in this game. 1 for 31. We're in the 12th over. It's been a steady start from both sides. And at 4 by 6,
out.
big appeal. Maybe going down leg. Well,
big
you
appeal.
felt that everyone was appealing even deep mid-wicket. May mean sneaking down leg, but very difficult for us to have a great indication. Let's see it from here. Let's get the line. It's a little inducker. May have been sneaking. Tough one to tell.
Tight down the leg side, I think.
Yeah.
He just has been nipping the ball back, Kumar, this over, every delivery. So that pitched about that off-stump type area.
Yeah.
And just followed that leg stump down the line, I think.
Would have been a big wicket too. Jeff Hemming. Oh, any wicket at the moment. Hemming now on the walk. Interesting. You made the comment around the keeper up to the stumps. Hemming then on the move and actually started outside or the popping crease. And that's the end of a good over. Could have had a wicket, but probably sneaking down leg. 3 overs for Sarwan Kumar, number 8. There's some of the wonderful sponsors from both clubs that have helped their teams get on the park. Oh, they're actually Wellington's ones. See, they've got some sponsors. I won't even try and go through them, but J&F Roofing, Banjos at Glenorchy, RJ. Geez, there's a few roofing places there. Concrete Concepts.
Good to see Daniel Muir there, not too upset about his dismissal, having some fun time with the kids.
Yeah, now his brother's going to have to do some work. It's a nice shot, but not piercing the field. So a stack of offside fielders again. The gully in, sorry, we've got the gully in play. We've still got a slipper, point, cover. The extra cover is fairly straight in a catching position, and the mid-off, relatively normal position for the mid-off. And there's the nudge and run.
Where's your brother? Where's Noah?
It's always easier to nudge and run when you're on the front foot already, you know. You're halfway through that first run and your momentum's moving forward. Whereas if you try and dab off the back foot, your weight's going back. It's always more difficult to take that quicker one. Just that little bit slower, Antiprete here than Sarwan at the other end. They're a good combination, aren't they? Like he doesn't really rush the batsman. He's just putting the ball in the right area, letting it move a little bit both ways, and is being backed up by some pretty good fielding at the moment.
In the air, and that'll be clean. One bounce and over the line. So there's that short ball that Hemming is waiting for, and he dispatched it again.
And again, it's what Wellington did very well the whole of their 44 overs. They gave Weily Park no free hits, you know. Jeff Hemming's now on 19. He's hit 4 boundaries, all of them off the short delivery.
Yep.
You know, so they've gifted him a couple of runs here. Taking the pressure right off.
Now he's gone down the ground. It's been cut off by mid-off and just a single.
There's nothing better as a batsman if you just get if you get one ball an over or one ball every second over that's right in your hitting zone, and you're able to put it away. It takes all the pressure back right off you again.
I need to keep the movement going, the run rate going, because it started at 4.6 was the asking rate. It's now up to 5.5, so it has crept. And as soon as it gets to run a ball in the middle overs, that one. So swing it back in. Bowler's end. Terrible throw.
Shocking.
Really let it go far too early. He knows the throws didn't hit the mark. And that's the end of an eventful over. A couple of moments in it. And one powerful boundary and then a run-out opportunity on the last delivery. We're 12. In fact, we're 13 overs in. 1 for 38 are the Kings. In the chase. Sorry, of the chase of the Kings, total of just over 200, probably 30 short, we think, don't we, John, of a par score?
Without a doubt, 30 or probably 40 short of a par score. Certainly from their point of view, when they were pre-game, they were looking at that 240, 250 mark as a baseline to kick off from. So they would have been very upset walking off at the half-time break, but they're in the game with 200 on the board.
Little edgy, okay though.
It just feels from Wellington at the moment there's just a little bit more interest in the single. You know, they're just not sure it's urgency necessarily, but they're just looking a little bit more up and about.
It's Nathan Muir. He's the one. He loves to turn the strike over. He's a good athlete too, and he'll get through quite quickly. So I think him and Hemming seem to be matched up quite well here at the moment. Hemming on 20, 4 boundaries, and that's pretty much been his lot really, other than a couple of singles. That's fine. That will run away through fine leg for a bottom edge 4. Yes, it's a flourish from Jeff Jackson. His right arm draws a picture and signals a boundary.
Good shot there from Nathan Mill, but really a freebie from Sarwan Kumar there. Just too short again. That's been put away. Wellington are really sitting at about 80%, I think, short ball to boundary ratio.
Yeah.
At the moment, so they're really taking advantage of the looser delivery.
Hemming was a little slow off the block there. The misfield's always risky, isn't it, John, to run? Sometimes you're just best to stay in your crease, but a single nonetheless.
Just wonder if he's fatiguing just a little bit here, Jeff Hemming. We saw earlier that he was very, very cold during Wellington's 44 overs. So do you think
he's fatigued because of frostbite?
Well, possibly. He's just been leaning over his bat at the other end.
Really?
Another leave. Another leave took good delivery, to be fair.
Maybe those pies weren't that good after all. He's had one for lunch. Slowed him down a little bit.
Always have huge respect for anyone who could have a pie and then go out there and bat and not have it give you severe heartburn.
To be fair, I played with guys in the early days who had a smoke while they're out there batting. Played with this one guy. He's a terrific cricketer. He opened a bowling with me when I was young, and he used to leave his packet of cigarettes with a lit cigarette at his mark. He didn't worry about the disc. He had the packet of cigarettes with a lit cigarette at the end of his mark.
I'm not sure if that's tough or stupid.
I mean, I thought it was cool as a 19-year-old, but I never smoked, so.
That's a reasonable delivery there, Kuma. He just still has the ball tailing in at the batsman, just tightening them up.
Yeah, there's a rhythm to this at the moment. The odd short ball which gets taken advantage of by the batters, and the rest of the deliveries are right on the money and are restricting the access, and even the singles, even though we've seen a few nudge and runs, it's been pretty low. Hemming on 20, Nathan Muir on 15. Still the key here. 202 is the chase.
Wellington will be feeling really good about their position. He's only 1 wicket down.
Now we're going to see Yadamat coming in. Sorry, Anoop Yadamat coming into the bat.
Yeah, so Wellington will be feeling really good about their position. 1 wicket down. They're travelling at 3 runs and over. Probably a couple of runs behind where they would ideally like to be, but with only 1 wicket back in the shed, there's no real pressure on the run rate just yet. But as I said earlier, Peach, another 6 overs at 3 runs and over. All of a sudden they're chasing run a ball.
Still got the slip
pressure goes on.
I mean, Anoop's going to come in and bowl his mediums, but they've still got the slip in play. That was hit a ball, but didn't really get up.
It's such a straight slip too. It's nearly the keeper's catch there if they do get an edge.
Well, it's nearly saying I may not get across to one that is a thick edge because I'm standing up to the stump. So imagine that's the reason he's so straight for the fine nick. We've only seen the one nick go through, and that was on the ground. There's 5 players on the off inside the ring while stopping a boundary, and then the boundary stoppers are on the leg side. Long on, straight. Brilliant fielding. And deep mid-wicket as well for the pull shot, which you reckon could be straighter, couldn't you, that mid-wicket? In fact, they're both coming back up for Hemming.
I think he should definitely be straighter there for Hemming, although he did get off the slower bowler earlier. He did get it closer to
well, no, they're going
deep
2.
mid-wicket.
I don't mind this. So they've got 2 now. I actually think this is a good decision. So he's saying bowl straight now and again. We're going to protect maybe the back of the length ball, but it's got to get it outside off. That's where it is.
No, waste no energy. Anoop there, Yadama through his action. Just 3 or 4 paces, then all shoulder through the crease.
Not just that though, he turns and he marches back. He means business. Gets his hands ready. The ball's in it, and he's into his action again as a batter. You literally know it's time to even stop and have a respite. Gee, that backward point / gully. I think he'd pick up who it is from here. I forgot my binoculars today, which has annoyed me. He's been phenomenal. Yep.
That's him, done a great job.
It's Pratinder Singh. Unbelievable fielding today at backward point, and Gully, he stopped it with both hands. So Preet with his hands have been magic, and he stopped 3 or 4 boundaries and kept things tight at 1 for 43 after 15. And if you had them batting first, John, if you had Wellington, let's see this wicket. Have you had Wellington batting first, you'd probably say they're behind par on here, wouldn't you? I know they're chasing a different story, but they're behind par on any sort of score. So they've got some work to do. I mean, it's nearly 6 and over they require.
Yep. I think you're absolutely right. I think they've got the advantage of only having 200 on the board so they can pace their innings. And to be fair, they might have batted a little bit differently too if they were batting. Definitely. If they were batting first. But apart from the short ball, they haven't had a whole heap to score from today. You know, Weily Park have done a reasonable job apart from that short ball every 2 overs.
Well, let's take it out. So there's been 6 boundaries, I think, in the innings. They've all been short deliveries. We've got a bowling change as well.
It is Marlin.
And straight down leg side.
So we've only had 14 runs off the bat, essentially today, that aren't a boundary or an extra. And that's in 15 overs. So we're less than 1 run off the bat outside of the short ball boundaries and extras.
The other thing is they're outside the fielding restriction time too. So there's One extra fielder out at the moment. And so it does protect Ismail's ability to bowl straight.
Gets through the crease hard here, Ismail. Looks like he will attack the stumps too. He's bowled 2 balls that have at least attempted to be at the wickets by the look of them. Doesn't look like he rushes at all through his action. He's actually back to the 30-yard circle.
He's got a long run up. Well, they're going to have to hurry, but they're okay. Yeah, he's got a nice athletic run up, Ismail. We did like the look of him with the bat in hand.
It's good intent.
We wanted another 15 minutes of Ismail at the back end of their innings. We could have produced anything. He was nearly doing the splits by the end when he was trying to dispatch the Wellington bowlers over the off.
Oh.
What's
he off now?
Well, is he going to ask the is he up Jeff Jackson? Is he okay, or is he? Was he wanting to come back a bit? He's like he can't change his position as a bowler. Umpire can only move back or forward. Might get 2 here. Tell you what, that was on the money. He would have been out. Well, they called too early, and even I thought that's probably 2, but some work was needed to be done. Anoop was very good in the outfield. Great pickup. Just a little bit of a stutter, but look at that arm. Probably too much in it. He was gone by a mile. And
probably would have benefited there, the wicket from being behind the stumps.
Well, he would have avoided the batter diving, and he would have been in a better position to take it back down on the stumps. I'm not sure that he was actually watching and realised I'll come back for a second. Little mistakes. And these are the moments, aren't they? You do the right thing. Do to get the wicket. That's wide. That's very wide.
Probably reflective of that second run of the pressure they might feel they're under. You know, they'd know that there isn't a whole heap of runs flowing off the bat at the moment, and whereas they're under no real pressure in terms of wickets taken, I think sometimes when you're out there, you're in a grand final, you need 200 to win, you wanted to score more than 3 runs and over. I'll tell you what I like about Ismail here. He looks like a cricketer who doesn't die wondering. Certainly a batsman who doesn't die wondering, and he runs in with intent, enthusiasm, and he looks up and about.
Duff's is wondering where he's getting his firewood from this year. Have you got any, Duff? Is he okay? I got mine the other day, actually. I got 5 tonne.
Well, that set you back $3,500.
That wasn't too bad.
They're working hard, those lads over there. That pile is certainly reduced in size.
That's a nice shot. Does it get through? No, it doesn't. Ground fielding's been fantastic from the Kings today. That was their sponsorship this year, the Kings. Is that why they changed their name from the Rockers?
Well, I think KLM took over this year as their major sponsor, and they have a little crown there in their logo.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there is some symmetry there.
Not bad.
I'm not sure what KLM stands for.
No idea. Got grocers underneath it.
They're a fantastic grocer in Durham Park Road.
Right. There's another hit and run. So the 50 up, or just gone past the 50, have Wellington. And we're going to have a drinks break here on a very cold day. They might want some hot Milo. Hemming on 22, Nathan Muir's moved to 20. It's been a good bowling display so far, chasing 202. It's on the knife edge here, 1 wicket either way of the drinks break, and we saw multiple wickets fall in Wellington's bowling effort against the Kings. But work still to be done for Wellington to win this grand final, still with 150 runs for victory. We'll have a break here on Duff TV. All right, the dance continues here at Weily Park in Bridgewater. The railway line behind us, the river up in front of us in a cricket game. Down to 2. It's a grand final. Aaron Pete Robertson, John Enning here. It's the Chicken Cup, the SCA final. Without the KFC, hit the KFC bucket. Although someone did walk in the start of the game, they had a bunch of chicken in a big bucket, which I don't understand. Where's society got to that you need to give your food in a bucket? You don't have to answer that,
who
John.
knows?
That's okay.
No, I was just trying to think of something funny to say.
No.
Well, it's 4 runs to kick off the next session.
So we had a grind for the first session, lost a wicket, and that was Daniel Muir caught and bowled off Jagit Singh, the captain coach. Fine bowling display, but Nathan Muir's just started to get rolling, and then a boundary off the first ball, and a short ball again.
Another short one. It's really important. It's a really important stage of the game. This next 5 to 7 overs, I think here, Peach. I think that if Weily Park can take a couple of wickets, or Wellington can, score at 5 or 6 runs and over, either team may take a really strong lead in this game.
Yeah, the middle third's going to be the key. I think it'll create the picture and it'll be clearer. There's a run out opportunity. There's already been one missed about 3 overs ago at the keeper's end. Ravi Patel had an opportunity. It was a strong throw from the outfield and would have had Nathan Muir short if the keeper had taken it and been in the right spot as well.
That's a better length there for Manoop Yadama. If he can just nip the back there and not drop it too short, he just doesn't allow the batsmen to free their arms up.
They've got a bit of protection out too. I think this suits Anoop's bowling because he's going to be attacking. He's going to get through his overs quick. He's maybe even going to get a little bit of extra pace out of him, so he's got a deep point, deep mid-wicket. And he bowls the fuller one.
Oh, watch out for them cords, mate. Harvey, why be away from them cords? Harvey, over here, mate, quick.
Again, right on the good length there, Yadama. He's found his spot in that area.
That first ball that left the bat at speed and found the line. The rest of the 5 deliveries were much more accomplished. The first over gone since the lunch break. 1 for 57 with 17. Gone in the grand final. The culmination of another long season for community cricketers here in southern Tasmania. Actually, who won the Huon Channel Association A-grade granny? It was last week, wasn't it?
No, it was a fortnight ago.
Oh, fortnight. Jerry would know. Jerry, Huon Channel Cricket Association granny? Blackman's Bay. Okay. They used to play a game between the Huon Channel and the SCA, a combined game. I don't think they've done for 5 or 6 years.
No, it's been a long time.
Going around the wicket now. That's off the leg guard. And they'll come back for a second. Yeah, pretty comfortable because the keeper doing the work with his glove thrown to the ground. He wasn't able to get any purchase on the throw, and they get a couple of leg buys. So round the wicket from Ismail. We've been enjoying his work so far. His cameo at the back end was entertaining. He was solid in the field, and now he's coming off a long run. He's got a bit of pace about him as he's trying to disrupt things here for Wellington and prize out a wicket.
I just feel like he's trying to force something to happen here, though, by going around the wicket. Well, that's well fielded. Having a look at the field he's got set up here, being around the wicket, I'm just not quite sure exactly where he's trying to get.
Well, it doesn't work with the 2 players outside the leg, does it? Because you'd need probably some protection on the off, deep point, but there's no deep point at the moment. There's a 3rd man. It's the only player outside. 3 players in the ring, and then a 4th player at mid-off who's fairly straight. He's nearly saying go to the leg, and that's gone through the in-ring and just saved maybe, or did it go over the line as a beep of the horn? And I think it was okay for a couple.
I wonder if it's a problem with his run-up. He had a conversation there with Jeff Jackson, the umpire, during his last over. He was pointing at the run-up.
Great bit of fielding.
It looks like a good piece of work.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's just feeling a bit more comfortable around the wicket.
There's a dead spot, John. Have you seen the bit of dead spot of grass? We might get in a second, just behind Nathan Muir. Duff will zoom in a second. It looked like he was issue. That's going to just maybe off the glove or the thigh guard.
His problem around the wicket, though, is he's opening up a huge scoring zone that he didn't have from over the wicket. So, I'd prefer to see him try and bowl from the other end than to compromise himself by going around the wicket.
Correct. Come this end, swap over, or go, well, I'm just going to have to make a slight adjustment because that bit of dead grass at the other end again, it's fairly wide. I reckon he's running to the inside of it, but maybe he wants to run straight through it. But it has created more opportunities here for Wellington batters.
Have picked up their scoring rate since the drinks break here. They're now well over 3 runs. Well, not well over. They're still right on 3 runs and over.
Yeah, they're just on it.
So they're just over 3 runs and over. I shouldn't try and do maths and talk and read all at the same time. So they pushed up to over 3 runs and over since the drinks break, and it's just coincided with some interesting decisions from the Weily Park King there. Kings Ismail's come around the wicket and it hasn't gone for a boundary, but has really bowled scoring balls in most on most deliveries. And Yadama did open up this second session with a free hit short ball outside the off stump.
Yeah, so maybe the strategy from Muir and Hemming is to get it to 4. They need 4.6, but it's actually at the moment it's well over 5. But they can actually get the actual run rate to 4. It slowly gets that margin. It doesn't allow the run rate to get above a runner ball in the last sort of 15 overs. The key at the moment, though, I think, would be a wicket, though, for the Kings. Slip in place still, John, and he's the haunches ready for a catch.
It is an interesting decision to have the slip in, especially the Yadama bowling, just little induckers. It's not like he's nipping the ball away, and out he comes now right on cue.
So there's that protection on the off. He's actually in a catch.
No, Lenny, don't.
Some kids have just absolutely screwed the effects mic. The kids. Oh, that's some good stuff. Community sport right there. We've just lost the effects mic, and some little tacker had a bit of a play with it. Another missed time push.
He's hanging in there, Jeff Hemming, isn't he? He's doing the job for the Wellington Cricket Club at the moment.
He's going to 52 as his strike rate. But just a second at the bowler's end. Muir was having a wander.
Muir was clearly keener for the quick single than Jeff Hemming is here. All of a sudden, it seems that Anoop Singh here has really found his line and length.
Well, I think he likes no slip in play, to be fair. Although he did have a flash outside then Hemming. That's a good over though from Anoop. Well done from him. He's done 3 overs now. He's gone for 8 runs to show how miserly he's been. Just a quick wrap up of the bowling so far. So Jagat Singh did the job at the top, picked up a wicket. Gerard Singh also 3 overs. He went for only the 10 runs. Sarwan Kumar 4 overs for 13. Antapreet Singh 2 overs for 11. Yasmal has been really good as well with Seam tiling away 2 overs. He's now 3 overs for 15. And Anoop 3 overs for 8. So they're all really low. No one's going too many runs. Ismail's gone for just over 7 and over. And Antapreet Singh went for 5.5, but even he, just about one delivery that got knocked away. As Jerry's just gone out to tell a bunch of young kids, get away from the effects mic. No, he's half smiling. He didn't scare them, did he? They're okay.
Interesting bowling change from the Weily Park Kings. As
That's actually
back
got through
into
the gap
attack.
before. Well, out of nowhere, a punch that cleared the infield and raced away for 4 runs.
Batting nicely here, Nathan Muir. Like, he's had a real mix of, missed time front forward defensive strokes, but then some really clean striking from good cricket shots in between those missed time shots.
Yeah, it certainly raced away, didn't it, across the outfield. Gained some speed as it exited the ring and the hands of the inner field. That's delicious. That's the best shot so far from Muir. A 4 down the ground with a punch. And then a swashbuckling 6 through the leg side. And he clears the line.
It's a great shot there. He was just down on one knee there, Nathan Muir, and went crack straight over backward square for 6 pills. And that's cleared the boundary by 15 metres as well. It's a lovely stroke.
Just as we saw in the Weily Park innings, a couple of boundaries happen and things change, but a couple of wickets happen and things change as well. This game's is tight because the squeeze that's occurred up until the drinks break. But as you say, since drinks, that run rate's gone from like 3.3 to closer to nearly 4 runs and over.
It's certainly been absolutely more free flowing in the 4 or 5 overs since drinks.
Well, there's nearly an appeal there. It's on the offside. Is Jagrat Singh is enjoying himself in the slips. He's been emotional today.
Looks like he's shortened his run here. Soon, Sawan Kumar. It's probably understatement of the day to say that Weily Park need a wicket.
Yep.
You know, just here just to keep themselves feeling like they're in the game.
Yeah, it's been a good 18 deliveries for Wellington. Some boundaries of 6. Confidence from Muir. You're right about Hemming though. Between every over, he's leaning on his bat. You can zoom in on him. Duff, is his colour okay in his cheeks? He doesn't look that great in between deliveries. So Noop Yadup's going to continue from the railway end of the ground. And there's that backward point spot again that's been targeted regularly by both batting sides.
They do have that area of the ground now tightly held with the gully, the backward point and the deep point.
Yeah, I like the deep
place.
Point. Does give them that bit of protection. And yet 2 players deep on the leg again for the shorter ball to Hemming. Well, he's going to be involved because he bowled a full ball. And that easy single out to backward square leg. So the weather's looking okay. I don't think too much more rain's coming. The wind's been problematic. Mostly for the camera operation. I'm sure for the players and the fans they'd like it a little warmer as well. Currently feels like 8.5 degrees.
Perfect weather for cricket.
Absolutely sensational. With wind gusts of up to 41 kilometres an hour, currently running at 24. So that's a southerly. So pretty much into the teeth of the breeze, isn't it? There's that short ball again, but the protection's there from the slap from Hemming.
Interesting strategy from the moment from the Weily Park Kings. They're really just trying to cut the boundaries down with 3 deep on the leg side to Nathan Muir, the deep point in with those other 2 players behind square.
More aggression then from Muir. He's opening up down on his knee once again, and he wanted to hit that one a little straighter into the gap.
They just will, though, rely on either a piece of brilliant bowling or a mistake from the batsman, like a real mistake from the batsman to get a wicket, you know. So I think that can be hard. That's the hard way to get a wicket.
Oh.
He's done a good job there, Yadama. Just going for the 4 singles. Just a 3 runs and over. The run rate now from Wellington Cricket Club right up near 4 runs and over very, very quickly since the 3 runs and over it was at the drinks break.
Just a few balls that are pitched up at the moment. Another full toss. A couple of runs out towards the deep mid wicket boundary. So Hemming on 33. Muir's now 43, going up towards a runnable half a century. So maybe he's going to be the key, the one player to really get in with the bat. Ronnie saw Jag, the captain coach for Wellington. That's gorgeous. That's 6. That's helpful. And maybe Muir's away.
Lovely shot there from Nathan Muir. Just leant back on the back foot and swiped that straight over that short boundary there behind square. Sawan Kumar just really struggling with his line and length. He's coming back into the attack a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, the Ismail change. It all changed when he went round the wicket. Yep. Maybe not happy with the run up. Sawan's been so good, and suddenly the runs are coming from his bat. So he's now going at 6 runs and over, Sawan Kumar. Prior to that, he was 3.5.
And Nathan Muir now striking over 100 all of a sudden. 47 off 43 deliveries.
That's still the better spot, isn't it? Just angling in, getting it on that off stump, not too short. I think you could probably over-pitch to Muir with this field.
Well, you'd rather over-pitch than under-pitch because, you know, what's been proven this whole innings is, if you pitch the ball short, it's going to the boundary. But I'm not sure Weily Park would have been under this type of pressure all year. You know, I know it's a grand final, the pressure's much higher, but just through the general season, I'm not quite sure they've ever been, behind the game. And
well, he's gone bigger. 6 more from Nathan Muir, and the horn salutes a half century.
We might have a little break here in play too, while someone takes the long run to retrieve this ball.
Someone come out for an autograph?
Come out with a drink. Someone's pulled over, driving into the ground. They've pulled over to retrieve the ball. That's good of it.
Well, an electric few moments here from Nathan Muir. And that's the 6 that brings up a half ton in a grand final. As the ball has been retrieved by a good Samaritan. Possibly. Hasn't found it yet. And the second time we've had to find something on the gravel. There he goes. I've got it, guys. There's no problem here. Oh, has he got it over?
Has he got that?
Oh, just pitching wedge out.
Kumar's got to come off here for the Weily Park Kings. They have to find another.
Jag, come back on to get it. Jag
another option. Well, he did it with the bat.
Yeah.
The captain coach. He might just have to come back on and make a breakthrough with the ball.
Maybe it's time for Jagged Singh to come back, and that's cut into the off.
As the wind picks up again.
Yeah, there's no rain on the radar, but there might be a bit of mizzle on the mountain. You can see it again, though. The singles are now coming as well, aren't they, John? And it's partly because the field's been dispersed to prevent the boundaries. But it's also meant, or maybe there's a confidence level too, there's the fatigue coming through for the bowlers. And what was such a tight game with the drinks break has changed dramatically. There's a slash. One brings 2, as you always say in the field, isn't it? 1 wicket brings a second, and they're 3 down, and Muir didn't want to face up. Maybe just getting distracted by the wind, something flying around.
I think you're right in here. The Weily Park batsmen really are just batting with an air of confidence now. I think that since they've been able to push that run rate up from that 3 to 4 mark, the field has spread a little bit, but they are definitely playing with far more intent to turn the strike over.
Yeah, they need that little bit of magic at the moment. There's Anoop the one. Adama, I think he could. He's been very accurate so far. Where's the wicket coming from? That's the end of another over gone. Anoop's bowled 5. He's gone for 14, so very economical. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. SCA Grand Final brought to you by KFC. John Anning, Aaron Peach Roberts are in the van. Jerry Martindale on the pots and the pans, showing his skill set with all the replays. And Martin Duffy providing the action on top of the scissor lift. John Anning, where is the wicket coming from?
Well, it's actually really hard. It's really actually hard to tell how Weily Park think they're going to get a wicket here that isn't just a blatant swing and miss from the batsman. They have brought back Juraj Singh, the opening bowler here, but even in his early spell, he dropped the ball short on occasion and got dispatched. Still think they might just be a chance behind square on the offside if Nathan Muir just gets a little bit lazy with it.
Yep.
I can't see him getting out on the leg side. It's hitting the ball far too cleanly now, and the ground is too small.
Yeah, well, they're just making some changes, so they've got an extra player in the off that's going to come into a short third man. 3 players behind point on the offside inside the ring. That gives the indication where he's going to bowl. Deep mid-wicket and a player just behind squaring the leg. And then long on. Not that long actually, but long enough. And a mid-on also a little outside the circle, sort of stopping the boundary. And then for the slap deep cover point coverage on the fence. So it's a curious, but I don't mind the idea. Back of a length. See if they maybe can get an extra bit of bounce, possibly. Try and cut it through that gap, through backward point and get it to one of the fielders. Well, there we go.
It needs to be full outside off stump. With the field he's got 3 behind square. He's got the coverage at a really square cover there. He's got the mid-on and the regulation cover in place. So it has to be wide outside off stump. Try and get that, just that little edge over to the deep gully or the backward point.
There it is. That's the spot.
It's too short.
Well, it maybe has to be to try and bring those fielders into play.
I think
they're not catching positions, are they? If he bowls full,
no,
they're actually stopping boundaries.
I think they're there for the top edge.
If agree.
If they can get the drive.
Is that a shorter ball or a fuller ball?
Well, I think it's a fuller ball for where they are because they want him to be driving behind square, not cutting behind square.
Well, that's the case. They probably need to be a bit closer to more of a catching position, so I don't reckon it's going to carry. But anyway,
sure.
We'll continue to work out the strategy because it's hard out in the ground, isn't it, as a captain, when things aren't happening. Having captained a few games, been a few grand finals in these moments, I always reckon you try something. Who's the slow bowler for them? Is that the option? Some spin. Lots of medium paces. That was in the air for a moment, but it's all it's done is flicked away. I don't reckon any of the batters picked that up, and it's gone for 4. Because I lost it as well. It is getting a little darker again.
I wonder if they will try and one of their real part-time bowlers, Weily Park. They've had a really consistent group of 6 bowlers for the year. Ravi Patel's wicket keeping has taken 4 wickets when he has bowled every now and then, but behind them there hasn't been a whole lot of wickets taken.
So Hemming on 35, he's going exactly 1 run every 2 deliveries of 70 balls, 5 boundaries. Danny Mills, a player out caught and bowled Jagat Singh, and Nathan Mills passed his half ton. He's 61 off 54 deliveries with 6 balls going over the fence for 6.
And has really put the foot down in his last 20 deliveries too.
Yeah, he's suddenly looked very confident. He struggled outside off for his first sort of 15, 20 balls. Then maybe played pretty cautiously. He's opened up in the last little while. 3 run-outs just keeps coming back to me for Weily Park. Is that the thing that hurt their game? Because it seemed like, once again, 240 would have been very much in the game. Talks a lot, Nathan Muir appears on the ground.
He does. Looks like he's well and truly invested in the game.
And after your own heart, someone who chirps on the field, chats away, even chatting to himself. He's disappointed he didn't hit that one a little more cleanly through the offside.
Still talking about the wide that wasn't called 2 balls ago.
I think he's unhappy about that court that he thought he had off down. That's a wide. He was going wider and wider and wider. And I think eventually Anoop was probably not going to find a way of keeping it in.
He's done it well today. He's bowled that wide line. Hasn't looked overly dangerous and hasn't gone for too many runs. But
that's down the ground. It should have the legs to just clear the fielder. Will it get to the line? It'll just be stopped inside. So a moment of anxiety for Daniel Muir. He's just got enough. Did not time it. And have a look at what his head did then. Sorry, Nathan Muir. Look at what his head did. He threw back. It was a poor cricket shot. And you said it might be just a one mistake from a batter that could change this game.
I think Jeff Hemming, who did hit that delivery really is starting to fatigue. I really think he's feeling the pinch of being out there for 20.
I'm obviously fatiguing. I'm getting the names wrong as well.
Yes, that's right. I didn't want to say anything. He just hasn't really struck the ball very cleanly in his last 20 balls, which is the opposite of Nathan Muir, who has put the foot down. They've nearly played, the opposite.
Yeah, yin
the
and
opposite
yang.
role.
Yeah.
Yin and yang, absolutely. Well, this is interesting.
There we go. You said get the keeper on. Some magic might happen now. As Patel looks like he's going to maybe either be in the field for a bit and have a run around, get warm. Maybe he's cold. He needs a run around, but I reckon he's going to have a bowl. Maybe not straight away.
I reckon it will be straight away somehow from this end. Sorry, the what do we call this? The Launceston end.
Nah, this is the railway end.
The railway end.
Yep. Well, you got the Brighton. What's it right behind us?
Sure. We all know the railway doesn't come past Brighton these days, so
It's literally just there, isn't it? The interchange.
Yeah, it's over there.
Yeah, like a couple hundred metres away. The hub there. Thanks, Jerry. There you go. There's the railway. Thanks, Duff. People trying to gaslight me.
it must be at the end of the road there somewhere, though, doesn't?
That's the end of the line.
End of the line.
Yeah.
Love a bit of travelling Wilburys.
Technically, you can still take a train on it, just that it's got nowhere to go.
So Anuj Shah has taken the gloves away from Ravi Patel, which you think would mean Ravi Patel's going to come on and have a bowl imminently.
So here's this offside field we talked about in the last over, though. Muir has knocked it for a single. And Hemming is on strike.
It was a confident single too. Like, he hit that very well just to the right of the batsman and was off immediately.
I was going to say, are they changing the field? A little bit of a change. There could be a little, there's a strategy here to keep Hemming on strike, I suppose. And either frustrate him or frustrate Muir if he's stuck at the other end. It's not a great strategy, but it's a strategy.
Problem with that strategy now is that Wellington can afford a few overs now where they don't score so many runs because they've done so well since the drinks break.
Yeah, Jilgraj back of the length. Firmly hit to point.
Point's going to just come in a few metres there too, just to put that little bit more pressure on that hit and run strategy.
What's going on over here with the wet air? I don't know if Duff's are they all huddled together because it's so cold?
They're just cold.
There's literally 12 blokes standing 160 metres back from the boundary line, huddled up next to a. That's through. Only a single though. That's okay. Brings Muir back on strike.
That's just how cricket clubs work. Peach, 12 blokes looking after each other, getting nice and close.
Yeah,
bit of a love in.
And no one watching the cricket.
Yep. All with their back to the game.
Yep. Now that was a footy. That'd be 5 pot, 20 metres closer. And maybe yelling some commentary to the umpire. It's the first missed time for a little while from Muir. It's a front foot shot that he struggled with today, isn't it?
It is.
He hasn't been able to find any fluency in those shots. It's been mostly a back foot game. Is there an appeal there for obstruction?
No. Wouldn't that be controversial?
I saw one the other day. I don't know what was in it. I'm thinking the player had nowhere to go, but he must have just moved slightly off his line, and now the rules have changed. No, I'm not going to mention that. There we go. End of the over. Good from Yuvraj Singh. 18 off his 5 overs.
He does look like competitor Yuvraj Singh. It's in the game. And seems to like to have the ball in his hand.
Yep, so Jeff Hemming on 39 not out. He's been there from the start. Nathan Muir came in early after a Daniel Muir drive. Got into the fingertips of the captain coach Jag, who snaffled it, but since then there's been not a lot of love. There are the King's sponsors. Great supporters of this wonderful cricket club. 3 teams now? 2 teams, Jarrett. They've got, they're down to 1 now. Weily.
Yep, just 1. What's Paul upset about here? The umpire's upset about, I think they got a reserve fields and they stand a kneel down. One of those technicalities.
That's firmly hit, but there's coverage. So the change in keeper only a few moments ago. Anuj coming in to keep, but we've still got some overs for Anoop Yadama. He looks like he's coming up. Is he coming up to the stumps? Don't mind this. I like keeping. I think it's good to keep Muir on the crease. Straight away, though, as soon as the ball's short, his timing's so much better. It was a gift, really, but maybe the sign of Hemming struggling with his timing.
That's a sign. That's a sign of just the fatigue that Hemming might be experiencing at the moment. That's a full toss that I reckon normally would put away for a boundary, but just not quite able to at the moment. Just not sure I like this from Yadama at the moment. He's not going for a whole heap of runs, but he's not bowling a line that's going to necessarily get him a wicket. Oh, hello. No. It's a lovely drive straight over the top of mid-off's head. Boundary for a brief second, I thought it was going straight to the captain coach.
So did I for a second, and I leant out and realised it was cleaner than that.
And he really is on fire at the moment, Nathan Muir. He's rushed his way to 68 off 62 deliveries and really looking like a match winner, as he has done for a lot of this year, to be fair.
Yeah, so less than around 4.5 and over at the moment for the victory. It looks comfortable from here, the fact they're only one down. And the question's got to be, John Anning, where is this wicket coming? Because it has to be a wicket. It has to be probably 2 wickets. Tighten it up, but what a story here. Wellington can get through from victory. They were on the edge of not making finals.
Yep.
They've made them and they've won every single one of them at this stage. They've still got some work to do.
They've done it the hard way this year. They had results go there.
Sorry, John, I've just got to interrupt everyone. That's the Bridgewater substation. What does that do? What does that do, Jerry?
That's right.
Yeah, okay, that does power. Does oh, good.
Well, it's well worth interrupting what I'm saying.
No, Jerry and I are going to start a subsidiary show because Peach and Jerry go around and we're going to video and have a look at the highlights of Tasmanian hydro infrastructure. I've got a mild fascination. I like bushwalking. Jerry and I both like bushwalking, but maybe that's our new show. John, you can probably do your own. I don't know what yours will be. You probably beer tasting or something.
Oh, I'd love to do a beer tasting show.
So we've got to change here. Ravi Patel coming in as the wind buffeting Weily Park. And unfortunately, Weily Park are also being buffeted, the cricket team, and some spin finally. Can this be the magical change as Muir chops it to leg? And they've got them spread as well. We'll describe the field. They're one on the leg deep. One on the off deep as well, square of the wicket. A long off is in place and a straightish and a mid wicket. They need some magic, and this is going to be the magic. The keeper coming under bowl.
As predicted, Ravi Patel into the attack. I'm just in terms of strategy again. I'm just not quite sure what they're trying to achieve here, Peach. They've got 3 on the leg side, all on the boundary. Patel's bowling around the wicket, and it just seems like it's free runs on the leg side there.
I don't mind him bowling around the wicket. He nearly sneaks it through. I don't mind around the wicket because of that. I was nearly going to say he won't be able to drive against it with this field, but his first couple of overs probably weren't quite on the money. He has been squatting down with the gloves on for the last hour and a half. Maybe taking him a while with his off spinners to get him played.
That is just it's still a slow enough pace that is a very easy tuck around the corner. Anyhow, he's out there and we're not. He's won 2 games off his own bat this year, Ravi Patel. He bats like a man with my mindset, and let's hope he can take a couple of pills here and really bring the Kings right back into it. All just feels a bit easy at the moment for the Wellington cricket club.
Yeah, there's not many dot balls. He's sort of seeing 5 or 6 dot balls in a row previously, and then maybe the odd boundary. But now the dot balls are slowing up. Nearly out the front of the hand. There's a little bit of appeal from the keeper. That was of interest to the bowler, and that was an entertaining first over.
Just having a quick look over here, Peach, to the Wellington supporters, and they're all looking, well, they're looking rather cold to be fair, but no one's pacing. Everyone's sitting very, very relaxed, chatting away. They're looking like a happy bunch here at the moment.
They don't want to move, because as soon as they start to move, they've got to stand up and get out of their seat. They're all huddled in together. It is a bitterly cold day here. Was it 27 degrees in Hobart yesterday? I nearly went for a swim.
Here's Ismail. He has switched ends. Mohammed Ismail.
Right, so some action from the railway end. Ismail to light it up as the last chance, I think, here for the Kings to find some way of getting a couple of wickets as their year's nearly ended.
Really interesting to see how he goes here. Uphill, which is only a slight hill to be fair, but into the wind.
Do you call that a hill?
It's up.
What, it's not even?
It's slightly uphill.
Slightly uphill.
More importantly, he's bowling into a fairly stiff breeze.
Yeah,
now.
no, the breeze is straight into his face. It's a 35 knots or kilometre an hour wind. It's providing some problems. So
I wonder if he bangs a short ball in here just to try Jeff Hemming out.
Just put a deep backward square into play. And there's also a deep mid-wicket, and they're bringing another player onto the leg side, which is complete contrast to the types of fields we've had for the majority of the day. So 2 men deep on the fence on the leg side, and one player is actually finer again, just inside the ring on the leg side. So a short, fine leg.
And staying around the wicket, Gizmo.
That's been whacked onto the on. Is that going to get through the gap? It does! Is it going to get to the line? And it does as well. And a roar from the supporters.
I don't think it's really feel like Mohammed Ismail. He just doesn't quite have a real plan. You know, he's stuck with bowling around the wicket. The field's really set to try and bounce him out.
Yeah, it was set. It's. I mean, I kind of get the angle across, but he's got to bowl shorter than that if he's going to try it with his field, or maybe be the surprise delivery. That's better. That's much shorter and harder to hit when it's outside the off stump, and the pace is good. So we've got contrasting bowlers from either end. We've got the keeper, Harvey Patel, with his flat offies from one end, and we've got Ismail with his energetic short stuff from the other. He doesn't look that comfortable at the moment. Maybe the facial expressions are more about not happy with his run up, with his rhythm today. He started over the wicket, but he's now bowling from behind the umpire. He pops out there.
They look like a team lacking confidence at the moment.
Yeah, with Hemming
Weily
also moving up to a half century as well. He's moved to 47. Probably he's been forgotten about as Nathan Muir, 71 off 67 deliveries, has been the highlight so far for Wellington.
I really feel like it's time for the captain coach Jajik Singh to come back into the
100%.
into the attack now and really take really lead the team by example and try and get that wicket that they need here to try and kick off a collapse.
Well, he stepped away. That's out.
Here it is.
Well, out of nowhere. Muir's lost his composure and he's found the fielder a deep backward square. And Ismail has created something out of nothing.
And what do we know? The round the wicket line worked the treat.
Yeah. And Ravi Patel, keeper, who probably doesn't catch him in the deep that often, has snaffled it.
He enjoyed it.
He timed it quite well in the end. He obviously wasn't trying to hit it there.
He just got underneath it too much.
Yeah, true, but he enjoyed this, Ravi. He had a chat, but a fine innings from Nathan Muir. He's put his team in a very strong position in a grand final for Wellington. But now, a little bit of work to do. One brings two.
In comes Isaac Manson, who has been making some really great lower order runs late in innings.
See, have a look at this. Have a look at this from. We'll go again on the replay. The dismissal there, Jerry. The locked off shot. Just look at what this means to Nathan Muir. disappointment on his face. They tried something, didn't they? They definitely tried something. And here's the dismissal, and it's caught there.
I'm not sure they looked over the confident there, the Weily Park Kings there. It's often the way when you get a wicket without the gloves on sitting under a ball.
Ismail wasn't even a smile on his face. I think Nathan probably had more confidence that the keeper was going to catch it. And we were all kind of working out what was the plan, but we knew that something had changed. The field went back round the wicket. Ismail had changed, the keeper deep. And a Nathan Muir, probably a small mistake from him, but a wonderful innings from Nathan Muir. He's got his side into a position that they still should win this game. Isaac Manson at the crease 2 for 130 in the 39th over.
This couldn't be more important period of play now. Like Weily Park already look like they just have a little strut to their step. They're looking a little bit more confident. And the only thing better than one wicket is 2 wickets in a row, you know?
Yep.
And Ismail's back over the wicket, so there must have been a strategy there to bowl around the wicket at these lads.
Yeah, I thought the short ball around the wicket was the plan. That's a full ball. That's probably not a bad option to Manson. He does like to hit the ball down the ground and through the leg. He's probably had one of his best years with the bat, Manson.
I would expect it's been his best year by a long way with the bat.
Probably more of a number 7 or 6 and 7, I would have thought.
Been batting 4 or 5 this year, and I think that's probably just a testament to his development as a cricketer, his way up the ranks. Could you leave with that from Ismail? Just a little bit of in-swing still?
It looks so much better going around the wicket, doesn't he? He actually looks like he's got zip. He can look like he does a bit of work with his hands to get the ball to nibble off the pitch. He's got super energy.
He just allows bowling over the wicket gives the ball an option to swing. It's very, very difficult unless you're Andrew Flintoff, to bowl around the wicket and still tail the ball in.
Well, he's going around the wicket now. So he's going back to Hemming, who's been the player who's been batting for the last hour and a half, and he's going around the wicket to him. And they've got that similar field again. Yeah. So they've got 3 players deep on the leg side, so they're giving him protection, or they're trying to see if he's going to play a pull shot. So short ball coming up. Well, it's short, but it's short. Oh, it's out off. And through the gap. And a half ton to Jeff Hemming in a grand final. The third of the game, the second for their innings. And a polite raise of the bat and some strong applause from his teammates. Well, that was odd. With that field, that was the last ball you want to bowl, I reckon.
Yep. I still think he's just lacking a plan, especially with the one ball he's bowled over the wicket.
Yeah. In
the last, 3 overs that he's bowled, tailed in at the batsman just beautifully. And he's gone straight back around the wicket and bowled a free hit, short outside off stump.
So Jeff Hemming, he's 51, coming off 85 deliveries. So when he was at 30, it was off 60, and I think when he was at 35, he's off 70.
Yep.
So he's just moved along a little bit. He's going at a strike rate of 60, which in this grand final is spot on if he can stay in there.
And the bowling change we called for has been made. Ravi Patel only bowling the one over of his round the wicket off spin, and the captain coach Jagjit Singh back into the attack. Well, surely
Ravi took the gloves off to take the catch. That was the strategy. Get me in the field. I want to take a catch. And Jag is back.
Bowled a fantastic first spell, and really probably the game, the game was probably won or lost here for the Kings at the moment.
So he was 5 overs in his first spell. I know they can only bowl 9, so that's the max. And he probably realised, well, we're probably bowling them out.
Yep.
So if he's bowling 9, he's bowling. I mean, there was one more over from him. I'm not sure, but at that stage, the run rate was 3, wasn't it? So he was probably thinking, well, we could pick up a wicket. I'd come back on a bit later. Maybe I'll come on around about the 25th over, pick up another one. But that's when the runs were flowing. But they have picked up a wicket as Manson hits it firmly into the offside and can't breach the field.
He also had to come back now because the game's probably not going to the 44th over. It's probably going to 40 overs.
I don't think
maximum.
It's ever going to 44 overs, I don't think. Well, that one stage at 3, it was going to grind its way up. But even then, you think with no wickets falling, they'd get some movement with their run rate at some stage. It was always going to finish a little early. Straight away, he just looks dangerous, doesn't he?
Just bowls in good areas. Like, he's clearly the tallest of the Kings by some
Yeah.
way.
I mean, what are you? You're 5'10", 5'11"?
I'm a solid 5'11".
5'11". I mean, I saw you when you did the interview with him. I was standing back. I thought he's considerably taller than you. Better looking than you too, John. Sorry.
Probably. You probably got 15 years on me too, but not that would make much of a difference.
Yeah, he's been fun to watch today with the bat and the ball in the field, and the way he's sort of engaged in the game.
Does look like he enjoys the game, doesn't he? He's had a smile on his face all day, regardless of the position of the game.
Yep. That's a good delivery. Just digging it out. But probing in. And this line, he can bowl at the moment because he's got a bit of protection on the leg side. So he actually can bowl stump. And I think against Manson, they need to try and target the stumps. To the extent that the third man is probably still required, maybe, for the guide or the glide. Yeah, there's that shot that Manson likes. The drive through that offside. Feels really comfortable when he throws his hands out there.
Hasn't there been an incredible amount of runs scored today through the point area?
Yeah.
There's been a large percentage of runs, you know, if we had one of those fancy wagon wheels.
Yeah, I mean, it's two things. No rule. I mean, Ismail's probably the only true fast bowler, or Doughton was in his youth, but Ismail's probably the only true really quick bowler in the group. There's been real control from the bowlers. They haven't really had an opportunity to bowl. We haven't seen too much on the body and the legs, so they haven't. And there's not really actually too many batters that are fluent on the legs.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it's the only shot I had, so I'd be okay today. But there's very few players have been able to work the ball to leg, which is probably the complete contrast to what you might find if the bowling group was maybe a bit quicker, which is probably, you know, that's how you got to play these bowlers. Medium paces, it's very hard to whip them through mid-wicket.
I think you find that's probably the reason why Wellington bowled the lines that they did, you know, is because the risky batting actions of the Weily Park Kings, you know, is really suited to that, clipping over the leg side, and Wellington just took it out of their game today totally.
Ismail continuing over the wicket, straight away a single from Manson.
I'd like to see him stay over the wicket here to Jeff Hemming. I'm just not sure the round the wicket approach is working.
He's already moving this side. And Manson's staying on that side, so he's changing again.
It just seems to me to be the type of batsman, Hemming, that just can see exactly what he's trying to do. They're trying to get him out by hooking to the leg side, and he's just not going to fall into the trap.
Yeah, no. That's probably the spot. I think that's what they're trying to do. Not many full-ball Yorkers at the moment. Haven't seen hardly any, have we?
Haven't seen many Yorkers in the day.
No.
Yeah.
They're kind of not bowled as much, are they, in modern cricket, even at higher levels? The Yorker is not such a prominent delivery, the back of the length. You know, even people like Josh Hazlewood, who was, to be honest, in and out of the Australian team. I don't want to talk necessarily about international cricket, but he was in the Australian team 5 years ago.
Yep.
But suddenly he's back of length bowling. He's nearly the best T20 bowler in Australia.
Well, that's the ramp and the reverse switch hit, you know, that's taking the Yorker out of the game.
Yep. And that's the spot he can't bowl, and he's bowling. And he's got Manson on strike, and he's still staying around the wicket. Maybe another over from Ravi Patel. I just feel it maybe this end after this, just try something, take the pace off against Manson. Hemming's still struggling. It's him leaning on the bat.
Might just be his stance. He's done it since about the 5th over.
Yeah,
so
okay.
it might
Maybe it's his thing.
be what he does.
It's how he conserves his energy.
Good approach there from Isaac Manson. I think that's what Weily Park want. They'll want Isaac trying to play some shots. They won't want him to dig in here and just hold up and end. They'll feel they're more in the game if he's, you know, trying to hit the ball to the boundary than if he's just sort of plopping it around. And I think, to be fair, it's his game too.
Yeah, I mean, he's scoring at nearly 94 runs an over. It's his strike rate, so you'd imagine that he's thinking attack here, get this game done. We're in the 31st over, so there's going to be 13 left after this. And we're requiring at the moment 61 runs for victory. That one died through to the keeper.
might be a spot there, and I think we've seen a few pitch in about that area there that just have kicked through, and then there's a spot about a metre back, well, probably not a metre back, half a metre back that does sort of kick a bit.
You see it here. So I need 4.7 and over. So that's greatly changed in the last 5 overs after it was 5.7, I think, around the drinks break. And they've taken a whole run off it since that drinks, and Nathan Muir getting moving. Now that's hit firmly, but it did drop before the fielder out there. So they had the fielder in the right spots, but it was comfortably played because it wasn't short enough. If he's going to get it up and try and create a risky shot. So the game continues. It's Weily Park trying to restrict and find a way to get wickets. 142 Wellington on the board with 13 overs left, needing 4.6 runs on over with 8 wickets in hand, with the opening bat in Jeff Hemming, I should say, on half century, 53 for him off 87 deliveries. Moth Muir's gone, Daniel for 3, Nathan for 71 off 68 deliveries, and the captain coach will continue from the river end of the ground.
He's done a fantastic job today, Jeff Hemming. Really has just anchored these 30 overs, you know, and just scored less than half the runs, but it's just been a really consistent presence. Hasn't really looked like getting out, you know, and batted with some real confidence and some real game awareness too. You know, he knows he's not chasing 250, so he knows he doesn't have to put the foot right down. It's been a great effort.
He hasn't been beaten too often too. I only think 1 or 2 times even. There's been very few deliveries where he's hit the ball in the field too close to. It's been a good accompaniment to Nathan Muir.
Yep. The Weily Park crew still looking very relaxed over there. Nice bit of free advertising there with Duff for Lawrence and Hanson.
Ooh.
Right on cue. He hasn't missed too many apart from the next one.
A pretty lazy shot as well from Hemming. So outside of Jagrat Singh, just trying to think, who have they got? It's their play here, Weily Park.
I think they'll go back to Salman Kumar. He's done it for them all year. It probably came back a little bit too early as a result of Ismail struggling with his run up at the other end. It was right when Nathan Muir decided to go, righto, Weily Park, I'm just going to take it back at you for a minute here. And so I think they'll go back there. You know, he has been the premier bowler for them this year. But they've got to cut that run off. Like, there's no... where they're mid on at the moment is he's not saving 4. He's better off to be 5-8 metres up and really just put the real pressure on that run, especially the position of the game being where it is with Weily Park just needing 4 runs and over.
So bowling straighter at the moment, the captain coach. So 7 overs for Jagrat Singh, 2 maidens in there. He's got the 1 wicket for 15 runs. It's been sensational, 2.2. In fact, he's still got another ball left by the look of it. 1 to come. So he's got a couple left. And let's see what they do here at the railway end of the ground at Weily Park as they try and endeavour some magic late in this SCA Grand Final. We're going to have a drink, I think, are we? Yes, we are. We'll have a break. They need less than 60. There's 12 overs left. Hemming just past the half-ton. Manson just in. Some concoctions required. And maybe some magic speech from Jag. We'll be back soon here on Dove TV to see who can take out the SCA Grand Final.
I think it's a pride Jag Singh there.
Well, Well, he stepped away. That's out.
Here it is.
Well, out of nowhere. Muir's lost his composure and he's found the fielder at deep backward square. And Ismail has created something out of nothing.
First class, club or backyard cricket, and to the supporters, this is your song.
All right, the last stanza. South Australia are only one run away from the Sheffield Shield final, their first for 20-odd years. Sanger and Carey with a ton. But it was made hard work because once those two left, the wickets fell. But back here at the SCA Grand Final, chasing 202, Hemmings on 55. Isaac Manson, he's been at the crease for about 50 minutes on 7. They're creeping closer, 146 for 2 with 12 overs remaining in the day. It's about 7 degrees. Technically, it says it's 12, but it feels like 7. There's a couple of very hardy supporters huddled at different spots around Weily Park. And unfortunately, the team that's been dominating the SCA for first grade in 2025-27, 24-25, it's been a long day, John. Not even sure those numbers make sense. That's been smacked. It's a bottom edge. It's going to probably roll close to the rope or the line. And we're going to get 3, the first 3 of the day. When's the last time you ran a 3, John?
Well, batting beautifully about 3 weeks ago, and Ray Donahue, God love him, made me run a 3, and that was the end of me.
That was it, wasn't it?
Straight out.
You just left. Tell you what, the person's got, why have they got their lights on?
They've had them on all day. From the angle I'm on, it looks right behind the bowler, but I've had a look at the camera and they're off to the side.
Right, okay, I'm struggling to look out the window. There are some lights. That's smacked. It's maybe going to get through. It does.
I dare say those people are sitting in their car with the ignition cranking with the heater on.
So a blow. And it was a good shot from Manson. His offside game's good. In fact, his offside game then was excellent.
A nice interaction down. This game's been played in fantastic spirits today. It's been really great.
He's gone again. This time the other side should be cut off though. And they'll get a couple. Things can spiral pretty quickly later overs. Just one team kind of bowlers realise the game's done and they lose a little bit of spark. They nearly need to come out. Well, they needed a wicket just for lunch. Yep. Sorry, just for the drinks break, which is exactly what happened to them. So all the things you don't want in a grand final, John, you don't want run-outs, particularly bad mistake run-outs. And you don't want to lose wickets just on drinks breaks. So the 3 things that really haunt you, 5 wickets, so nearly half the wickets for Weily Park fell in that manner. just before a lunch break, just for a drinks break, and a run out.
With only the 11 overs to go now and 40 runs to get, it really is going to require a bit of brilliance from someone in the Weily Park cricket team to come in and jag 4 wickets very, very quickly, and take the game by the grip of the shirt.
The game, probably keeping 5 overs, needed 4.7 and over then. And thought, maybe you can keep it tight, keep it at 5. Maybe you can sneak it down the last couple, put a bit of pressure on, they lose a few wickets, suddenly become 6 quite quick. But not the case.
Yeah.
They haven't got that extra wicket. They haven't been able to keep the run rate down. And now they're within sniffing distance of what would be for their club a really famous premiership in the men's first division competition.
It's not often Wellington Cricket Club have to do it the hard way. They finished 4th this year and have managed to see the end of New Norfolk, the Gurkhas and Claremont Cricket Club in their way to the grand final.
Yeah, well, the team that's really missed out was Claremont as well, so they played the prelim.
Yep.
And they would have gone in really confident. It was a rain delay as Patel coming in again for his second over. Don't mind this. I think they need to change up something that might create a mistake.
They have to try something here.
Does he even throw one up a little bit, get it above the eye line of Manson?
Just got to try something, You might go for a boundary here or there, but you just might take a couple of quick wickets. And there's no second prize here. There's no value in the game going out to the 40th over and just fizzing out. The Kings have to really try and make it happen here.
So 3 players on the offside behind point. One player in a sort of a catchy position at cover point, and then a player in the fence as well on the offside. So plenty of protection for Singh to bowl outside off. But at the moment, they're actually hitting him to leg. There's 2 players deep on the leg side covering the line. Hasn't thrown anything up. That's a little bit more elevation. There's actually a chance of it was nibbled into that space, but a juggle by Sarwan Kumar. He just couldn't get in his hands, and that was a risky single.
And that just shows they look a team under pressure, the Kings, at the moment. Couple of fumbles here, couple of short balls.
Well, has he been expelled for that fumble? How's that? Has someone gone out to mid-on?
He's been moved from a deeper gully to long on.
He's been made to run 140 metres to that misfield. He's at the other end of the ground. That's high, handsome, and a 6.
That is right in Isaac Manson's hitting zone there. Slower bowler, around the wicket, nearly pulled a Sharpie out there, Ravi Patel, and hit me on it, and Isaac Manson delivered. That's a nice cricket shot.
Yeah, it's well timed, wasn't it? Very well placed.
Wellington Cricket Club are so confident here. We've got Big Red McConnell and one of his mates there getting their steps in around the oval.
Yeah. They're just trying to warm up. So we're in the latter stages of the SCA Grand Final. That's edged! The slip's been in all day above the last sort of 5 or 6 overs. Probably unlikely to have a gripper in at this late stage. Now down in his haunches is Hemming. As his tally's gone up to 60, and Isaac Manson's provided a nice little cameo here. He's on 22 not out, just close to a run ball, 2 for 166. 10 overs left, but I doubt we're going to need all 10.
And all of a sudden, in 2 overs from the drinks break, 3 overs from the drinks break, the run rate's gone from 4.5 down to just a miserly 3 runs and over. Batting with some real intent here at the moment. The Wellington Cricket Club looking like a premiership side.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty remarkable to get it. Andrew Singh coming into the attack.
Looking more and more like today, Eddie Street Oval might be the place to be tonight.
It's a nice little club room there too, hasn't it? Built a few years ago. Looks like a good spot.
Yep. It's
Certainly
facilities.
better than our old club room.
Ooh.
Oh, that was horrid.
Still there. Just to remind them what they've got, what they had.
What they could end up if they don't behave themselves. That's going to find a line. Yes. Or is it?
Oh,
It's
gee, that's
millimetres. The foot was required, and it did the job. Oh, he's literally stood on it. Lucky he's not wearing spikes in his shoes. Just the plastic rubber sole.
Anderpreet Singh back into the attack now. He's taken 22 wickets this year. They haven't quite used him real well today. I don't think he did a real lot wrong in his first 2 over spell.
Yeah, he looked okay. He bowls in duckets, but he was unable to get many overs, and it was a time when I think they were trying to find a wicket maybe. Yeah. They thought, he went for, I think, a couple of boundaries, and they took him off. High in the air. This could be a 6. It is. For a moment, it looked like it was going to just hit the line. But maybe the breeze gave it that little bit of extra trajectory. And we've gone big again.
Certainly looks like Isaac Manson's not interested in taking this game out to the last couple of overs. He's looking to finish this off any time.
A good blow from Manson as he's displayed some clean hitting here in the back end of the Wellington innings. He moves to 28. Hemming still there on 63. Nathan's Mule's innings looking even better. Didn't time that. It's going to fall short, so he is in a hurry.
Probably a good thing he did miss-hit that, because he hit it nice and flat. It might have been straight down the throat of Sawan Kumar there if he just got a little bit more bat on it.
Hemming hasn't had a lot of the strike in the last few overs. Gets one there. He's going to go for a quick single. And the captain coach having a laconic throw at the stumps and no real chance for a run out. So great job here. There's the 6. I like the casual nature. See the ball right in front of the camera. Out.
He's gone.
Yes. Little edge through. And Anderpreet Singh has a wicket late. And Isaac Manson, who flourished away, finds himself back in the sheds. And it may be a Jeff Hemming half century, not out at the end. And a big wicket.
Can we see something special happen here in the last 20 minutes of this game? Can the Weily Park Kings
have a look
take a couple of quick wickets here just to put
have
the
a look
pressure
at this delivery. This is seamed. This is actually seamed away. I reckon just off, because I think he bowls in swingers mostly, Anderpreet. That one might have just nibbled off the seam, but is it a fraction? It's probably a fraction too late. 25 runs needed. I mean, they just knock it around and they win the game, don't they? It's going to need bang, bang. Maybe a couple of quick wickets. And as you say, the bottom end of their team isn't quite as strong, is it?
It is a grand final, Peach, here, and there might be just a bit left in this game. We've got Vishwar Yamapath coming in now, former Weily Park Kings player, came to Wellington this year with a big reputation.
Yep.
And probably hasn't quite played the way he would have wanted to.
He was a decent pickup, wasn't he, for Wellington this year?
Got a big Facebook post.
Did it really?
He did.
Okay.
So he's going to want to make some runs. The Kings are going to want to get him out.
Yeah.
And if they can get him out real early here,
let's
there'll be some nervous boys on the sidelines.
Let's try and find a narrative amongst what is looking much like a Wellington victory. And here's the wicket. Oh no, that's actually a boundary. And Ravi Patel's back with the gloves on.
Well, that's an interesting decision at this stage of the game.
Why bother?
They must feel he's a bit stronger with the gloves.
Well, I think he is. I think he's kept well. I mean, he's actually done better than well. He's been phenomenal up to the stumps, particularly to the opening bowlers, when there was a little bit of pace in the wicket. But we have got a left-hander on.
Have we got Ismail coming back on from the river end?
Easy. He is.
Hasn't he bounced around the ends today?
Well, he's
Still coming around the wicket.
still unsure because he's got Hemmings, which he's mixed and changed. He's mostly bowled round the wicket to Hemming. I mean, they can just do that, can't they? Just nudge it around. I don't think they will with 7 overs to go. 9 overs to go. I don't think they're going to nudge it around, are they? They're going to...
Well, they can do that. And there are about 6 areas on the ground, you know, where Weily Park are giving them the one. They've got the backward point there, the mid-off, the backward square, the mid-wicket and the mid-on, all on the ring, all offering them one easily.
Yeah, plenty of singles out there for Vishwa to get himself into the game.
High score this year of just 40. You won't need that today.
The sky's cleared a bit. It's no warmer though, but at least it's cleared. I think in the end that was the main thing. Ismail charging in.
Still looks keen, doesn't he? Still looks in the game, still looks engaged. Mohamed Ismail. Looks like a player who'll fight it out to the very end, that's for sure.
Well, I hope they do. I think it's tough, isn't it, when you come to a grand final, you've won all your encounters against this team throughout the year. You've been on top of the ladder by a long way. And you haven't had any trouble coming through in your final. Though there was a bit of a push from Claremont, wasn't it, to get through? They worked them hard and had their moments. Hammer Buff away with a single. So what's his stat in Hampart? Did you say he hasn't scored a half century this year?
No, hasn't got a half century, just averaged the 15. Started the year opening the batting. And I think, you know, didn't perform the way he would have wanted to and did get pushed down the order mid-season.
A little bit creeping up on Hemming. He's not moving all that fast between the wickets. He probably doesn't have to. It's an interesting one to see who considers themselves the player of the match.
Well, he looks like a batsman wanting that bit of red ink in a grand final now, doesn't he? He's just tapping it around and good on him.
Yeah, why not? I mean, that's a good feeling, isn't it? You walk off the ground having batted from the start to get the winning runs. There's still some work to do. There's 22 runs to get. And we're nearly down to 8 overs. A mild appeal. So I hope you enjoyed the SCA Grand Final on Duff TV. Didn't get there last year, but we've done 4 or 5 of the last 6. It's a firm hit into the off for a single. I've always enjoyed coming along to community cricket. The intricacies of these little northern summers and Derwent Valley venues as we generally end up at. Done Tynwell Park before at Abbotsfield, the Cadbury's, the Chocolate Ground, Cambridge, yeah. We've done Old Beach for T20s. Won a grand final at Old Beach, didn't we, G? And now here we are at Weily Park, the home of the Kings, who won't be crowned that, we don't think, in around 15 minutes, as Wellington going to upset the apple cart.
Andy Singh will continue, which is fair enough. These little induckers.
Well, he was good, and you were also surprised he was taken off when he was, and now he's going to try and weasel out another wicket. Let's
hope we see some fireworks here to finish the game off. You know, there's nothing worse here for both teams really than just to see 24, you know,
Just grind out the last
ground
24.
out.
Yeah.
Yep.
So a strong offside field for Andrew Preet. It's bowling just outside off stump, relatively full. Manson, the last player out. As Vishwa has come to the mix. That's a good shot. There's maybe one only.
Field swaps over here for the left-handed Yamapath. So interesting to see if he gets any movement, you know, into the left-handed batsman
He's
here.
going around the wicket here too, Andrew Preet.
Yeah.
To Hammerpath. I don't know if that was a strategy if he's going to get one just a nibble, but I mean there's no slip, so he's trying to get him to square it up. He set it firmly, but straight to the fielder. Straight away, he's looking for a run. Yeah, those extra 30 runs, and they could have done this field right now.
Yep.
And it'd be, you know, maybe 6.5 and over, even at 2 or 3 down. Loss of 4 overs they didn't get to face. Hammerpath to kick good on that back foot. Gee, we haven't seen too many leg side whites today. It's been very disciplined.
Sure has. It's actually not a great deal happening for either team out here at the moment. The Weily Park Kings look flat. The batsmen aren't batting with any real intent. You know, I think they know the way the game's going to play out. So I'd like to see someone like an Andrew Down come out who's just going to try and win this with 3 sixes, you know, and get it done as opposed to the 22 singles.
Yeah, Isaac Manson going was something that hurt. What are we looking at here, Jerry? Serious? It's a bit overkill, isn't it?
They could fit the scissor list and the van on the back of that.
He's coming in though, aren't they? He's getting some logs or something. Right, we know that.
We won't fit through the gate.
We're losing an audience here by talking about a truck, which we don't know what's doing. Let's just concentrate at the end of this game. It's SCA Grand Final. Thanks to the chicken place, KFC. You eat KFC, John?
Do I? No, I don't. I used to eat a fair bit of it and then dropped a few pounds and trying to stick away from it.
Well, I'm not advocating for it because I'm allergic to chicken. That's legit. Really? I actually am allergic to poultry.
I think this could be the most interesting part of the game, you know, because this little spell here from Jagjit Singh may very well just decide the player of the match. If he can pick up a couple of quick wickets here in the last, you know, 20 runs for the Wellington cricket side, he has a very strong case then for player of the match in a losing side.
The metrics already suggest him, don't they? But losing grand finals, it's hard to get you in that spot, and he probably doesn't mind too much. He's probably more interested in winning the game. And is he going to be? I've seen teams lose from here, to be fair. Is he going a bit quick? I feel like he's going quick.
He feels like the ice cream van.
I assume he thought he had to get past because the bowler was about to bowl. What's going on there? I would have thought that was a sloppy bit of cricket. It is. It's really winding down this game, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of like watching a football grand final maybe, where one team's up by 7 or 8 goals and everyone knows what's happening.
It's a shame really, because for the 40 overs of Weily Park's innings and even the first session before the first drinks break here, the game really was a 50-50 game.
Yep.
But just since then, when Nathan Muir really decided to put his foot down and win the game for the Wellington, it has petered away quite a bit.
You know, it might make it more exciting if Duff actually does get put on the back of this truck in a scissor lift and we just see the camera angle disappear as he gets driven around the ground.
Be a good shot.
Maybe it's they're going to use it for the presentations. Yampuff on strike. Gets it jammed into his legs and it's single.
He has bowled well today, Jake Singh, and unfortunately he's just...
Well, he's done everything well, hasn't
he?
One catch as well.
He's probably just lacked a little bit of intensity. He hasn't looked overly dangerous, but certainly hasn't let the bat dominate his bowling, that's for sure.
Hemming back on strike. He's found a gap. It may get to the line as a decent chase on from Ismail. He'll cut it off and they'll get a couple. You know, the people that get full credit here today, the mums and dads with the young kids. There's a kid that just wrapped himself up in a blanket just under the marquee over there. He's literally wrapped and mummified himself. He's having a kip. There's a bunch of kids been cruising around all day. They've done a decent job. It's a 7-hour experience coming to the cricket to watch your dad or uncle or whoever play.
It's probably fair to say that in the Eddie Street club rooms today, there will be a corner where some of the young children might just have a little kip.
They might have no other option but to have a little sleep. Or maybe some grandparents are getting phone calls. He's done a few laps, this bloke, as well.
Been here all day too.
$189, so 13 runs will do the job for Wellington with lots of overs to spare. 6 to be precise. So 36 deliveries left, legitimate ones. And Antiverit will continue from the railway into the ground with Hemming on strike and a stacked offside field inside the ring. And that's where it goes. And it does get through that gap. And they'll get a couple. So now the top scorer of the game is Jeff Hemming as he moves to 74. Top scorer of the innings, I should say, moving past Muir. He got there in 68 deliveries. Hemming has been a little bit more circumspect. He's made it 107 to get past that same tally. That's full. He doesn't decide to whip it. I thought could have cross-batted that one away.
I think he might be wondering why he didn't do that either. There's a big space down there behind square now.
What might have confused me is a chap in black gear.
Jumper, yeah.
Yeah, the jumper. I know he's got shorts on, but I've been full late before. And he's trying to glide into the offside. And somehow he mistimed it so badly, he's managed to get a single amongst all those fielders. So player of the match, maybe what we're talking about now. Muir, maybe it's Hemming. Look at the bowling lineup. Probably no one stood out 3 wickets to Manson. No, McConnell, sorry. Probably no one was the lead. They're all very good. That's full. Oh,
that's
dangerous ball.
I wouldn't say well fielded, but he just sort of got himself in the way of the ball there.
Nathan Muir technically was involved in 3 run-outs, although he didn't do any of them as the keeper. He just took the bails off. He slept at 2. One of them was particularly tough. He did a good job. The others were a little easier.
I think it's not. For me, I think it's Nathan Muir.
He wins the game, hasn't he? He's been the one who's made the difference. That's slopped.
They came back from the second drinks break, and he really took the game by the scruff of the neck and said, "I'm just going to bash a couple of boundaries here."
And that was after a wicket fell fairly early too, and it felt that the pressure was mounting quickly on them. The runs weren't going anywhere. The drinks came, and then the energy began after. So something was good in the drink of Nathan Muir to get him moving after the drinks break. And from then on, they've looked continuing on from that, and that's down the leg and annoyed with his miss, I think.
It's an interesting time in the game to get annoyed like that.
Well, I think he's had a few full tosses.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it's a fairly good innings in the half century in a grand final in a tight game of cricket, but he hasn't found many smooth shots on the leg side. His runs have been mostly short balls.
Yep.
Well, I should say he's struggled with the full ball, but
taking advantage of the real bad ones, and that's quality batting. You know,
Yeah.
is to see out the good stuff and just take advantage of the bad ones. And he hasn't, apart from you take out the last 2 overs, where he has had a couple of full tosses. He's put away most of the bad deliveries he's received today.
well, 2 years ago we did the grand final at Abbotsfield Park, and we had the run out at the non-strikers end. Not too many controversies today. It's been a really pleasant exchange between both sides. There's been just enough tension,
Yep.
just enough byplay between both teams. There's been no aggro, but some confrontations, which is all really normal and expected in these big occasions. That's a good shot through the point region. Yahampar's done his job. He's knocked the ball around for his 5.
Another bowling change. With just 8 runs to go here, it'd be nice to see Jeff Hemming just clip a couple off his hip here. And the field will switch here for the left-hander.
Yeah, Jagger he's been missing for a while with the ball in hand after what was a very good spell at the top. Well, every run at the moment is getting an applause from the Wellington fans and supporters and players.
They're up and about usually about now in a game like this with 7 runs to get. The crew would be up and about hovering around the boundary line, but the Wellington boys still look very relaxed over there on the sidelines. A couple more standing up than they were before, but most of them looking very, very relaxed.
Well, one hit will do it now. They're within a strike of victory. Hemming on 76, he could bang one into the stands, or I should say over the rope, get a score of 82 and win the game. He's got a couple of deliveries left in the over to manage something magical on a way of putting a full stop in this game. And he's got it through the gap. We're within 2. And he gets to 80.
Real shame here for the Weily Park Kings, that this is their second year in first grade. They're a one-team club, so it's a fantastic effort to have a one team in.
I wonder how many players
grade.
they've got. There must be a few that missing out today that have to make up this. Have such a competitive A grade side. Will this be the blow? It'll be closer. It might be the blow. It's going to be done on a misfield. And there's the victory for Wellington. They've come from 4th. And they've won the SCA Grand Final for 24-25. And a misfield was a job. And Jeff Hemming remains 82 not out. And an upset. Who would have said that it was going to be Wellington 4 weeks ago would win the Grand Final? Most expected that the Kings would be that. But a great game of cricket here at Weily Park. And Wellington have won another A-grade men's grand final for Edie Street.
And what a fantastic effort it's been. Like, they really, from ball 1 today, Wellington have played the game to their strengths. They suffocated the Weily Park Kings batting lineup, bowling very, very consistent line length outside that off stump, and then to follow up with the bat to really sort of bat within their strength, to pick the right ball to hit right until the the very last ball of the day. Until they hit the winning runs. It's been a sensational effort. Very, 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 very consistently great cricket.
Well, both teams shaking hands. A very quick snapshot before we have a break, and I think we're hanging around for the presentations as well. It's been a cold and chilly day here in Bridgewater at Weily Park. And the Kings won the toss and sent themselves into bat. They had the better of the conditions. There was a little bit of dew. We had a delay of an hour and 18 minutes before we got on the park. The wind suddenly came through and it stayed for most of the day. Sawad Kumar battled well at the top. Jugraj Singh played well, but it was Jagat Singh, the captain coach, with 89 off 99 deliveries, with a mainstay of the innings. A late little cameo from Mohammad Ismail. Lots of contributions. Andrew Doughton was great with the ball as usual. 3 wickets for McConnell. Contributions across. They kept the run rate at around 4.5 for most of the game, with only Darren Brown going above that and Matty Bromfield. Couple of drop catches, a couple of brilliant attempts from Wellington. They were very good in the field. They kept them to a below par score. It was the 3 run-outs, John Anning. That was the big difference between both sides' innings. Beyond the, wouldn't say incompetency, but the lack of composure in those big moments. And they were bad run-outs too. Wellington then came out to bat. They lost Daniel Muir early. He was brilliantly caught by Jagat Singh, the captain coach, who cleverly set him up with a full ball after bowling back of a length outside off stump. And then we saw a settling innings from Jeff Hemming and slow Nathan Muir, who finally, after the drinks break, got things going. Started to get the ball moving, and in the end scored a fine half century to run a ball with 3 big sixes. Isaac Manson played a nice little innings. He kept the momentum going and he hit 29 of 26. And in the end, Jeff Hemming, 82 not out. All the bowlers had some good contributions. Mohammad Ismail, we thought he was energetic, but it was Jagat Singh, 1 for 20 off his 8 overs, was probably maybe their best bowler in the end. Sawad Kumar, I thought, had moments. Anjaprit Singh came back on late and got a wicket, but it just wasn't quite enough runs for the Kings to be able to hold off a rampant Wellington Cricket Club. Last comments from you, John Andy, before we have a wrap-up. Maybe a prediction on who might be the best player on the ground.
Theme of the day for me today is discipline. Wellington played within their strengths for the whole of the day, and with Weily Park's 3 run-outs and a couple of undisciplined shots by a couple of their powerhouse batsmen at the top made all the difference for the day. For me, player of the match is Nathan Muir. He took the game away from Wellington after that drinks break, and really, I think, was the difference between the 2 clubs today.
I think that's a pretty good summary. Wonderful job from Martin Duffy. He gets the points from us today. Stuck on a scissor lift, 8 degrees, with a southerly blowing into his face. We're going to go to the presentations. A massive thanks you also to Jerry Martindale, who did all the replays, the pots and pans. He ran around, he sorted out a mic that was ruined by a small kid, who then said something rude straight after it was pulled out, which is fortunate we didn't hear. John Anning, once again, thanks for you coming in and giving me a hand. I've been Aaron Peach Roberts. We've been Duff TV. Thanks for the game. Presentations coming up right now. Just probably one that he's probably, I think that's for the one that he floats back in. Oh, out! Muir's gone. Wow. Captain coach takes it, and the breakthrough occurs as Muir's frustration created a false shot, and Jagrat Singh just probably one that he's probably, I think that's for the one that he floats back in. Oh, out! Muir's gone. Wow. Captain coach takes it, and the breakthrough occurs as Muir's frustration created a false shot, and Jagrat Singh gets the breakthrough.
I think it's surprised Jag Singh there behind the game, and
well, he's gone bigger. 6 more from Nathan Muir. And the Horns salute a half century.
We might have a little break here in play too while someone takes the long run to retrieve this delivery behind the game. And
Well, he's gone bigger. Bigger, bigger, bigger. 6 more from Nathan Muir. And the Horns salute a half century.
we might have a little break here in play too while someone takes the long run to retrieve this delivery.
Well, he stepped away. That's out.
Here it is.
Well, out of nowhere. Muir's lost his composure and he's found the fielder at deep backward square. And Ismail has created something out of nothing. Well, he stepped away. That's out.
Here it is.
Well, out of nowhere. Muir's lost his composure and he's found the fielder at deep backward square. And Ismail has created something out of nothing.
They've had them on all day. From the angle it looks right behind the bowler, but I've had a look at the camera and they're off to the side.
Right, okay, I'm struggling to look out the window. There are some lights. That's smacked. It's maybe going to get through. It does. Is someone gone out to mid-on?
He's been moved
Long on.
from
He's been,
a deeper gully to long on.
He's been made to run 140 metres to that misfield. He's at the other end of the ground. That's high, handsome, and a 6.
That is right in Isaac Manson's hitting zone there. Second year in first grade. They're a one-team club, so it's a fantastic effort to have a one team in.
I wonder how many
first
players
grade.
they've got. There must be a few that missing out today that have to make up this. Have such a competitive A-grade side. Will this be the blow? It'll be closer. It might be the blow. It's going to be done on a misfield. And there's the victory for Wellington. They've come from 4th. And they've won the SCA Grand Final for 24-25. And a misfield was a job. And Jeff Hemming remains 82 not out.
1, 2. Okay, listen up. Okay, I'd love to welcome spectators, players, Wellington Cricket Club, Weily Park, Kings to the grand final today. Sorry it's a bit cold, it's a bit shivery, but I've got to say it's been a wonderful game of cricket, played in really good spirits. I'd love to thank Weily Park as the host today. I think you've done a tremendous job, very much appreciated. Special thank you to Mutu. He's done a wonderful job, got around a lot of people, and it shows in the effort that you put on, so thank you. First up, we've got a couple of awards that we want to present before we get into the other formalities. The first one is the Spirit of Cricket, and I think more importantly, today demonstrates the importance of the spirit of cricket. The game was played in great spirits, and hats off to all the players today, and thank you to the umpires to make that possible. So during the course of the year, votes are put forward every game throughout the year, and the winning club is presented with the Spirit of Cricket. And this year, the Spirit of Cricket Award goes to the Norfolk Cricket Club. So thanks to Paul. I'd like to thank Rob Bilkey from the Lord Taverners, and he can just say a few words with regards to the Spirit of Cricket.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you for inviting me here today to present this award. This award is promoted by Lord's Taverners.
First year in first grade is nothing short of exceptional. So to Jaggy and his team, congratulations. And it's an honour to have something named after myself, and it's probably more of a privilege to read out the winner's name for the award this year. And I'd like to call forward Jagjit Singh.
Well done, Juggy. Certainly have had an impressive year, and I know talking to a lot of the first grade clubs around the competition, the inclusion to you into the Weily Park team has been very good, and you've brought a wonderful brand of cricket to the game, so no doubt we'll reach out a little bit later on. Moving forward, obviously, like anything, a part of bringing spirit into the game, a game wouldn't be anything without the umpires. Today, we'd like to have a warm round of applause for Paul Doran, Jeff Jackson, if you could come forward. No doubt those at home can appreciate it's pretty cold out here today, so these gentlemen have done a great job. So the next award that we'll move along to is Player of the Match. Given Jeff's role as the umpire advisor in the competition, I'd like to hand over the microphone to announce the player of the game.
Player of the game was Jeff Hemming. He opened the innings and he was still there at the end and anchored the innings. Well done, Jeff. Well done, mate.
Thanks, Jeff. Any words at all? No words at all? Thanks very much to Jeff and Paul for your efforts today. Very much appreciated. And to Jeff for the player of the match. And it's a bit interesting too around Jeff. I've heard a bit of noise around he likes to bat a bit slower than the others, and sometimes that can be questioned. And through the final series, some of his performances have actually, have been blinding. And look today, so well done, deserved winner. So, just touching a bit on the game today, I think, the Weily Park Kings have been the team to beat all year. And I think from a professional perspective and how they've brought a bit of a different brand of cricket to the game, it's been really good. Some games, they've just been in control and really been across the year and bat deep, bowl deep. And I think the effort today, pushing the game out to as much as you could, is a real credit to you. And I think one thing always in cricket that you've always got to understand your opposition, and there's one thing you can never take away from a team who has spent 10 or 15 years really being dominant. And I think more importantly as a team, they've probably found different ways to win games of cricket. They don't quite have some of those same players of yesteryear, but they just grind out games. And I think it's a great thing for other clubs to really look at and take away from Wellington's performance today, because hats off, you've had a tremendous year, you've hung in there, you've gone through a bit of a tough period, and once again, class has shone out today, and you've played a great game of cricket, so thank you very much. So with that being said, I'd like to ask the opposition captain to come, the Weily Park captain to come up today and just say a few words. Thanks, Gigi.
Well, congratulations, Wellington Cricket Club. You guys beaten us very easily, to be honest. It's always been a tough cricket playing with you guys, but we learned a lot today, to be honest. And this is our first season, and I reckon we did pretty good. So ending up like playing final, it's a very big thing for us. But it would have been very great if we would have won. But congratulations again, Wellington Cricket Club. I have really learned a lot things from you guys, how to play a 50-50 cricket, to be honest. And this has been an amazing journey this year. And I think all the boys should be proud of yourself. You know, we did pretty good with this season. We dominated. But I reckon it's just one game, you know, just goes the other way. But again, congratulations, boys. Cheers.
Thank you very much. So I guess it's time for the winning captain to come forward. Thanks, mate. Here you go. Say a few words.
Thanks. Yeah, first of all, I just want to thank the association putting on a great competition. Well done. Umpires, without you blokes, we wouldn't be able to play the game, so thank you. To Weily Park, obviously been a dominant force this year. Obviously, yeah, unlucky today, but stick together tonight and have a good night together. To our boys, we went through a bit of a tough patch. We lost 4 of our last 5 games to drop down to 4th. So to stick fat, come through that, and to get the flag, it's fucking unbelievable. Sorry. And also to our sponsors, the committee, you do a tremendous job. Thank you. Let's celebrate this one. Good boys. Just gonna call them out. You can call them out if you want. Alright, I'll do that.
So, I'll give you the mic second. So I'd just like to say a thanks to all our sponsors, KFC, the Cricket Hub, Pritchards Key, FrogBox. Appreciate everyone coming out today to witness a great game of cricket. And I'll give the microphone back to Kobe so everyone come up on board. So well done and thanks to all.
We'll start from number 1, Shitty Muir. Yeah. Jeffro, number 2. Mitchy Muir. Isaac Manson. Vishwa. Harry Van Cranen. Big Red. Chris's brother. Andrew Doughton.
Yeah. That's number 8.
Pom. The Bromstick. We'll go through there. We'll go through there. Is there another one? Yeah. And our 12th and 13th man, Luke Nicholson and Alan Burgess. get you one, Alan.
And our skipper, Kobe Phillips.
Here, Kobe. Well done to Wellington, 24-25.
And I just want to call Ian Marshall up to collect the shield for us.
So again, thank you to all the helpers today. Thank you to Duff TV, done a wonderful job. Well done. Congratulations to the Wellington Cricket Club for the Premiers 24-25.
Today, John, we've got 44 over games, so 9 overs for most, one will bowl 8. So we lost an hour and 18 minutes. Exactly, they've given it. So first down, Brown has it. Muir takes a catch. And the Kings have lost their first. Height ball should clear the infield. In fact, it may have been over the boundary line, right, a very close one. Either way, it was a brilliant bit of fielding. I'm 100% sure if he got his feet over, but should have been fine and well recovered.
I think you'll find that replay show that might be for their Peach. And what it is, though, you know, in terms of the bowling, is that the line is fuller, and he's bringing. Darren Brown is now bringing that cover, that deep cover they've got in place.
Yeah, we're sitting in a van. There's a limited access out the windows. That's a wonderful shot, and bang, 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 we're away.
That is a great shot. He has cleared the boundary there by some 15, 20 metres, and I'll
definitely straight. And they've got a fielder there as well, but that was a long way from him. Now he nicks. Muir's dropped it. Hands up, and that's the risk you take because they had the slip quite tight at first. That was probably his catch. Muir was a very good keeper, and we'll see this on the replay. It was a decent edge. A little late to go. I mean, that's his catch, though, isn't it?
That's his catch.
What about Jurag Singh hitting ability? They're just taking out the LB and the bold, and they're trying to get. Is that allowed appeal? I didn't hear a noise. They're clapping.
Might be not
they're
out
celebrating, and there is no move.
Forming the Rockers.
That's an edge. That's out. Muir doesn't make a mistake second time round. Bromfield gets the wicket. And the offside being peppered at the moment. That's gone high, and that's gone long. And that's delicious.
Oh. Lovely shot again. Second 6 in that area of the ground. Looks like a real strength for the Weily Park cricket team there. We are travelling at 5 and over here.
That's in the air and flat.
Great shot.
And it finds the line again.
Really nice shot. Aren't they playing fantastic?
Just smacked into the onside.
Straight into the car park.
And that has travelled a long, long way.
Bromfield is filthy here. He has... You were right. He started this over off 15 paces. He is now down to 5. He just wants to get out of
44 over game.
Well, they're in a really good position. Oh, it's a great shot, cracking shot down the ground. Fieldsman hasn't moved.
Some Southern Asians playing. That's a beautiful shot. That's through the gap, and that's away for 4. And that's probably the most delicate shot we've seen today. We've seen some brute force, but that was wonderfully guided through backward point. Added cover point, and then a long offer is in play, and then on the leg side is the one on the fence square, and then long on. So plenty of protection in the air, coming around, dropped.
Oh dear.
That's a big moment because Jug was trying to smack that one through cover.
Part of the game here for Sarwan Kumar, who's had a fantastic season. He's scored runs at a quick rate.
In the air, this should be out. It's gone.
Oh.
Well, as you were saying, it's Sarwan has smacked it down the ground, and smacked it straight to the fielder. And a wonderful catch by Kobe Phillips, the captain.
He's going to be a massive boundary hitter. Oh, hello.
Wow, out of nowhere. Oh, smacks it long and luscious. And smacking to the roof and nearly missed the light. Weily Park at 3 down. Bang! Is that going to be gone? Oh, Bromfield flew to his left and nearly took an absolute spectacular catch, which would have made up for his third over. I can tell you what an effort. He's probably saved 6. That run's been saved in the outfield. There's some runs, and the infield, he should be out. He is. He's run out at the keeper's end. He turned, he hit it straight to the right-hand side of the fielder, who was a backward point. And Antropete turned as he took off. He then heard a big no from Jag, who sent him back. There was never there shouldn't have been a run. It's a leg side delivery, a bit of work.
I think that's 50 for Jagjit there.
Jahanapath had to go out there and get it. That's a fine half century from the captain in a grand final, as Jagjit Singh reaches 51 with that knock to the leg. Now that's forceful. That's through. Holly won't get to the fence, or is it going to be tight? Yes.
Lovely stroke.
I don't reckon the crowd knew he hit a 50 either, because there wasn't many claps from over the scorers. But it is a half century to Jagger, and then follows it up.
High risk game. Apart from Jagjit, Weily Park have played a high risk game, which they've probably done with massive success all year.
Well, that's been dispatched just shy of the line, and a boundary. And that was his first forceful shot from Ravi Patel. His 4th ball in, and he's found the fence. Punch down the ground, in the air. It's gone over his head. Well, he came in searching for the ball, but Harry Van Cran has missed another.
Geez, just
white shed behind us. And I just wonder if that's mucked up his vision. He's a long way behind us, but now that's in the air. That's out. Brilliantly taken. Yagapath takes the catch at deep mid-wicket. And Patel has found the fielder.
Quite sure what he was thinking there, Patel. He just hasn't tried to hit that. He's just basically got.
Stu do some chew on the ground. Anil going to strike in the air and out. Straight to the man in a cover. And Hemming has the catch. And it just breaks a little bit of tension for the Kings.
And hasn't he scored beautifully through that area all day so far, Jagjit? I'm actually really surprised that they've got the deep cover in.
Well, I'm staggered that.
And not the deep pointing.
Well, they've had it. I've seen it on the Eastern Shore. There's less Eastern Shore teams now in the first grade. Years ago, there was a few more. That's been powerfully struck. And that kid isn't far away. Mum protected him, the bike and the block lot. And that's a big 6 into the wet area.
Into the wet area.
He's gone again through the off. And just as successful. Didn't reach the line, but still got 4 runs. He's gone again through the off. And just as successful. Didn't reach the line, but still got 4 runs.
Especially coming on now, McConnell will bowl out from this end. And we'll see Danton on very, very shortly.
Oh, that's a big appeal. Oh. He's out. Well, the batter was, I don't think he was walking, but he's already starting to go. He's not happy. Not happy at all, and that's a massive wicket.
Paul Doran there gave that a long.
Catchable. Straight down the proverbial throat.
Big wicket.
What a moment.
Kobe Phillips.
Phillips takes a catch. That's his second into that exact same spot. Well, he's going to be running out the bowlers at the striker's end. Is he, or did he get his bat back? He's gone.
Ooh.
That looked very close.
Very close.
And I think he's more disappointed with the batter at the other end, because he made it nearly halfway down, turned around, and suddenly he's still not happy. Hasn't come to fruition other than Jagjit Singh's 89 off 99 deliveries. That's in the air. That's going to go wide, and that's found the line, and that's 6. What a shot.
I like his intent here.
That's unbelievable.
good a line and length.
Yeah, it's been outstanding. Great discipline from Wellington and courageous captaincy from Phillips. That speed's dispatched.
Bang.
Bang, bang, bang. It's in the air. It's going to just drop. Sure, there's another chance of a run out. He's going to be gone, and that's how it's going to finish. So the Kings are done with some pretty average running, and they've been all done for 201. It's in the air. It's going to just drop. Sure, there's another chance of a run out. He's going to be gone, and that's how it's going to finish. So the Kings are done with some pretty average running, and they've been all done for 201.
You know, by the wicketkeeper coming up to the stumps from the very first.
Well, have a look
delivery.
at the keeper's stance. How high he is. Well, he's a fairly tall lad, but he gets in a good position. That's in a good position, and the ball rockets away backward as square for the first boundary of Wellington's innings.
That was a great shot. He got back.
In the air, and that'll be another boundary. And the second short one that's found the fence on the leg side. This is probably one that I think that's for the one that he floats back in. Oh, out! Muir's gone.
Wow.
Captain Coach takes it. And the breakthrough occurs as Muir's frustration created a false shot. And Jagrat Singh gets the breakthrough.
I think it's a pride Jag Singh there.
As it goes again here. That's short. And that's gone for 4. Well, that was a surprise short one, John. And they've just got to play it backward to square on the leg side and the mid-on. The rest are all on the off, including a slip. That's where it goes. I don't think that's going to be stopped because it's been hit extremely well. And a boundary.
It's an interesting
time in this game. 1 for 31. We're in the 12th over. It's been a steady start from both sides. And at 4 by 6, big appeal. Maybe going down leg. Well, you felt that everyone was appealing even deep mid-wicket.
Letting it move a little bit both ways. And he's being backed up by some pretty good fielding at the moment.
In the air, and that'll be clean. One bounce and over the line. So there's that short ball. But Hemming is waiting. 4 boundaries, and that's pretty much been his lot, really, other than a couple of singles. That's fine. That will run away through fine leg for a bottom edge 4. Yes, it's a flourish from Jeff Jackson. His right arm. Might get 2 here. Tell you what, that was on the money. He would have been out. Well, they called too early, and even I thought that's probably 2, but you don't have to answer that.
Who knows?
That's okay.
No, I was just trying to think of something funny to say.
No.
Well, it's 4 runs to kick off the next session.
So we had a grind for the first session. Lost a wicket. No, he's half smiling. He's scared. They're okay.
Interesting bowling change from the Weily Park Kings. As
That's
Kuma's
actually got
back
through
into
the gap before. Well, out of nowhere, a punch that cleared the infield and raced away for 4 runs. Speed as it exited the ring in the hands of the inner field. That's delicious. That's the best shot so far from Muir. A 4 down the ground with a punch. Really getting with the bat. Running still Jag, the captain coach for Wellington. That's gorgeous. That's 6. That's helpful. And maybe Muir's away.
Behind the game. And
well, he's gone bigger. Bigger. 6 more from Nathan Muir. And the Horns salute a half century.
He might have a little breaker in play too while someone takes the long one to retrieve this delivery behind the game. And
well, he's gone bigger. 6 more from Nathan Muir. And the Horns salute a half century.
he might might have a little breakthrough in play too, while someone takes the long one to retrieve this delivery.
Some spin. Lots of medium paces. That was in the air for a moment, but it's all it's done is flicked away. I don't reckon any of the batters picked that up, and it's gone for 4. Because I lost it as well. It is getting a little darker again.
Yes, sir, to get him a wicket. Oh, hello. No. It's a lovely drive straight over the top of mid-off's head. Going for 4 for a brief second off. It was going straight through the captain and coach.
So did I. It was ring on the leg side. So short, fine leg.
Staying around the wicket.
That's been whacked onto the on. Is that going to get through the gap? It does! Is it going to get to the line? And it does as well. And a roar from the supporters. Well, he stepped away. That's out.
Here it is.
Well, out of nowhere. Muir's lost his composure and he's found the fielder at deep backward square. And Ismail has created something out of nothing. Well, he stepped away. That's out.
Here it is.
Well, out of nowhere. Muir's lost his composure and he's found the fielder at deep backward square. And Ismail has created something out of nothing. See if he's going to play a full shot. So short ball coming up. Well, it's short, but it's short. Outside off. And through the gap. And a half ton to Jeff Hemming in a grand final. The third of the game, the second for their innings. And a polite raise of the bat and some strong applause from his teammates. Let's see if he's going to play a pull shot. So short ball coming up. Well, it's short, but it's short. Outside off. And through the gap. And a half ton to Jeff Hemming in a grand final. The third of the game, the second for their innings. And a polite raise of the bat and some strong applause from his teammates.
They've had them on all day. The mango almond looks right behind the bowler, but I've had a look at the camera and they're off to the side.
Right, okay, I'm struggling to look out the window. There are some lights. That's smacked. It's maybe going to get through. It does. Is someone gone out to mid-on?
He's been moved from a deeper gully to long on.
He's been made to run 140 metres to that misfield. It's the other end of the ground. That's high, handsome, and a 6.
That is right in Isaac Manson's hitting zone there.
High in the air. This could be a 6. It is. For a moment, it looked like it was going to just hit the line. But maybe the breeze gave it that little bit of extra trajectory. And we've gone big again.
Certainly looks like Isaac Manson.
I like the casual nature. See the ball right in front of the camera. Out.
He's gone.
Yes. Little edge through. And Antrapeet Singh has a wicket late. And Isaac Manson, who flourished away, finds himself back in the sheds. And he's got a couple of deliveries left in the over to manage something magical and a way of putting a full stop in this game. And he's got it through the gap. We're within 2. And he gets to 80.
Second year in first grade. They're a one-team club, so it's a fantastic effort to have a one team in.
I wonder how many
first
players
grade.
they've got. Must be a few that are missing out today that have to make up this. Have such a competitive A grade side. Will this be the blow? It'll be closer. It might be the blow. It's going to be done on a misfield. And there's the victory for Wellington. They've come from 4th. And they've won the SCA Grand Final for 24-25. And a misfield was a job. And Jeff Hemming remains 82 not out. And an upset. Who would have said that it was going to